you were not seeing the videos that are going around. You are not seeing that.
Okay.
The reports that have been made by both sides, NDC and PP, and then the arrested polling station guy that tour of, I think, the presidential, the first.
Oh, that was, we have mentioned that.
I know. So are you saying that with that and other things that are going on social media that are raising concerns, you've not seen that? You've not heard that? Or you are yet, or they are yet to bring that to your attention? Because it looks like when they're asking questions, you said, be specific, be specific. Yeah, an NPP, like on social media, once again, an NPP member arrested in Bogatanga Central with a tamprinted ballot papers. I mean, these are things that you might want to go on social media, if you care, to look at those things, because we are getting those informations and we need clarifications, I believe. And so I believe that when you go and you get this information, you are supposed to clarify instead of saying, I mean, things like that, like make a specific something. Like you're supposed to brief out on those things, right? Thank you. Yes, I asked the question. The question is, are you saying that you've not seen the videos, the comments by both NDC and MPP on social media suggesting that both sides are, I mean, some printing already ballots, and then people are being caught in hotels? I give a specific, like Bogatanga. People have been arrested. Are you saying you've not seen that to address those? You've not seen it?
The last question.
Yes, stop.
You have already asked your question.
Just a last question in relation to the YND. I know Mr. Samuel Tete had explained earlier in relation to that, but we've seen on Fact Check Ghana issuing a release that yes, indeed, it is true that 1,200 ballot papers went missing at YND, and so it will serve the interests of everybody if the Electoral Commission can clarify that again for us.
Okay. So, yeah, first, with respect to the rains disrupting the activities at Medina, voting ends at 5 o'clock. So if it rains and it stops before the 5 o'clock, we will still give room for people who are in the queue, and we will handle them up to the time that we clear the last person in the queue. So voting does not stop at 5 o'clock. But when there are people in the queue, we will cover them up to the time that we'll cover the last person. So I don't think the rain disrupting for some time will have any effect on the elections. With respect to the Lomnava BVD challenge, it has not come to our attention. So we'll call the officers concerned and verify. And if it is true, it should be addressed. Because we have the main BVD, we have a spare BVD, we have the power bank, and we have spares at the district and at the region. So I will be surprised that if the two that were allocated are not functioning well, the officers will have to fall on the district for the district spares. If you do it one fail, there are regional spares. So some of these things, till you talk to the right person, you may end up giving the wrong information. So we don't want to comment on the one we are not on top of that. But I will be surprised that it's a good, true story. Then with respect to videos of ballots, security and the rest, and the social media issues and the rest. That's why before you ask your question, I was talking of let us be very careful of, come again. That is exactly so. So that's why I wanted you to be specific, because we have had a lot of them. When you go and check from our officers, you read that it is not true. That's why I was saying be specific, so that if it is, for example, we had the one from Achuma Kwanguma, about some 79 ballots. I don't know whether you had it. We talked to the district officer personally. He said he also heard of it. And when you followed up, he said that it is now with the regional commander. So in such a case, what do you say? So till you have the facts about it, you cannot speak to it. Because you cannot come here and chant half-truths. Other than that, will be deceiving you. So if it's only when you give it a specific, then we see whether they are in line with those that we heard that they have turned out to be false. Then we can talk to that. So the mention of NDC and people doesn't change anything. Tell me the facts. We cannot talk about issues that we are so sure of. And don't think that any information you see in the social media is the truth. Be very careful about that. So you too can also find out, cross-check and be sure that what you are hearing or seeing, are they the truth? So it doesn't follow that once it has been in the circulation, that means they are the truth. With respect to the Nyampara shooting incident, we've heard of that. We have contacted the IGP. They're also working around it. So now we have also been confirmed that one person has been shot dead, but the security people are doing the investigation and they are on top of the situation. So in order not to make any comment that will escalate issues, let's allow it and let the security people work on that. But voting is ongoing. Mr. Te will now talk to the Yendi issue.
So, with respect to the Yendi issue, we've spoken with the regional director. We've also spoken with the district electoral officer and then the returning officer. Currently, voting is ongoing at all the polling stations, and we have not had any reported incidents of what? Ballot shortage. So that is the situation. There was an earlier mix-up with the validating stamp, which we need to correct. Yes, has the presidential as well as the parliamentary embossed on the validating stamp. But as explained earlier, it does not render the ballot paper invalid. You can clearly see the presidential ballot as well as the parliamentary ballots. So the swapping of the two does not invalidate the ballot paper. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming. Our next press update will be at 6 o'clock. 6 p.m., yes. Six p.m. we are meeting here again to give you an update on the latest. At this point, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, directors. Thank you.
All right, and that's the Electoral Commission, of course, updating us once again. Well, they've informed us that the next time we'll be hearing from them will be at 6 p.m. exactly. By then, voting would have ended. We've just got about 37 minutes more to 5 p.m. and then voting will end. Finally, December 7th, all that we've been anticipating for, it will be ending. But it's good to know that EC touched on some of the stories that are making waves on social media and also the major television stations here in our country. And one of them is the incident at Nyampala. And EC has made us understood that they're going to leave it to the security personnel to handle it. And so, yeah. And for those of you whose voting exercise has been interrupted by the rain, EC is also assuring that so long as you were in the queue, you continue to vote. But of course, if you come after 5 p.m., don't expect to join the queue. But for those of you who were in the queue already, of course, they will attend to you till the last person is done voting. Now, there are a number of reports we are having or press releases from the police the police service, because of course a lot of things have been, the Ghana Police Service has been writing a lot of press releases, and so we will be bringing you some of them. And this one has to do with a polling station agent arrested for double voting at Wasa Ekropon, Apia Krom polling station A in the Western region. So that news report was also flying around, and we have the Ghana police responding to that the Ghana Police Service has arrested a polling station agent for double voting at the Wasa Ekropon, Apia Krom polling station A in the Western region in the ongoing general elections. And of course, the suspect, that's Kofi Stephen, is currently in custody assisting the police investigation. It's just amazing to know that some people will just decide to be above the law sometimes. And once you do this and the law gets hold of you, of course, you're going to face the consequences. I mean, if you had voted just once and then you were done. And to think this person is also a polling agent is just unfortunate. I mean, you should have been living by example.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, you were the one doing the wrong thing. Now, the police is also on a manhunt for suspect Mujahid Shiraj alias Min. So, again, we are being told by the Ghana Police Service that they are on a manhunt for suspect Mujahid Suraj alias Mims, who allegedly shot and injured one person in the leg at the Ewutu Senya East constituency in the Central region. And the suspect absconded from the scene, leaving behind his vehicle, which is currently at the police station. And police intelligence-led operation is underway to get the suspect arrested to face the full rigor of the law, and we want to assure the public that we will surely get him. So wait, then I will be back.
Because the Ghana police force, so over the another,
Yeah.
my friend is saying, press release about the police arrest 4 persons in connection with a shooting incident at Nyampala in the northern region. We say a shame crime because we know that the law is working.
Yeah.
The police is not sleeping at all. So the Ghana police has this afternoon arrested 4 persons, namely Majid Issa, Fodi Isiaje Kamara, Yakubu Simaila, and Alhaji Bashiru Muhammad in connection with a shooting incident at Nyampala in the northern region, which led to the death of 1 person and the injury of another. The injured victim is currently receiving medical care while the body of the deceased is taken to the morgue for preservation and autopsy. The suspects are currently in custody and assisting the police investigation.
It's just unfortunate that we lost 1 person because of this incident. I mean, now 4 of you have been arrested, and any other person that is found guilty.
In 2020, 8 people died because of these elections.
And this morning I said it that we are hoping that they will not hear of any such
death or shooting or anything of that sort.
It is well. It is well with Ghana. All right. We also have here 1 person arrested for possessing a weapon at St. Teresa School polling station in Okaikwe South constituency in Accra. So again, the Ghana Police Service has arrested 1 person. That's Michael Alote for possession of weapon at the St. Teresa School polling station in the Okaikwe South constituency in Accra, and he is currently in custody assisting in the police investigation. Now, why do you go to a polling station with a gun? What are you going to do with it? What are your intentions? Exactly my
question. Who is
question.
Going to shoot who there?
It's BBC.
I know I say we it to the no.
Now you see nothing happening. You are being arrested.
Oh, Wakoma, to Abana Kofi. Don't stay there.
All right, 32 minutes more. I'm going to be giving you a countdown because if you don't vote today, it will take you the next 4 years to again decide to vote or not. But I'm hoping that a lot of people will now, they've turned out by now. So production, maybe if we have other reports from other regions, we can do that. Or better still, we go on Zoom and talk to our resource person on how he has analyzed the whole of today's voting, how it has gone. So, yeah, we'll definitely do that because for us here, we've been monitoring and we've realized that, well, generally, for most of the places we have been to, it was peaceful, except for 1 or 2 chaos that tried to happen, but it was manageable. Unfortunately, there were places where all those brutalities happened, and we've even lost 1 person in that process. May he so rest in peace. It's just unfortunate, but that has happened. We hope that we don't hear any more of
Exactly.
such cases as well. All right, so if you can unmute, I can see your feed. So if you can unmute, then we get into the conversation. So we have Mr. Ato Ewu, who is a political scientist and also a researcher, joining us for this afternoon's discussion as we get ready to end voting. By 5 p.m. voting will end. It's exactly 4:29, so you've got 31 minutes more for voting to end here in Ghana. I'm going to be giving them a countdown.
Please go and vote if you have not voted.
Yes.
Don't monetize your vote.
Exactly.
Try as much as possible. And
All right.
Go to the polling stations.
Yeah.
And vote.
I can see Mr. Ato is saying hello. So, Mr. Ato, please unmute. Please unmute for us. I think it's from your end, so if you can unmute, it will help. Yeah, you are muted, so if you can just unmute your microphone, then we can hear you, because for now, we can't hear you. We'll also check that in our studio to see if it's from our end, and then also decide to engage him on today's voting. So you are still muted, so if you can unmute for me, please unmute for me at your end. Mr. Ato, can you hear me?
I'm sure he can
Yes,
hear us.
I can see he's great.
Hello.
Great. Hallelujah. Anyway,
Hello.
good afternoon. Okay, it's already 4, almost 5, so let me say good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome to Pent TV's Election Watch.
Thank you.
Have you voted
Thank
already?
you. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's not confident enough.
I think, were you trying to hide the fact that you voted or not, or you didn't vote and you weren't sure what to tell me?
Oh, I have voted. I have voted.
Okay, okay. And how was your polling station like? Was it calm? Any issues over there?
Oh, so far so good. My polling station has been calm. I would say the constituency as a whole has been calm. I do not know if other polling stations in the constituency is facing problems, but per the information reaching me and all that, every polling station is calm.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, so aside your constituency, of course, we've been monitoring what is going on here in Ghana. Did it meet your expectations? What were your expectations for this year's election? Were you thinking it was going to be peaceful? What did you expect? And also, have your expectations been met or it went otherwise?
Truth be told, my expectation has really been met this 2024 election.
Okay.
Mind you, 2024 has really been a remarkable year as far as politics is concerned. The fact that the EC has put in place several measures to ensure free and fair elections. For the first time, we have a number of voters, that we have 18 million plus voters and all that. We have significant increase in polling stations and all that. And even concerning the candidates involved and all that, you see, we were always thinking of the NPP and the NDC.
Yeah.
But for the first time, we do not even have just the NPP and the NDC.
Yeah.
Neither do we have 3 parties.
No.
We have about four major people contesting, and it has really been great. It has really been great. Yes, the EC has worked tirelessly following the laws of Ghana, considering the 1992 Constitution. They have executed the Article 45 of that Constitution, which mandates the EC to conduct free and fair election. They have executed Article 46, which is also about the independence with avoiding interference and all that. Because considering the fact that the EC would address the public about 4 or 5 times, or only God knows the number of times.
3 so far.
For the first time, 3 so far, and
Yes.
this is impressive. This is impressive to the extent that the very first presser, the EC addressed the fact that the other parties did not have their polling agents. Now, this issue here just explains the trust the people have in the EC.
Yeah.
it explains the trust that people have in the EC. And people can only have trust in you when you work really hard. And so I need to commend the EC for this wonderful work done. Hopefully, my expectations in the entire thing would be met. Yes, actually, yes.
All right, now let me ask, have you seen the videos that are circulating? I mean, we've seen a civilian together with military men. It was a fierce, it was very fierce at Obuasi East. What do you make of that video?
So with issues of elections, elections are tackled by how do I even call it? But it's like the matter of the heart. All right, people tackle elections with this kind of passion, and so when you are maintaining law and order respectfully, you should also consider the feeling of the other person, actually, because people have heard a number of rumors out there concerning I wouldn't want to use the words.
Sure, that's fine.
People have heard so many things about the elections, and so coming to December 7th, they have it in mind that this is what we are trying to avoid. So anything that opposes their view would raise violence. That's the whole thing. And you see, when we talk of election, the laws of Ghana, if you check the PNDC law 284, it has deeply expressed and spoken about the fact that there shouldn't be any form of influence or inducement to voters and all that. The law has criminalized all that. So when the thing happens like that, you cause the other party to get to a point where he or she would want to react. And I don't think that this is actually a right thing to do at this hour, because election is one thing that can really temper a country's peace. So I think that as early as possible, the police and all the other stakeholders should really come on board to resolve this issue before the unknown.
Okay, thankfully there are press statements from the police service, and they are being investigated, and so we believe the situation is under control. Now, let me take you to where we have voters who are on the grounds of polling station but have refused to vote because they are waiting for someone to pay them before they decide to vote. What do you make of this?
All right, so it's so sad and funny at the same time that choosing your own leader, you would have to be paid. It's very funny, but when we are doing something, or if we are doing something, we should also think of the laws of Ghana. We are not living in an anarchical environment. We are guided by laws. And if you check the section 34 of the PNDC law 284, it has also criminalized section 33 of the PNDC law 284. It has criminalized vote buying, other forms of inducement to influence voters and all that. It has criminalized it. And we all know that ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So at least you should have the idea that you taking money from a leader before choosing your own leader. Let's put the laws aside. Let's consider, sorry to say in the absence of a better word, common sense. You do not have to take money for that. And if you are caught in that act, the law would deal with you, as it has been stated in section 33 of the PNDC law 284. So I think that the citizens that are actively involving themselves in it, you are waiting at the polling station to take money before you choose your own leader. I think this should not be encouraged. This should not be encouraged.
You know, someone once said corruption is the currency for democracy, in the sense that politicians pay people to get their votes. And then when they come into power, instead of making decisions, all they are thinking about is getting that money back. And they're not just going to take it in one fold, they're going to take it in 10 folds. And at the end of the day, it's a circle, because the citizens are used to having those politicians pay them. It has now become like it's a right. They demand for it this time around, and they are not even shy to do that. How are we going to solve this issue of corruption if we, the citizens, or no, I'm not part, if the citizens or some citizens continue, yes, I'm not part, or if some citizens continue this way, how do we solve corruption? Because you are putting the politician in a tight corner. They have to pay you to vote. Where are they going to get the money from? And after they give you that money, of course, they want to replace it. So how will they replace this?
All right. So with issue of corruption, this is a major issue in Africa. You know, I blame both the leaders and the electorates or the citizens. If I'm really going to be objective in relation to this question, I would say that it is coming from both the leaders and the citizens. You see, some of the leaders have failed their people. Issues of disappointment, leaders not fulfilling their promises, and all that. And now the Ghanaian citizens are really smart. Now Ghanaian citizens feel as though this town here is worth millions. So if I put you there, and if you are unable to fulfill the promises you made to me, then the next 4 years, I would also have to benefit from it. You see, that is what they justify the act of corruption or whatever, or the buying of votes and all that with.
Yeah.
I don't know if you understand what I mean.
Yes, I get you.
So, yes, I'll go stand in the queue. Let's just put ourselves in their shoes, in the shoes of the electorate. You just go stand in the queue for hours. Sometimes you would even have to go queue with stones, all right, blocks, and all that. That's stress involved. Now you go vote for a leader. The leader comes and decides to forget or disappoint you. All right. Now the next 4 years, the only thing you would have in mind is to take something. And considering the current day economic hardships and crisis, I'm not here to do any politics, but considering these hardships and crisis and all that, the electorates or the citizens that are enfranchised have now thought it wise that, see, if I've starved myself the whole of this year, at least December 7, I don't have to starve myself. I have to get something for myself. So that is what is, going on. And the leaders have also realized that the people need the money. That is the issue. But when we are talking about politics has been influenced by money. It has been influenced by a number of things. And I think that these two things should be separated. Other than that, we would always have problems of bribery in election. We would always have votes buying. We would always have other forms of inducements and all that.
Yeah.
See, with the issue of corruption, it has not even got to do with just money. All right? It is not just money. There are other things involved in all that. Imagine people are in the queue to go vote, and you would have leaders roll their hands on their shoulders to convince them. And if you have anything to do, you do it before the election.
Yeah.
You don't do it at the time that people are in the queue. When it happens like that, what do you communicate out there? Mind you, we have election observers in town that are observing the elections, apparently. All right? And so when it happens like that, what are you communicating out there? So with these issues of corruption, it goes both ways, the citizenry and the leaders.
All right. Now, let me give you some figures from some constituencies from our correspondents, and let's try to figure out why the turnout for this year is quite not impressive, let me put it that way. So when you go to Ablekuma West constituency, Assemblies of God exhibition roundabouts, we've got 6 centers over there. And then for votes cast, of course, we're expecting 443 people to come out to vote, but those who came out to vote is just 256. And then also for the second center, we had 443 being expected, but just 275 showed up. Then the third, 383 were expected, and we had 233 voters coming out to vote. And then the fifth center, we had 465 voters expected, and only 281 of them came. Then the last one, 465 people expected to come vote, and we had just 267. Now, this is not just what we have. Looking at how it's almost like half. From the Ashanti region, where we had our correspondent Dennis join us, he also gave us figures that are similar to this one. It's just half of the number that turns out to vote. Aside the fact that I know people are trying to monetize their votes, what do you think is the reason why this year's election voter turnout is this way?
Frankly speaking, Ghanaians are disappointed. That's the truth.
Okay.
Frankly speaking, Ghanaians are disappointed. Ghanaians are tired of politics, not just the NDC and the NPP. Ghanaians are tired of politics. And 1, they are tired. 2, they are confused. 3, they are waiting to be moved before they go vote. All right? Now, with the issue of Ghanaians being tired and all that, you see, the 2 major contenders, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, these 2 people are people we've seen, all right, or we've known for some time now. And one way or the other, Ghanaians are disappointed in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and that of His Excellency Dr. Bawumia. And so they are now caught in a dilemma. If I'm going out to vote, who am I going to vote for? These 2 people, they feel like one is a duplicate or a replica of the other. That is what Ghanaians are thinking now.
Yeah.
They don't see any difference between the NDC and the NPP. They find one to be the original copy, the other one is the duplicate.
Interesting.
So Ghanaians would not want to go out there to cast their votes. That is 1. Now 2, Ghanaians are tired. Ghanaians just do not want to vote because of the 3rd and 4th force. Yes, because of the 3rd and the 4th force.
Yeah.
Why am I saying this? Okay, so I'm about stepping out. If I don't vote for NDC, I don't vote for NPP. Am I voting for Mr. Alan Dramante or I'm voting for Cheddar? I'll just not vote. Let me just stay in my room. In fact, when I go and stand under this hot sun, no one will pay me for that. Let me just stay in my bed. All right? These are the issues. Ghanaians are fed up when it comes to politics. The leaders are just disappointing the people. If you check the trend, from 1951 up until 2024, it has been the same.
Yeah.
Always we have issues of economic hardship and mismanagement. We have issues of corruption. We have issues of over-concentration on unnecessary projects. We have issues of abuse of human rights. We have issues of devaluation of the cedi. We have issues of inflation. All of these things have caused the citizenry to be disappointed. And so they would not find it necessary to go out there to cast their votes.
Okay.
Yes, personally, my grandma told me that a pound of eto abaze in chobe fufu. Now something like this. So that is it. That is it.
But Granny, we're born in brave you. We still have a choice to make. All right, so
oh, but she's still enfranchised.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Leslie,
So
there were rumors yesterday that
Sorry.
there were rumors yesterday at South municipality, and then of both ballot stuffing. What do you make of it?
There were a group of. Please come again.
There were rumors that there was ballot stuffing at South municipality. That is how Akusin's constituency. There were soldiers camped in a hotel, and then they assumed that there were ballot stuffing. What do you make of ballot stuffing?
So, if I got you right, this is in relation to the ballot boxes that were the papers or something that were found in the hotel.
Yes.
And all that.
Yes.
All right.
Exactly.
So, I think with this issue, I'll leave it for Ghana Police and all the other stakeholders that are noted for that to conduct a thorough investigation. Because truth be told, when we consider election, or if we take into consideration election, year in, year out, irrespective of the development or whatever thing the EC would put in place, we will still have, or we will still hear issues related to this. All right. And so I think that this is where the international observers come in. So going on, the international observers would it's not as if they would ask the EC to do this too. No. They don't legally bind on that, no. But they would at least write reports to the EC for the EC to know the irregularities that happened in the election following several investigations, so that in the subsequent ones, they can be dealt with. But as we speak now, I do not find that to be a good idea. Whoever that is involved or whoever that was involved, I don't find that to be a good idea. Because if you believe in yourself, then you should allow your people to choose you. It's that simple. That is why I don't even buy the idea of vote buying and all that. If you know for a fact that you have worked for the good people of Ghana, then just allow them to vote and see, just in case they are going to pick you or decline your request to vote for you. It's that simple. So for now, let's just leave this issue to the police, for the police to conduct thorough investigation. However, I do not support that idea.
Okay, but how does it affect the electoral process? Just in case they investigate and then it is true. How does it affect the electoral process? How does it affect the electoral process? Just in case investigations are done and then they find it true, there was actually ballot stuffing. How
yes, and that is yes. You see, it would really affect it. That is why we have the judicial system.
Okay.
That is why we have the judicial system. Now, after all of this, after several investigations, and they realized that they confirmed that this indeed happened, then the judicial system would come in, or the judiciary would now come in, because this would influence, if care is not taken, this would influence the peace we are all having in the country, with issues of I don't know, but I think you understand where I'm coming from. But it would deeply affect the electoral system. People would lose trust in the electoral commission, because after you assuring Ghanaians that you would conduct free and fair election, you would not allow any form of this and that and that and that, and we come back to hear that there's this issue and investigations are being conducted, then we confirm, no, people will lose trust in the EC, and the subsequent elections, trust me, what happened today would even be small. People wouldn't even be ready to vote next 4 years. And this is how this thing can affect the electoral process. But all the same, that is why we have the judiciary, as I was saying earlier. All right. So just in case you have any problem with it and it is related to the presidential election, then you go ahead and petition it to the Supreme Court. If it is related to the parliamentary, the Constitution has set up or set aside provision for that. You go to the High Court, then you seek for a redress.
All right.
To that effect, then you take it up from there.
All right, Mr. Wu, just be on standby. Don't hang up. We have another correspondent on the line. We want to speak to him and then find out what's happening. We've got about just 6 minutes to end voting. Our time is almost running out. Have you voted yet? If you haven't, well, you have 6 minutes. That's if and they want to make one number 5. They want to make line. So Peter Tebri is on the line. He's one of our correspondents. Peter, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Peter, it's saying.
No, we have to question.
Yeah, yes, I see. Peter, I didn't go so. Who are he from?
Saturday, yeah, but upon free, I'm a few West, able to play more. I'm a few Central.
Oh, boy, Juma.
And my career, send a home Sabaton, Echo.
Okay, now then, I go so.
Saturday, send a medical can, you could play more home now. Your sample play more. I think I'm a few West. Now, I'm a few Central, send a team. I'm a few Central, and a banner parliamentary candidate now. I nipa 9 and a ejinamu, FA parliamentary candidate no. Now, nipa odi kajama MPP, Amanyukono, Honorable Albert Redu Ako. The donor friend Dr. Ako, on the Jama MPP, Amanyukono, and Joanna Jan Kudu. And also an ejinamuma NDC, Amanyukono, and an independent candidate in Yenu, Peter Yalfat, and Kel Mike Ahe. Omunya independent ya omujemu ewo Amanfi Central na ya san ba bepiemu Amanfi West bio na sabe akasima na chese omudi bibia banawiye na me wo blog so sabe ho na migina nipa doma ensomo to aba 717 na me say blog no yitu bio ojamete ha no ma me pese minimum entwe enkomo. You know, Saturday, send me a number of minutes to come back. Company said, Saturday, I can meet you. Now, we have to be jumping a real, you know. Ama, when you find Ama, you don't know anything come up. Now, Timu say, the new one that can say, the Padoma is somewhat to say, Enkoyi, Minia, Enkoyi, Utimu sounds the kind of money to Abano, and said I am so I actually be a Yahoo and a Biaba and I'm going to do who say, I can make a train. Now, you have to be very good. I have your crew. A hundred years, I say, we are not, we can upon it, and now want to tell me bet. I say, give a baby and a good. Don't know my baptism. Now, a need just now, over Piemo, send a mechano, Bobo Sovia, Bobo Senator idea. Let us say, we pay some more to Abano, or more ever from you, ever from you, but you put 717. And the Kasenka, Omoto Abano. Now, Saturday, Nipa 333, and it be actual. Now, Chansusua, Utimu said, Nipa Bian said that Nipa Baku Fen are saying what Basso, the Subabeto. Not to say, I don't know, more Bobby Abia, I kind of now, you just send back when you say, you're not saying that you're probably now, you who said, but Basabia, man, homeless. Send you to tell me, I'm now going to do to say, how do you see the phone? On when you want to send you, XS. You do to say, I need to send public more. I'm on 2 West, I'm on 2 West, which is, I'm on 2 West, I'm on 2 Central, which is a Yaman, Ekuna Francois, Ekoyipa.
So far, I think Akaya be 2 minutes, not 5 about. Accurate timekeeper. Akabe 2 minutes, now voting not ending. People Russia Bana said that one person now who here on open voting currently.
Nipa, young man, about when I start voting with the old Katua, or to Ubia, Sheda, my view. Including will say, I don't know, Nadia, Nipa Domo Senecano. On the side up to you because of the business, a block of action, and you understand. A block of action, and you understand.
2 minutes.
You know, as I think about my panel, 717 is almost about Bogusono. Nipa Motina to Abano, 353. Not just say, people have been almost 400 and something, almost equivalent to 400. And 90 million and to Abba. Never go to the Abraham about Tosa, I said, no, about the now, I just come here. Oman now for time to come tonight.
I got 1 minute.
Up on the rear. Any time, I'm on 3 West. Obano, the parliamentary candidate for now. Nipa Yenu, NDC, any MPP. The Nipa Odiamu, Emma, MPP, Amanokoro, Ignatius, Kosi, and Frifa. Ono Anna, Odikai, the President West. And I got off here, the improvements. I'm West. I have doctor Apple. Ono Anajamu, Emma, NDC, Amanokoro. Not just say, Utu and Yotumu. And your phone was no Asha, 50 but 10 years. Don't go for no, Yapo, they will say, you got to number your cookie. Now, if you say about Obana, Obiaman, which you will say, no for that free, Yami Amudwa, or Mobaba Shat, the Apostle. Not just say, put a people among the West here. Now, the Owamuna, let it actually unfollow.
All right, Peter Tebri, Yadawasepa, Bibi, any hobium, Diane, Yebejao.
Yedikano, Yatayano, Mamma Kusubiwe, Lipa, Etata Moto, Abba, Ewo, Yaman West, 2020 Muno. Lipa, 82,823, and it's a say, I'm on few West constituency. You see, Esho Monim Senka, Ombetini, Arabeto, Abba.
Okay, so that's the total number of from what you expect to Aba. And then from the figures of where you are currently, 717 people were expected to come out to vote and 355 penny by. That is less than half the number now. Less than half. It's actually only some way
the people also them no. Or check the papa point to Nadia. It's not the Muse. The real walk of the thought me different now. It's the I don't know what you have pain about the trouble.
To find about anything I'm Jamie Kabaye, and when I'm to buy a baby and the Manaka, the Pashan of Payan and the Bejunet. Now,
I didn't ask a mother pony saying, I'm here to be able to make now, and now we can go to Quensa.
Oh, no, in 5:30. I don't know what I said 5:30 by this year. I will.
Yeah, many about Senya Yabano Cano, Chester, or Tieslo Biano, or Chester, this is 5:30 to Richmond, Quenya, out of trouble. But Senya used to marry for Chester, a bono, no Pano, Nasa, who may be lines, who need a Quenya, say, Utili Atuabano. It is Saturday. Then your balance and also Pastor Coberto Bernanso, as I guess you need to know. You should say Nadia, but here, Emma or Natunaba.
Okay, Peter Yadasi Bebre for your time and then updates from Amenfi West and Central. Nyamin Shao, thank you for joining us. All right, so there you have it. Oh, we'll be at that mamino. So 5:30. It's not 5:30. We've been saying that 5 p.m. Yeah, so yeah. For her to be thinking it's 5:30. It's always 5 p.m. At least the weather will still be clear when we start counting, and so voting ends at 5, and it's already 5:03 p.m. So yeah, voting has already ended. I can see Elvis, and do we still have Leslie on the line on our Zoom call? If not, I guess we'll end with him as well. It's already 5, and so by now you should be expecting the EC officials to start wrapping up. In fact, by now they've wrapped up with the voting, but then opening up the ballot boxes to start collation and then counting and all of that. I know by now some people are getting ready to get to their polling stations because they want to be there when voting, the counting of the votes starts. Are you going to be there? All right, so Elvis is on the line. Elvis, what's your name? All right, Elvis, Patrol will him fast here.
I'm a MA school. Okay. I was the back and I'm for Atatia or more bank Abel Yakin Aban. Now, in fact, we call trouble with SDHS who was one. Now, near 4 polling stations and now let's 10 out now. Papa, since I'm not for MP, I'm to Abano this 4 years. Now, what you would say SD for now, SD person on why may a police station. And so when I find it me at the store about almost as easy for Nankano about the store about. Now, he said, a penny now, you think about. Now, we are taking a soon Pent TV. I should put in and see a banner taking about. Now, if you are about the soon, come up.
Okay. Now, about to know, I ended with 5 about on my way, on my appeal.
Oshabaga will say, these officials, no, upper communion, NTV account, about the shaft. Ama counting the party. So who know background that will say these officials no up at your money matama NCB counting and yeah. The who dear Susan de body from about the very any the OBG.
Okay. So baby, I want the Basabasa be uncle so.
Oh, but I said so and an anchor a back cancer in only a party and my effort muscle, but about the idea. The beer than security control of more than much alano will be a so come eat him rasso. I may be as we do. You see, counting and I can say, Jane, wine the vineyard wine, and wine the vineyard.
Okay. All right. And the end, but Sansi won't can be movie counting now. But it's good to know, sir, Basabia, Uncle so, and one I hear bomb pie say ABC. Let us go for 1 or 2 be no my own who stop on yet, the IM say a bet.
Maybe the base DHSA 200, 500, and no, I hear chances.
And no, I hear chances here. All right, Leslie, I see you are still there. I'm sure you've been listening to our correspondents. All right, so we just want to take your final words. We are wrapping up so that the next set will come as we begin taking records of our correspondents from where collision is happening. So your final words, then I let you go.
All right, so I'll just appreciate everyone for making this election a very successful one. Finally, we are done. Yes, we were all waiting for this day, and we are done. Although there were a few conflicts here and there, but it was calm. It was calm. It was calm. So I appreciate the EC. I appreciate the security service, the leaders involved, the media, everyone for making this electoral process a successful one. So we say thank you to all of you.
Yeah. Thank you to you too for joining us here on Pent TV. This is the Election Watch right here on Pent TV, powered by Pent Media Center. We've been live from 6 a.m. right till now, and we'll still be live till 12 a.m. bringing you every update and every breaking story that you have to know about. Right now, we're going to take a break, but we will be back with another team, and we'll be giving you updates on the various polling centers and then the collision that is happening. So do stay tuned. My name is Etona Magbamo and the sweet lady here.
Sandra Sechibia Echampo. Thank you.
Life is full of choices. Always remember that the choices we make today shape our tomorrow. Whether it's a morning start, a midday snack, or a dessert, our delicious Yummy yogurt is here to nourish you. Yummy, a nourishing choice. This advert is FDA approved.
Looking for genuine computers and accessories? Come to Nest Computers. We have in stock Dell and HP desktop and laptop computers, photocopiers, projectors, print toners and cartridges, fireproof safes, money counting machines, and quality office furniture. Locate Nest Computers at Labadi adjacent Mawako Restaurant. Call 0302 781 492 or 0208 128 653. Nest Computers, quality computers and accessories.
For Papa B, can I tell you? Yet to Sassiani, Eddie and Ria, Association Moon, and you know, I will be reaching and you poor Barbarino, I say, will not buy any Nano. And Nadia, me when it is some Cassia Cra, a miracle grow potten mix, and no, and a woonia, so would you cocoa or rubber, a free Nazarene, and Kitwana would you go rubber mono. Yawuia, a miracle grow potten mix, a bono who buy a free Wawa, a rich siblings, fertilizer, your day after miracle grow potten mix, and men do not any term, and I have by no a pro, Chris Fiber Ghana Limited for and Aquafaba, a environmentally friendly miracle grow potten mix, a year and pimpy since say, what didn't got here, a bit dear with me our friend. Miracle Grow Potten Mix, your ultimate soilless growing medium.
Safiwe. But the music assemble to ye pa. Safiwe. Then say sika kra. Safiwe. My investments kakranka kra amma busi na dachi ye kama or how be any ho. Safiwe. Me nye ebe biemu free say.
Ebe enye plano.
Sika ho fa ho die mapa no wobetime nya wo onua dwen seba dwenba na tu anamon sisia ko ecobank nkrabata bia eben wo ana ko abel fontentan so ecobank.com/swam na fa ho bedom dwumedie frɛ EDC ne ya 0302 634 165 ana WhatsApp yen 0595 235 065 ne yene won share investment ahodo ase a eso beba mfa so ama wo EDC Investment Limited yeka Ecobank dwumako ne ho bi.
All right, we are back here. It's important for you to know that this is our live coverage. It's 5:12 now, and so I can tell you for sure that voting has ended at most places. Right now, if there is any polling center where voting should be going on, that is where we have queues. So if you are in the queue and it's 5, the rules of the game tells us that then you will be allowed to vote. But otherwise, it is important to know that at 5, voting was expected to end. Good evening, and it's Pent TV special coverage of the presidential and parliamentary elections. At this point, we'll be crossing over to most of the constituencies. We'll be speaking to our correspondents. They'll be bringing us updates on what is happening in these areas. I'll be doing this with Joshua. Along the line, we'll be analyzing, trying to also bring up some of the constituencies that we will bring these results out and go on to the dashboard, and also just to find out exactly 2020 how it was against the figures we are receiving now. So we'll pick a constituency, try and be looking at it whilst we receive these reports as well. Generally, the elections or the voting went well. We have recorded some isolated cases of disturbances, which is worrying because we started on a good note. But the last 2 hours, some of the reports we're hearing weren't too pleasant. But we are actually appealing and pleading with everyone that for the counting, let us up our game. We can be vigilant, but we have to do it in a civil manner. We have to keep the peace, the unity, no misunderstanding. This is what we are expecting all of you to be doing, and it's important for us to pick it up from there. Again, we are set to start bringing you the records in terms of the results from all the various centers. But please, we are hearing of gunshots, we are hearing of military movement, we are hearing of civilians and military having exchanges here and there, some beatings, we are hearing of stuffing of ballot papers. All these allegations at this point, we've seen the political parties, both MPP and NDC, all mounting platforms, holding press conferences and saying they have won already. Everything shows they have won. Please, let us be calm at this point. Let us be calm at this point. What we need to do is to get the results. And already Paul Isiama has joined us on the line. Ablekuma West constituency. So we'll pick that, and maybe Joshua will come in with what happened in Ablekuma West the last time. So if you can hear me, good evening, my good friend.
Good evening. Good evening, Mante.
All right. So tell me, has voting ended in Ablekuma West?
So I'm currently at Christian Home School, and one of the polling centers for Ablekuma West constituency, and currently voting has ended. They've voted all voting processes, and the Election Commission, they are sorting out the ballot papers, ready to count them. So they are sorting them, and you can see that here we have some of the party agents here as well, monitoring the process very carefully. Yeah, so far the place is calm. I think initially the party agents wanted to get closer to the ballot papers, but the others were agitating. So now they've allowed everybody to come outside the poll, and they are watching from afar.
Few tensions here and there, at least the last 2 hours of polls, during the voting. Now that it has ended, I'm just wondering, you've just addressed one issue I wanted to ask you about, a bit of some misunderstanding going on. But beyond that, generally, how is the area like?
So generally, the area is very calm. I think people, there were no long queues here. I think this time they divided the centers. So even if we had a center which was more than, let's say, 500, they could divide them to, let's say, 2 centers. So I went to that's one police station and also Assembly of God exhibition about. Also, they were very calm. I think the numbers there this time, it was very organized and it was calm. No long queues. And once you go to cast your vote, the process is very sharp. You do it and you are out of it and you are done. So for these elections, I think I didn't encounter any long queues in this constituency. Even the previous I visited so far.
All right, tell me, how soon will the counting begin? We really want to possibly have a feel of how it will go like. Do you have any idea how soon it will begin?
So currently they are sorting them out. So once they are done sorting them out, then they'll be doing the counting. So they are done with the voting, so they are sorting them out. Once they sort them out to the respected votes they received, then now they'll begin with the counting. So I can't really tell exactly when it's going to be done, but we're trusting that in the next 30 minutes to 1 hour, it should be done.
All right. Okay. So we will be on standby and just wait. As soon as counting begins, try and connect. Let's see how that goes.
Sure, I will do so.
All right. Thank you very much, Ablekuma West report by our good friend. We'll be moving on, still bringing you updates. Like I said, what we'll be trying to do between now and then is that as these reports trickle in, we'll try and also go into the results of last year and match it against this year, even as we pick these reports, as we announce them out. So stay, we'll have a feel of it. We are going to be connecting with others as well, just to find out quickly what we should expect. Don't forget, we have our correspondents, our reps all across the country, hoping that they can all file reports through. Voting should have ended by now at most polling stations. What could be happening in terms of voting still is at polling stations where we had queues as at 5 p.m. And in such polling stations, we expect all those in the queue to also get the opportunity to vote. But we've been told, like I said, I want to keep repeating that let us maintain this calmness that we have, this peace that we have had since morning. The last 2 hours, it hasn't been too good. The reports that we are picking up, a number of press conferences held, a number of reports. We have watched some of them not so pleasing. You really wouldn't want to get into that. You can see in your shot one, I'm sure, I don't know whether they have started the counting or they are just putting things together to begin the counting. But these and many more are what you should be expecting to see now. So Emmanuel Amoa is with the Asawase constituency, if I'm right. Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. So my understanding is that you have been moving around Asawase, visiting the polling stations. Quickly tell us, yes. Asawase, we know Asawase to be a very hot place. Tell us, how was today?
Everything was cool. Like, people do think about Asawase. Today is not like that. But all the polling centers are very cool. And we expected a very nice vote. So from my end here, right now I'm at Asawase Methodist JHS. Asawase Methodist JHS. Where we have about 5 polling centers. And out of 5 polling stations or polling centers that we have, the first one, we are expecting 544 voters. 544 voters. And out of that, 370 cast their vote. They were able to cast their vote. And then the second polling station, which is the home science block, that is 373 expected to vote. But out of that, 248 voters, that's what we have. They casted their vote. That's 248. And then the third one, 365 were expected to vote today. Out of that, 264 voters. The fourth one, 345 voters. And out of that, we have 247. Then the fifth one, this is the last one of Asawase Methodist JHS, was 467. From that, 308 voters were able to vote, they cast their vote. And so they've now started the queue. I think there was of one polling station which some are on the queue. About 2 of them were on the queue. But aside that, they have started sorting out for the ballot. So very soon we'll start counting and ask what they come out. So now, from Asawase here, I take some information from Oporiko constituency, and then see that the voter turnout was very low. As we think that we'll get more than what we expected. But we have some of the polling centers about 55%, and then the lead that we have about 58%. After 4 o'clock p.m. About 4 o'clock p.m. So by now we know the voter turnout will go up a little. So this is what we have for now. Very soon I'll move to Abu number 1 and 2, and then go to Asokore Mampo after B, and then home for the rest of the report. Thank you very much.
Right. But are you able to confirm how soon counting will begin at where you are? You have indicated that the sorting out is ongoing.
Yes, for about 5 of the police stations. Actually, it's a cluster of police stations.
Okay.
And as I'm speaking now, we started sorting. I believe about within 30 minutes to start counting them.
Right, right. But per the figures you have given, it appears that, yes, indeed, there's quite a low turnout in terms of the figures. Take away even Ofori Chrome 55 to 60% even turnout. If I look at the Asawasi figures, I could also give it about 60% thereabout. Is there any reason? Is there any reason? Yeah.
Some of the voters were transferred to central market. That's my information. Some sent their central market and they voted at central market. That is Menchia, some part of Menchia, and then the other part is for TB constituency. So definitely the voters doesn't go down a little. And the apathy. You need some, because for me, I will not vote, I will not do that. Before I will go and vote, I need money from you or here and there. But it's a speculation, so I don't want to put those things across anyway. But I've heard it.
Exactly.
So, Baba, if you're asking about this, the voter turnout, about 50%, 70% for Asawasi.
All right.
From where I am now. But I believe the rest, Abu Atebi, Apostoliman from Akoso, and then probably Super and others, maybe the 10% from this.
Right, right. So thank you. We are hoping that once counting begins, we can connect again and we can start picking up the figures. We are grateful to you.
Thank you very much.
Right. So as you saw on the screen, counting hasn't begun at most places. In fact, normally when voting ends, the process is that there will be sorting out where the EC officials will try and group the ballot papers. They will place each presidential candidate in one. So all former President John Dramani Mahama's votes will be sorted out at one side. That of current Vice President Dr. Bawumia will put at one side. That of all the other candidates will be sorted out. That is the first sorting out. The same thing will be done for the parliamentary. Now, once that is done, then counting begins, where we pick the presidential, and then we take them one by one. Actually, 1, 2, 3, and I'm sure that's where we are all hoping we'll start seeing them. So we're still going to be picking the reports as usual from our reps, and just to find out whether voting has indeed ended at all places. I'm happy that at least we did not hear of negative incidents happening at Asawasi as we have seen in time past. A few isolated cases in some constituencies, like I've been mentioning, and we are not happy about it as a nation, as watchdogs. We want to appeal to Ghanaians, all those who are moving out there, all those who are following us. We want to say that even when you go, try your best not to get involved in arguments. Try your best not to get into unnecessary fights. This is not what we need. All you are going to do is to count how many votes your candidate garnered, and this can be done in a very, very peaceful way. So we are urging all of you, Abotre, calm, calm, calm. So far, what we heard at Utu Seja, we are not so happy about it. What we saw earlier at Odododiodio, we are not happy about it. We have seen a few others happening at Techiman and the rest. Please, we want there to be calm. Again, most of the political parties, not even most, the two main political parties already have had press conferences making wild allegations against each other and all that. We don't want to be following that now. All we are interested in the sorting out and the counting of the ballot papers, and we want you to remain with us there. All we want you to do is to be vigilant. Just make sure your party agents are watching and recording as they should. Where they have to protest, they do it in a very civil manner. The EC officials, the presiding officer, returning officers have all been trained to deal with this problem, to handle this problem, to solve it at the polling station. So polls closed, collation begins, and that is what we are bringing to you. And you may well share ya ni am person who is voting no ye the abane we e shase na past 7 ye the coverage shase 6 there. Now so voting shase 7 yakokọ mia bebre the reports ebremo. generally no abato no akoyie yante some bad ones bebre na so kakra ababa femu a yeni enhyeda enye ho saa ti yebo mpaye esre so se ye koi ye kwa akoye county ye kwa akokan abayi so abotre eni adwobre wo kɔ na akokan ne hu ne owini na kofie enko ha ho fa ho nkɔhye unnecessary fights unnecessary arguments nsa ade no emwa ye nyina ye ne asawasefo edi nkɔmɔ ahu sɛ asawase ye baabi a na nka yenim sɛ sometimes niame esisisi wo hɔ na so nyame adom report aba ne kyerɛ sɛ bibia ekoyie ɛwɔ asawase na emom amanfo asɛ wa man hyɛda MP ankoto aba a ye ka no ofori krom say no between 55 to 60% turnout asawase so ye be 60 to 65% it voter turnout no asɛ ɛwɔ form kakra na so ye bompa ye sɛ counting no so ebekoyie enti yenko William Arthur ho William ɛwɔ sunyane na what the report ebre ye ko sunyane akwhwɛ sɛ wo so etesɛn wo ma to aba na wie na ɛdeɛn na ɛkɔ William, good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hifapotin, tell us exactly where are you in Sunyani and what is happening? Has voting ended? Sorting out, is it done and has counting begun?
Okay. So currently I'm in the Bono region and precisely I am in the Banda constituency.
Banda all right.
Constituency, yes, Banda constituency. So in this constituency, they were expecting about 22,728 that are to vote. And we have 55 polling centers in 13 electoral areas. So voting started as early as 7 a.m. in the morning at all centers. We've gone through all the voting centers as of now, and now sorting is taking place. Now, currently, I'm at the Bongase Health Center B, where sorting is taking place. At the Bongase Center, Health Center A, they were expecting about 358, where almost about 238 casted their votes. So now we are on the rounds, and we are. And one thing I noticed about the sorting was people took the ballot papers, but they didn't vote. We've seen about, even as of now, they are sorting. We've not done the sorting finish, but about 10 people took the ballot paper, but they didn't vote at all. They just took the paper, folded it, and then placed it back into the box. So currently, we are now heading towards to the constituency capital, that is the Banda Ahinkro proper. And you see, in this constituency, it's about 5 people that stood in as the parliamentary people in the sheet. So we have the Joe Dankwa from the NPP. He was the former Middle Belt CEO. We have Paul Nyankumago from JCPP. We have Yeboah Abri from NDP. We have Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. He is from NDC. And then we have Anohini Isaac of the Independent Party. So currently, this is the report that I can make, and we are heading towards the constituency capital, where we can bring you all the collated results.
Right. Let's talk about voter turnout. Reports we have picked from a lot of the constituencies show that it appears voters really didn't go out to vote. And now you are even confirming that for some, they came to pick the ballot papers and decided also not to vote. How is it like in Sunyani?
Yes, so the voter turnout here, I would say, is impressive because in the previous elections, you could get about 70% turnout. But this, I interviewed the ECC director for the constituency this afternoon, and he was telling me that wherever that he is gone, he could see the turnout to be great today. Because he said as at 12 to 2 p.m. that he went on rounds, he could see there's about 88% turnout. So before the fact, he's of the view that they could get not less than 90% turnout. But here that I came, that is the Bongase Health Center, I could see they having about 80% turnout here.
Very much. We are grateful to you, Arthur. We're hoping that as you get to the capital, we can connect, and then also once counting begins, we can pick live updates. We are most grateful. Okay, so our brother Arthur there from the Bono region giving us all the update. Bono region update in the idea banana yenu abema Arthur maye who say a honor there in terms of turnout no e was ro papa say na wachere mu no per figures ni percentages the abana. Ye ne kasa no banda polling station ba ko uraye e no see horse no abana there ya to awie aye kasa EC officials are started sorting out. Now sorting out ni omo ye ne say womu yi president candidate bia de eguba faako omo boa ni nyina no faako bia ne de ewia MPs no so ya the same ansa na ya she counting no so asienti ye be count ya ye fa John Mahama de na Dr. Baobia de eye na nakwa mebedi ako alanchira ye fa ba ko a ni start kind of one baby aye dui eho na ye wo nti ye so ye try say ye correspondence aye ni omu di nkomo ni nyina no ye be come ho one by one na sa reports nyina ewo ho no ye de aba enwumrei ni aye kan ne say e ya adwobre o ma o ye mo nhihyew ewo mu say ya tetete ba ko mienu bi a enko yie de but wo hwe na generally dia e fine. Okay, so constituency ba ko afiti anape maka omo ho asem saa no e Lejokuku constituency ho na honorable Okobo any honorable Benjamin Ayiku ewo Teshi ho no mo baabi yenua be ma Daniel Nuama ewo ho yenko no ho na yen pick a report. Danny, good evening.
Good evening, Mante.
Yes, na Danny Lejokuku hot is saying
since I'm in the Church of Pentecost Penny Teshi police station A and B.
Now hot is saying voting awie or my way voting no ama
I'm very voting now as I'm talking to you now almost sorted presidential and parliamentary B for an sorted presidential and A for an sorted parliamentary. Now I'm the B for no more community come I can't come with the parliamentary in sorting.
And yeah, shade him say ABI the county never shall see a war but Osha mood there were horses here now at say Lejokuku ya na counting time no na amount for tensions no cost ro kakra a hot saying
okay you know can say police force with motu bear for about police station ha and say yeah see about IGP abaso security wise you know as the tensions were and there's what people a lot of people on the ground. As I'm talking to you now, we have about 5 policemen in the police station. 4 but about a year, I think there's nothing like that. Maybe I got to come at
This is a constituency Yenim say a very close race between the two major political parties, especially about MP level now. On the ground as at now, signals ben I will pick a fee. One more bass, one more be observe. A man for Kasa, almost started bomb candidates now.
As you know, so far, no, like I said, but I'm kind of parliamentary, you know. They did not start it possible because they be a more kind of anyone. They can see. We don't have a standing by and Moshe don't say. Almost the barricade we not see on the almost kind of say we come away and I say come away. Before our friend, now he said, police station B, no, honorable like you, nobody was so aggressive on our way. But it's an early days yet. You need to make sure other police. Who is leading and who is.
Okay, into sorting out and almost share quantity now, need the end of doors, but almost share down starting counting.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Now,
All right.
police station A now. Challenge the common and say, and say, Omoya verification. No, Nipa Bako machine number verify. Into Abana Bosu 1. That's in the normal verification. It is a verified vote here 370. Yenya -1. Our paper. Party agency in Nigeria to say, they write a document, they've come in agreement to what has happened. Not condition, so far that's what's happening right now.
That is great. That is great to know. That is great to know. So when should we expect some counting news?
Oh, when you're maybe a few minutes.
Martin. Counting and kasa you have a feel. It is a counting. You do not. You bet me abe omate 1, 2, 3 Libya. We'll be very glad. We'll be very glad. Yo, Daniel Nyama enono wo Lejokuku constituency. Ye kan Lejokuku a MPs candidates mienu e wo ho a ye betimi abɔ mudin pa na ye Honorable Benjamin Ayiko ye current MP for Lejokuku constituency. Na nia one ne contest no e former MP for Lejokuku a ye current Minister for Health Honorable Oko Boy. Na ade na ye tight to say. We'll wait to see. Daninu my connected bioma updates not beba. So that is Lejokuku for you. The update is that everything is calm, even though it is very, very close. Everything is calm. At the moment, sorting is going on. Sorting out of ballot papers is what is happening across all the polling stations. You were hearing some bit of cheers here and there. The explanation to it is that in the course of the sorting, one candidate appeared to have more. I mean, when you look at the papers, you see, say, acquire the end of the but sometimes papers live in a yanam from an was you. I didn't be pufu, so by you know, back as a who can scan. Also, if you bang a tighter, the way it's different. Into one shall we share a deceiver. But that's what it is from Lejokuku constituency. So sorting is ongoing. Sorting out of ballot papers is what you are seeing on your TV set, and as we speak, that is what is happening at every center where we have voting to have ended. Now, the video you are actually watching is the sorting out here at the Sophia Makion Temple, where the Church of Pentecost general headquarters is located. That's my polling station anyway. Yes, so that's the sorting out. Very, very soon you will see how it turned out, who voted for who and who voted for who. But this is SMT Sophia Makion Temple, the Church of Pentecost headquarters polling station, and it is within the La Dade Kotopong constituency. This is La Dade Kotopong constituency. So we're still bringing you updates, like I said. Between now the updates now near deba any counting, you know, any results, you know, until at this point in the share the results, no, yeah, call grounds near the aba as it is. Who say the figure be out to add out to say yet double verification. I had the verification keke double. The bibia ya kroje into say remain with us. You were live on Facebook, Pent TV GH, and sorry, the Church of Pentecost. We know Kase so DSTV channel 367, Go TV channel 214, Pent Radio. So yeah, Bremo updates if you want. All right, we are sorting out, and very, very soon we're going to give you all these updates. So let me help you understand a few other things. From La Dade Kotopong constituency. Baby, you are seeing right now the Church of Pentecost headquarters. It's about La Dade Kotopong constituency. I can take you through a bit of the MPs, just like I told you about the Lejokuku constituency. Now, La Dade Kotopong, mostly they have leaned towards the NDC about the presidential, but about parliamentary now, SSAPA 1992 say no National Convention Party ni Amokote and Awobeye MP 1996 na NDC FI Sylvester Mensah Mobekai Sylvester Mensah 2000 Godfred Okonai and FI Brad na ya papa John Ajekum Kofo so eje penny na ono so etimi gina ma MPP winning presidential no ono no representing NPP. After that no 2004, 2008, 2012, Binyana, NDC, FI, Ewala, Dade Kotopong constituency. So, okay, di na mwa lea wano enono wano ni amasa na mwale ono ofa ma NDC 3 years in a row. And the last time I okubiyom in 2016, Olusuma NPP, Vincent Sowa Odotei. Vincent Sowa Odotei no jinama MPP. And Owini. Unfortunately, 2020 elections, you know, NPP for Olusui. MP for you know, but Olusu 2020. Emma Rita na Odole Sowa NDC and Owini. Until now, Odole and Teso Sesia will 4 years. Now this year, no MPP ama Odotei and Kobi Olusu primaries, no. Into Olusu primaries, no. Wamufa Obifufro Ekoya, Semino Kase, nti ya enyan say His Excellency John Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo pardon me wono ena ne driver baako ena age na odotedo oko as an independent candidate here ka say ono so our ticket ne so as an independent candidate parliamentary ne ewo eye la Dade Kotopon ha nti ye hwe say la Dade Kotopon for edbema NDC retana Odole Sowa ana se won be sese mu akọ MPP ana se won de akoma eye independent candidate eye ade ba akọ a ye hwe nim se ye de ebe brem. All right. Entino yes, Vincent no ono na wini ye eye me kan say o wini ye no wo parliament ema almost sano. Enti that's about that. Yenko ye nim at this point we are still bringing you the updates. We are connecting with our correspondents and as and when we reach out to them, and we'll be able to bring you all the updates. But I need to still keep mentioning that between 5 p.m. and up to about 5:30 to 6, normally what will happen is sorting out. Or share some of the visuals are actually and I say sorting out na we are at this point, candidates need be check normal sign, normal making sure say bibia ako kama answer. Yenko Achimota Central, Yenya Bema Sempa, Ewa Honomo, or also the report to be Ebre. Asempa, Michelle. Yo, na Achimota Central, et saying about one we are now sorting out, we are started counting now.
Okay, and better at the idea. Yapu Abano, every Achimota Central Market. I sent a year, na mpesa cafe no yes center 1 and we do so ya tinkaya and mpesa cafe no ya tinkaya presidential de no na presidential no ya tinkai de dinkai na ura ba ya de na ya kai ewi na ya kai first round a year 100 I efiso e tiny bill na said abano e ko no na tete one ya o se meka be nyina no e 489 na mpesa cafe no Ugusa working Kenya, Abawa will get here a year 4. To get a ballot, Minano a year 4. I put it as the Busua at the entire Yependentia, dear. You're being kind of Yunga Barunia at the Na Sayaka New Year, and a Beko Yunga, John, Zaman Mahama, yes, and I can also. They will say the Rakuti, and some a parliamentary. The better because you must be or Bambo, so I put a Bonibia NC. Na nipa abodon ko ha no enya asamketo akra enti mpete de to bisa e de to kenkan egusu e kenkan a ye hwe se be wie no na ehu nipa we di nka awo center area sama ekoso awo ha no.
All right, Okaikwe North. No, na ye kenkan me te 1 2 3 bi anka ye mi do, but at least you've given us a picture. What say amount for baby ayedin? Is it that they are tensed or they want to handle everything?
The campaign into Odia Atena Subina, or better with you, said that can not to the wood you make him over. It is the Odia can have on a boa, or better with you, said that can airport. It is a year, a 1 2 3 airport. Odia crowd, so this year, I will send a party, and I think in our side, you've been.
All right, maybe the last thing, voter turnout in some constituencies and Sheda are satisfying. Can't quit not, baby. I was see Achimota Central Market and it's saying.
And then voter turnout, I tell you, Papa, and after the popular. And then we say, okay, you can't bet about we're now 177 votes. Our Achimota Central Market 1. 177 votes, and I win our Achimota Central Market 1. And then about time you got the money, Mahama, I am presidential.
Okay. Asempa, we the Mesra now as Sumu, Esan say, I feel now I'm a show the Nasan. Yanko baby, they are almost done. You be connected with you again. I'm sure we'll pick it up by then. Ubenya figures na my yes, and na yemfa pictures na Emra. Counting 38. Is ongoing.
39. 40.
Niawushe
41.
Lejokuku
42.
Constituency.
43. 44.
No, we La Dade Kotopon, rather La Dade Kotopon constituency. All right.
47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. Okay, so after you recount it, so 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76. 76. Okay. Mana those here? You should count it again. Okay. Ofana wankana yuko. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76.
watching counting ongoing at the Church of Pentecost General Headquarters, Sofa Makion Temple. You were hearing the counting. I will try and connect again and probably pick the wrap-up from there. Counting has started at some of the polling centers. And then so as and when we get the feed, as and when we connect with our reporters, we'll bring it up. It's back. Let's go and find out what is happening at
21.
SMT in Ladade Kotoko.
22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103.
Independence.
Time. But yeah, county PHM. Fanu Abe David Aneti 0. I'm going to one county Vincent Sowa Odute Obama Power 7. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. Okay.
All right, so that was the results for the presidential and parliamentary election at the Church of Pentecost headquarters last center. And after everything, NDC had 121 for the presidential, whereas the NPP had 69. Alan, the Butterfly Movement, had 2, of the votes cast. And for parliamentary, NPP had 76, NDC's Brita Odolesewa had 103, and Vincent Sowa, the independent candidate, had 11. I'll take it again. For presidential, NDC had a total of 121, the NPP had 69, and Alan Tremante had 2. For parliamentary, NPP had 76, NDC had 103, and the independent candidate, Vincent Sowa, had 11. So that is the results for the Church of Pentecost headquarters, Center. Let me remind you that there are a lot of centers here, and this is just one of them, and this is the results that is coming from there. So we'll go to the other centers and then see how all the parties fared.
Thank you, Sylvia, there. Just like she has confirmed, I mean, can we achieve here into Ladade Kotopon constituency and I call ye na Ladade Kopon. So when say about one polling stations near be bring to way back results are what they are brave. We know a Church of Pentecost headquarters a here SMT sorry down enim ho e ho na a polling station e wo about one ya kenkan nyina na che say ohwe a mienu a wo mudi enim no NDC na NPP na NDC na nya votes no dodo na I'm sure ye ko yenim no ye be san abobo so bioma mamu 100 plus votes na NDC enya ya wo the BT Dr. Baomia e wo SMT polling stations na makan polling stations ne door so into almost call round baby on be do bia results e be few haba ye be hu both presidential and parliamentary or SMT there ye betimi aka say NDC na eko enenim e wo ho eti be ko others no so ne ahwe ne eko basically we will be giving you all the update. For now, our correspondents are moving through. Ladade Kotopon is one area we're focusing on, but we'll be crossing over to other constituencies as well. We spoke with Daniel Nyama earlier at Lejokuku, so once we connect with him, we'll definitely go there. We'll go to the Ashanti region also and bring the figures from there. The Volta region friends are also there. We'll bring the figures. So we are ready to give you all. As we speak, I can say for sure that counting should have started at most places. Counting should have started. This is another way of sorting out. And usually, this is what happens in the sorting out after which counting begins. So stay with us. Don't change the channel because very soon we'll bring you updates from other areas as well. What we need from you is that if you want to go there, it's in the evening. So if you want to go to any of these polling centers, you have to be well. All right. So Simon Hedeka is in Hohoi and he has joined us now. Simon, good evening.
Good evening.
Now tell us in Hohoi what is happening now.
All right. So far so good. Everything is going on well. As 5 p.m. They've ended the vote. And so as I'm talking to you right now, I'm at St. Teresa's police stations where they are doing the counting right now.
But has counting begun?
Is that?
Is the counting ongoing as we speak, or it has ended?
It's ongoing as I'm talking to you right now.
Tell us the mood of the place. Tell us now. Do you have a number of voters coming in to watch?
Yes. There are a lot of people. Actually, if I should see, almost 70% of people come out for the vote, and then yes,
are still back to watch. All right, so we'll stay in touch with you and to find out what the results will be. I was hoping that by now probably you may have one or two of the results, but we'll come back to you in Hohoi because it's of interest. Hohoi constituency is one constituency that is of interest. And so once we get the results from there, we'll definitely come to you. We'll be moving throughout. Senya, Ewutu Senya is one. Cape Coast North is another. Crower constituency is there. Ayawaso West Wogon is there and a couple of others. But as you see, counting is ongoing at almost all the places.
131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139. You on your fine, Biane was Vincent Sowa Odote. Vincent Soa Odote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Rejected ballots. Yeah, rejected one.
All right, so that was it's still counting ongoing in Ladade Kotopon. I wanted to be to specify the polling station, but we'll come back there. Right now, let's go to our brother Peter Bugri, Bia West, and get updates from there. Bia, how are you? Yeah.
Hello, I'm good.
Yeah, Peter. Yes, I know you are in Bia West, but where exactly are you now? Which polling station?
Okay, currently at DCJ
Peter, we are losing you a bit. You may want to reposition yourself so that we can get you loud and clear. Okay. Yeah, Peter.
So voting has ended at the Yamakampanta DCJ check, and out of 6 o'clock, counting has already been finished, and then in the Yamakampanta electoral area, we have 2 polling stations. We have the Yamakampanta DHS and then the DC primary school. And after counting, here are the results for presidential. Total valid votes, total voters were voted to 755, and total votes are 228, and rejected are 1. And this is how it went. For the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he had 28, and NDC, John Dramani Mahama, 199. For the parliamentary, we have only 2 people contesting, which is the NDC and the MPP. And we have Bernard Jebible, MPP, he had 30. And one. So that's how it went at DCJHS. Also, let me just give you a rundown on how it went at DC Primary School, in the electoral area. Total voters were 414, and total voters were 256, and rejected was 7 for the presidential. And this is how it went. The Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the MPP had 28. John Dramani Mahama, 218. GCPP, 2. BPP, 1. The new force, which is Dr. Media, 1. And the rest were all zeros. So that's how it went for the presidential. And the parliamentary, we had Bernard Jebible, 30, Mustafa Amadou Tanku, 224, and rejected ballots were 2. So that's how it went at Yamacham Kanta electoral area.
All right, Peter, thank you so much for your updates. We're hoping that we can get more from you, and then as the polling stations send them to the constituency coalition centers, you can also get us that. We are counting on you.
Sure. So right now, I'm moving on to Yamita. The PVC question, I'll be there in a bit, so you hear from me.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so much, my brother, Peter Bugri from Bia West. He gave you the results. I'm sure you are following the results so far. Well, as we move along, let me mention a few things. You know, Kodio also, they have a couple of observer findings. They made some observations so far. Kodio is a coalition of domestic election observers, and they've been moving around, also observing what is happening here and there. We brought you a part of the press briefing they had, but let me go through one of the key things they have found out is that 90% of the polling stations had the minimum number of election officials as 5. So if you go to most of the polling stations, the minimum number the CODIO picked up are 5 election observers. Also, CODIO says that 98% of all the polling stations, CODIO observers reported seeing roaming and stationed personnel, security personnel. So we can see security personnel around roaming, and also, and I'm wondering why it's 98 and it's not 100%, but at least 98% of them. I'll keep giving you some of these statistics as we move along. 74% of polling stations were equipped with the required number of biometric devices. So out of all the polling stations, 74 of them were equipped with the required number of biometric devices. That means that about 26% did not have the required number of biometric devices. Also, 98% of polling stations were set up to allow voters to mark their ballots in secret. So when it comes to marking your ballot in secret, CODIO reports that about 98% it was covered. Now, let's go back to Asawase. By now, I'm sure we'll have some figures. That is where Honorable Muntaka is. Let's go to Emmanuel Amo again, connect with him. We spoke with him earlier. He gave us the mood and indicated that voting had ended, so they were doing sorting out. Emmanuel, thank you for joining us again.
Yeah, good evening once again.
So tell me where you are now in terms of the polling station.
I'm at Atawase Kenyanko MA Primary School.
Right.
MA Kenyanko Primary School.
Right.
Now, here we have 3 polling stations. Our polling center. Now, like I say, you view movement coming after for presidential.
Good.
Parliamentary, not one after one.
Okay.
And so, a bit back the last day. Now,
all right. Ntinia one for my
presidential, first, NPP 148. 148. Presidential, NPP 148. NDC 141. 141. Then second polling station, NPP presidential 176. 176. NDC 116. 116. For the second polling station. The third one, NPP 153. 153. NDC 130. 130 for presidential. Now, the parliamentary now, one now, NPP, Honorable Manaf, contested on the ticket of NPP, no. He is now having the first polling station 181. 181. And then Muntaka, police NDC 116. 116. Now, what is significant here is that since we started voting here, it's like every day the parliamentary, the NDC always is here. But now the first one that we counted is the Honorable Manaf is leading. But for the presidential, it's like ADM is somehow feeling a little bit than that of Dr. Aumia. So that is the figures that we have. Now from here, I'm going to another polling station, and then that we will have about 6 or 7, and then the figures will come out very soon. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, and the figures if he asawase abreye no. I mean, si subse figures in your correspondence what grants na dey but a provisional. Normally figures it becomes certified by the Electoral Commission. Now, you see a certified results. Once the certified results come out, ube say afi na Pent TV. So yeah, there are 2 screen so figures it's because they are provisional results are on the ground. Party agents sign certify now start a display. So let's take note at the moment we are going around observing the sorting out, the counting, and bringing you the results, provisional results, like I said, very, very important to take note. These are provisional results, and once they are certified by the Electoral Commission and party agents are okay with it, we'll start displaying them on the screens for you. This is our special coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. We're still going round. At the moment, I don't have report yet. I don't have report yet of voting still ongoing anyway, but Sylvia is back, I'm told. Let's go there and pick the news from...
We are still in the Dade Kotopong constituency, and now we are at this center called Doctor Office, CDR Office, La 1. CDR Office, La 1. So it has two centers. There's the CDR Office, La 1, and the CDR Office, La 2. So for the La 1, we realized that the NPP had 28 for the presidential, the CPP had 1, the NDC had 155, New Force had 2, Alan had 2, and they had 2 rejected ballots. For the parliamentary, NPP had 36, the NDC had 139, and Power 7 had 13. Now, we are now at the CDR office, La 2. And for that place, the NPP had 21, the NDC had 199, APC had 1, GCPP had 1. There was a total of 6 rejected ballots and 1 false. So currently, that is the figures we are getting. The parliamentary is still ongoing. They are still trying to sort it out and then count it. And so this is what we have now. Like we said, this is just a pass of luck, and we'll be going around to bring you more results from the Dade Kotopong constituency.
Live Dade Kotopong constituency. These are all provisional results. Very soon, Joshua will join us for details of the report and findings, observation findings from CODIO, and then also we'll try and bring you up to speed with some analysis as these provisional results are coming up. We'll try and match them against what happened last year in such constituencies. But one key thing I took notice of, even though they are provisional from the Asawase results, and you realize Emmanuel also mentioned it, is that there's a clear difference in terms of the presidential and parliamentary. For instance, you realize that Honorable Manaf of the NPP appears to be pulling a lot of votes in at least the few polling stations that Emmanuel put out there. But if you look at the presidential, it appears that it's almost at par between the two main candidates, the NDC candidate and the NPP candidate. Well, it's just like 1, 2, 3 polling stations. They will wait for the entire Asawase constituency and really find out whether it will be a skirt and blouse or it will be for one side. And these are all footages you are seeing. That's one of them. I can see this one looks like the counting is done and the party agents are going through, signing what they have to sign, certifying that they are okay with the result. That looks like a pink sheet for me. My colors are not right. I don't know if the color is pink, kind of, but that's what you see there. And this is what is happening at most of the polling centers this evening. We're going to be bringing you this throughout the night till we are sure that the Electoral Commission has confirmed, certified, and announced all those results for you. I'm sure everyone really wants to know who won at which constituency. We are still connecting with our correspondents and our reporters. Don't worry at all. We will let you know as they happen, as they break through. But at the moment, counting is ongoing. It is ongoing at all the constituencies, all the polling centers, the over 40,000 plus polling centers. Counting is ongoing. And from these polling centers, don't forget, the figures will be transmitted to the constituency collation centers. So our reporters will also move to that side. And once the figures keep coming in and we get a clear shape of who is leading in the constituency level, the MPs, we will definitely bring them all out to you. Remember, we are on Facebook. Feel free and share with us some messages there. I've already seen a couple of messages talking about peace and peace and peace. This is what we want to be hearing. Peace, peace, peace and total peace. So pursue it wherever you are. This is very, very important. Pursue peace wherever you are. Pursue peace wherever you are. But like I said, generally, well, even with the turnout, it appears that from observation so far, it is not widespread. It's in some constituencies, because some other constituencies have reported huge numbers. And so we're believing God that by the time we get a clearer shape in terms of turnout, it will look positive. We are interested in you going out there to vote. Unfortunately, you've lost that opportunity if you did not go. But the voters, Ghana has spoken, and as we sort out, as we count, we will bring you all those figures. This is Pent TV. Don't change the channel. So the results will keep coming through. I will keep bringing them up to you. It's important for me to let you appreciate that at this point, you have to be watching Pent TV. Try and just go to where the reportage is unbiased, where the reportage is fair, where the reportage is balanced, and all that. I told you about the Kodio report that we will bring to you, and we'll want to at least go through a few of them. So Joshua will get ready soon and bring that to us. But the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, they have their own team in all the constituencies, moving around, updating people and all that. And we are going to see how best we can get all their reports ready. As we prepare to do that, like I said, we will still keep going through all the constituencies, all the polling centers, and bring you the results as they happen. It's very, very important. But at least we've seen the Electoral Commission holding a number of presses, and we are expecting them to hold one at 7. I think per their time, they indicated by 7 p.m. there will be another one held. I'm sure by then we'll have some update from the Electoral Commission. Then at 9, I'm told there will be another one. This year, the Electoral Commission is making available this opportunity to address us and to clarify a number of issues. The same with the Ghana Police Service, who are also ensuring that as the issues happen, they address them, they respond in the best way possible. And we really, really appreciate that. As for the political parties, if I were you, for now, we'll allow them some space because at this point, they will all be pushing for their own interests. But at least we know that the police, the EC, and the CODU and the rest are really interested in the national benefit. And so for now, they are those who follow. And that's why you have to be watching Pent TV now. You have to be watching Pent TV. So coalition centers, I'm sure by now, are positioning themselves to receive the reports and the results as they are from the polling stations. And so once we get to the constituency coalition centers, we'll bring those figures all to you. This one is another, I'm sure sorting out is happening at a point. I'm told that Daniel has joined. I'm not so sure Daniel's constituency, but Daniel, if you can hear me, good evening. Hello, Daniel. Okay, it appears we don't have Daniel yet joining us on the line, but we are connecting. At this point, I'm sure all our reporters are hot and busy trying to know what is happening, getting us the figures, getting us the updates as they are. But these are people, I'm not ready. I like the way I'm hey, to most of show how a business started jubilate. But Mr. Ukobia, Opesu jubilate and consa on Crofedim Niama, and no, na shed Crophobia buffoon in Yamosha man for papers. Ya park or I be the sopa, I be the susa. But either way, no, near here, will be called. Na ya kind of boko ama ye kan uhu dia ya kan na bibia ye kama na noa no enti counting no eno na ekoso no ekoso papa na senatie no ebi eno no. Unfortunately, I think we ye nya audio no, but counting ni bia na ekoso wo hi okay amanfo start jubilate kakran na adi yen kan wi e kura no ma start ye montwani yen kan wi e na obi ehu ne ho, but sometimes they are not out of excitement no omo hu numbers na ya park na to say nije wo enije wo kro mesremo ebra results yi ba provisional results yi ba ye twama isi kra certify nyabotre o enije bi abeji a wo de owura bedroom a wadwe ni wo ho enkonkonko sere nkyere obi a enkonka nkyere obi a se wehu se be ka kyerɛ o saa niama no ema akoma kosoro kyena ebekwa asɔre akɔda nyame ase na yada na ase sɛ wetimi ama yato abana na bibia akwa asomdwe. Between now and 12 o'clock, last days are really very dangerous. Inti eyana very, very important. All right. Eyana ha drink kakra. Inti monhwe na ye make sure say and also no ebeboa ye na bibia akokama. Me hwe say provisional results bia ye hwe say aba, but ebedua yebema mohu. At the moment no say my name said where provisional results are a fee the Church of Pentecost Penny Polling Station A. The Church of Pentecost Penny Polling Station A. Hono Presidential no John Dramani Mahama enya 222 votes. Afi Dr. Baumia enya 92 votes. Gum enya bibia Nana Kwame Bedi Akwa Yenim as Cheddar enya 4 votes. Alan Chremantin enya 2 votes. And I rejected ballots no and I say papers na I reject ya anko yin and also ekoye 4. Inti and the Church of Pentecost Penning Polling Station A Presidential JDM 22 Baumia 92 Gum 0 Cheddar 4 Alan 2 rejected 4 and no a provisional results. Daniel Asan Abaline this will be ominti yanko Daniel Ho na yentimi emfa Daniel. Daniel, good evening.
Good evening, Danny.
Yes, na I have report in our
this year I may walk at the park or situation at Santaman.
Any my reporter at the end come can you results net to saying and I say muguso kind.
All right, but I think you know at the back of the Baby and at the park town. At the park of the one. Yeah, who do the provisional result and that police station the fact here evidence at the park Old Town 1, the park Old Town 1, Presidential, the MPP, Dr. Alhaji Wambao, 87, the NDC, the former president, John Dramani Mahama, in a 58, 58, and the new force, and also original rejected ballot, 3, rejected ballot, 3. Number of registered voters, 291. And after the number of voters, 154. I think of people at the Old Town Apostolic State, at the Old Town Apostolic State, also presidential, the NPP, they're not Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia, 243, and after the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, 66, and after and Alan now 1. Rejected AF5, rejected AF5. Number of registered voters for Ashoka Old Town for State. I want to make sure 457. And a number of voters, if I need to be cut to a banner 3, 2, 3. Now, they call parliamentary. Honorable Patricia Appiaje, for the NPP, when you have 2 3, and after so NDC, Honorable Amokane, and it's in 82, rejected,
rejected. I know I Astropa Ota Apostolic Church. So this year is I don't know. I can have Astropa Ota Apostolic Church B. Astropa Ota Apostolic Church B. And also honorable governor Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia for the NPP in 227. In 227. And after so John Dramani Mahama for the NDC is in 86. Said that in 2. Alan maybe one after rejected I say what number of registered voters are 457. 457. And a number of voters home to take up from 317. 317. Parliamentary, no, honorable Patricia Pierre for the NPP in 225. 225. And after honorable Amos Kamel for the NDC in 88. 88. So a provisional result. It's at the old time apostolic church. I know, and the result as you see, I am old time. I think I can go to
Yo, Daniel, yeah, that's it. But that's Daniel for you giving us some updates from Asqua. We are still at the polling station level, so you may not have a clear picture of what the constituency shape is like, but it's important for us to understand that these are provisional results. Joshua is here. Let me just welcome him, but we'll go to Osu first, and then we'll go back to Joshua again for that. But Joshua, you're welcome.
Thank you, Danny.
And I'm sure you are ready to give us some updates.
Yes, we are ready.
You are called Mr. Analyst.
Interesting.
Anyway,
yeah.
So Joshua, let's quickly go to Osu and connect with our colleagues there. I'm told that they are in Osu. I want to believe that it's probably still within the Ladade-Kotopon constituency, or whether it has entered Korle Klottey. We are yet to find out. So, Augustine, I don't know if you can hear me. If we have Osu, can we put them on?
Let's finish one first.
Okay, so this is Osu for you. We'll get Sylvia to confirm where exactly in Osu she is. But at least for now, this is Osu. We'll confirm because, you know, there's a boundary line into Ladade-Kotopon or getting into Osu Klottey. We'll find out. But these are pictures from Osu now, and it's one polling station. I'm sure once Sylvia gets all the figures, she'll bring them to us, and we'll be able to update you properly. I want to believe counting has ended because I don't see them counting anything. So let me come back to you, Joshua. Once we get the signals, we'll go back to Sylvia for it. So what do you have for us, Joshua?
Well, Danny, you know that apart from polling station agents of the political parties and the electoral officers, election observers play a key role in the electoral process. And one of such observers is CODEO, the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers. Now, after their observation of tonight's post or today's post, they have come out with a report, and that is what you see on the screens. Now it says 2024 election CODEO observation findings. Now, like we know, the total registered voters on the 2024 voters register is 18,774,159. That is the total number of registered voters, and you can find that at the top left corner of your screen. And so the total number of polling stations across Ghana is 40,647. That is across Ghana, according to the CODEO report. And this can be confirmed from the Electoral Commission. Now, special voting took place in 328 polling stations across Ghana. And so that is what is forming their report. You know, the special voting took place earlier before and so the observation you should know is from the special voting and then to today. Now, this is what they say. Opening of polls by 7:15 a.m. across the country. And so you see the map of Ghana, all the regions scattered there, and the time, the percentage of polling stations that open before us at 7:15 a.m. And so up here you have Upper West starting at 62%. And so 62% of all the polling stations in the Upper West region opened by 7:15 a.m. Then in Upper East, 66%. It is quite impressive. I mean, 66%, 62%, quite impressive figures. Now in the Savannah region, 61% of all polling stations in the Savannah region had opened or had started polling, had started operating before by 7:15 a.m. Now in the Northeast as 53%. Then we go to the Bono. If I am not mistaken, Bono and Ahafo, okay, they had the highest percentage. And so Bono started at 80%. And so as at 7:15 a.m., when we counted all polling stations in the Bono region, 80% of them had started polling at 7:15 a.m. And that is quite good. Now, in Ahafo region, 80% as well. And so both of them are matching. Now, in the Bono region, they are a little behind Ahafo and Bono East, 79%, just a percentage behind. And then when you go to the northern region, unfortunately, only 48% had started. Yes, and so we might have to go there and find out why this is so. Because, I mean, while some people are doing 80%, 62%, 70s, why is the northern region doing only 48%? That's at 7:15. What might have happened? Is it a delay in ballot boxes? What might have even caused that? So we can go there and look at that. And then when you come to the OT region, it was 50% as at 7:15 a.m. When you counted all polling stations in the OT region, 50% of them had started operation. And in the Ashanti region, it was 73%, Eastern region, 58%, Western North, 68%, Western region had 65%, the Central region had 79%, and Greater Accra region, where we find ourselves, had 55%. Then the Volta region had 74%. Now, there are some polling station statistics at the bottom right. Let me underline this. So let me use a different color so we can all appreciate it. Now, the bottom right, okay, this is a lighter dark. It says 1,499 of the 1,500 polling stations reporting by 11 a.m. In total, 1,499 out of the 1,500 polling stations were reporting by 11 a.m. And so this is something we can further probe as we go on. Yes.
Greater Accra, for instance, is a curious case.
Yes.
You know, when you're giving out the figures, I started thinking, okay, maybe was it logistical problems? Then I remembered Volta region,
yes,
and Western, because they had their ballot papers recalled at a point and all that. So when I saw Volta, I said, okay, maybe that could be the reason. But I went to Western and I saw 68, 65. I said, okay, that could be the reason. But Greater Accra, the EC headquarters is in Greater Accra, so I don't want to believe it is an issue of delay of logistics. But like you are saying, maybe we need to probe further and find out why we couldn't start at 7.
Yes, because we didn't hear of any of such reports so much, except maybe in the cases of Ladadiko, Topon, and some other places. And so we would have to probe and find out. So we go to the next observation of Kodeyu, and it says that it still gives us our statistics, and it says 90% of polling stations had the minimum number of election officers. That is 5. And so out of the 1,499 out of 1,500 polling stations reporting by 11 a.m. So this one will repeat, and so we wouldn't. Now let's focus on this. It says 90% of the polling stations had the minimum number of election officials, and so that is 5. And so we know that we have the presiding officer, we have the verification officer, we have the name reference officer, and all those things. So 5 of them are supposed to be at every polling station. Now, it says 90% of all the polling stations in Ghana had all 5 officials present. Now, Mante, it might interest you. I have engaged in such of the electoral processes before, and something interesting happened. On the day of election, when we were supposed to act as electoral officers, one of the electoral officers didn't show up, didn't answer, wasn't answering calls, didn't give any reason. You called the phone, initially it was going through, but later it didn't go through. So it means that EC might have witnessed all those things, taking them into account, because 90% is such a huge number. I mean, it is a pass mark. And so if you had 90% of 5 officials who were supposed to be present, actually present, then I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing that must be applauded.
Right.
And so we can move to the next statistic if you don't have anything to
no, I was just thinking of the implications, like in your case.
Yes.
Good. Quickly, we had to look for someone, or someone had to play a double role.
So someone had to play a double role. That was what actually happened. And so, but unfortunately, scan so on from mouth. So that is it. And so let's move on to the next statistics. And this one, it says 74% of polling stations were equipped with a required number of biometric devices. However, 26% of polling stations had only one biometric device. And so we know that the biometric devices are supposed to be at least 2 at the polling stations. And so it says 74% of the polling stations were equipped with the required number, that's 2. And so when you counted all the polling stations in Ghana, they're supposed to have 2, and 74% of them had all the 2. However, 26% of them didn't have.
I'm worried because the point is we want a free and fair, transparent. We want to make sure that the Electoral Commission, I'm sure, prepared a budget.
Yes.
Is it that the budget accommodated for such polling stations 1? Because if you are preparing a budget for 2,
yes,
for all, what will happen such that in some polling stations it was just a matter of 1? Is it that they had 2 but 1 developed a fault or not? Otherwise, I don't think it will be fair for those who had 1. Because you will give us limited gadgets to work with. That kind of thing. So, is it intentional? Is it that they had 2 but but it's good that Kodio is making us aware of some of these things. I think moving forward we'll probe further and find out, because media was media.
Sure. And these are some of the things that cause the confusions in the polling stations and all that. Because yes, you are supposed to give us 2. It means that voting will delay because verification must go on before we vote. And so if some of these, I believe that we can go to Kodeo and even the EC in the later future and find out what accounted for this. So we can move on to the next observation by Kodeo. And it says that at 98% of polling stations, Kodeo observers reported seeing roaming and station security personnel. I mean, we cannot underestimate the fact that security has been top-notch during this.
It should have been 100%, but it's good. It's good.
Yes, there were a couple of breaches, so I mean, it is understandable that it's at 98%. But I mean, even before the elections, the preparations, the IGP's briefings with the media and all the engagement, there were clear structures which were made known to the people of Ghana through the media, and there were engagements. I mean, the IGP says that as far back as 2021, after the 2020 election, they went back to the drawing board and planned out, the Election Security Task Force planned out what they must do in the 2024 general election so that the cases we had in the 2020 general elections do not happen. So if they get 98%, I believe it is commendable. They deserve it. They deserve it. Now, if we move on, and let's note something, that this is usually out of 1,499 of the polling stations, out of 1,500 polling stations. So I think it is something worth noting. We can move to our next observation, which is that 66% of polling stations opened by 7:15 a.m. 66% of the polling stations opened by 7:15 a.m. Well, 66, Mante, what do you think about that?
Well, still not encouraging. If everyone had their gadgets right, I don't see why we shouldn't have been able to start at 7. It's interesting, this observation, because when we called a lot of our correspondents, they were reporting an early start at 7. A lot of them had started, but I must say that we may not have covered a lot. So this gives us a true reflection, really, of what is on the ground in terms of the number of the 40,647 polling stations. But 66, next time let's do better.
Sure.
But it's not too late though. 15 minutes is cool. It's understandable. But next time let's push it to 7.5, and then I'll push it to 7.
Yes, and maybe the distances between some of the polling stations could also factor in. And so maybe by the time the electoral materials got to the polling station, then it might be too late for them to do all the sorting and the starting.
But we can hit 75.
Probably we can.
But it's all good.
It is doable.
Good. Yeah.
I will not be tempted to say the other one. All right, so we will move on and go to, it says 400 trained accredited non-partisan observers to fulfill this intention. And so they are telling us which people undertook this observation for Kodeo. It says 4,000 trained accredited non-partisan observers to fulfill this intention. Now, 3,401 rapid response observers stationed randomly in selected polling stations, whilst 1,500 parallel vote tabulation (PVT) observers deployed to nationally representative sample of polling stations. And so this is Kodeo telling us the people, the resources they used in getting us these figures.
They have done well.
Yes,
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 It's good.
yes.
It's good. They should keep doing it.
And I believe such observers help us in our electoral processes.
Course,
yes.
it adds credibility to what we are doing.
Sure.
This morning, JB was asking the legal, implications of most of the declarations they make, most of these findings and all. But I think all these facts go to enrich what we are doing. Well, these are people outside. What they say really may not force you to do something, but most of the time, I believe that it goes to add some credibility to your act, and it puts you into a certain line. Yeah, and that is good. All right, so I'm told that Josephine is on the line. Joshua, let's cut you. Pick Josephine. As of now, whilst we are analyzing, we'll be cutting through here and there. Josephine, good evening. Hello, Josephine, good evening. Josephine, can you hear me? What do you mean, can? Yo. That Josephine, I have a now CCA. Okay, police station, bang.
There was electoral area, and there was teachers experimental and the now, presidential and the 606 and about that so about not hence any India. Now, can kind and not the other woman or a back. Okay. Now, MPP form any more a house, and 97, I had new and your no answer. The bank independent candidates on independent DNA, that is 6. And a CPP in a Banubuako. LCG and so in a Bubuako. Now, young show parliamentary and so send almost some about one a year. 606 now almost so, rejected a me after MPP form in 331. That is Sane Ebia Sabako. And NDC in 272. I have no any Ebia in my here. One more account, okay, I say, yeah, Basabasa, Ebia, and Nebra, one more kind, and so they are there, Bambo, a dinner, so an education of or more how came had there, apart from media, any of I'm not sure one more would be on the room, Basabasa, Ebia. Abahensia, I had the action time. I got to I can say, Nina, about him, our Chamota, a home back of a Bibia, a boom, a castle not constituency, Diano, and here one more than say, let's share there at Chamota for now, maybe PM or Hobia, there are from your help for.
Yo, Messer, no see polling station, this will be your mama, man.
Next, I'm about presidential and here.
Oh, polling station, they didn't kakana here.
Okay, okay, not constituency, and now woman electoral area.
Okay. All right, me that's it. All right, Josephine, ain't it? Bohomode na visit kakraka ho. Na fe ye ko constituency level no coalition center no so akọ ho. Any be hu ni obedi nkunim. Nyame nhyira. That was Josephine Okankwid North Anamoma Edini yeah but here kono once you started display between your dini ye wa we check your screen so these are provisional results. We'll bring them out. Now the woman say Okankwid North polling station back there Josephine Diaban or say 606 ballots in the casting, and out of that, NPP presidential only 300 votes. NDC had 297. Let me just rest it on these two. For the parliamentary, NPP candidate had 331, and NDC had 272. So later, I'm sure I'll come to you, Joshua, and some of these figures, we'll start looking at them. But just one trend I've picked with the few we have had, about 10 of the numbers we have given out so far, is that you don't have the same number of people who voted for a certain party's candidate voting for the same party's candidate at the parliamentary level. It's a trend I'm seeing. It's either one side is higher than the other. Later on, we'll start looking at these things. So Isaac Owusu earlier in the day reported from Menchia. I don't know where he is, but let's go back to Isaac. Isaac, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Na sisi amino kase Owusu wa Menchia hifa poti na wo.
Sisi because of me no kasa sisi ne wo Menchia South. Sisi kasa amino kase.
Police station bang.
Okay, me wo Menchia South which is Menchia Police inside. Menchia Police Police Station 1, right out to Tame. Police Station 2 there were 3 there were.
Okay.
And so there were.
Okay. And yeah, young queen, young say figures about Menchiano at the saying.
Okay. So the so by Menchia Police, I'm the police station na what to do the Mizaka 4. Now 4 no Menchia Police Station 1 no presidential no MPP 253 253 NDT 253, NDC 29, NDC 29, Alan Chematin 2, Alan 2, and 5 and so yeah, rejected ballots. And total vote cast, our police station 1 no, 289. So by Messiah Police Police Station 2 presidential no NPT 184, 184, NDC 2020, and no more can 0. Total vote cast 204, 204 total vote cast. And that's all about Messiah Palace Polling Station 3, presidential NPT 172. NPP 172, NDC 34, NDC 34, and yet, Sada, in your 4, Sada in your 4, Alan in your 3, and a 2, a year rejected ballots, and a total vote cast, no, a year 213, 213. So, Oba Menchia Palace Fire Service Polling Station, and also no presidential. NPT 114, NPT 114, NDC 51, NDC 51, Chada 5, Alan 2, total vote cast 172, total vote cast near 172. That's all about parliamentary no and so parliamentary. Messiah Palace Polling Station 1, NPT 257, 257, NDC 29, NDC 29, LPG. Enya 2 because I know me nipa me sana contested for parliamentary no. And as over Messiah Palace Police Station 2 parliamentary no NPT enya 174, NPT 174, NDC 27. NDC now 27, and now LPG 1. So about Messiah Palace Police Station 3 parliamentary no NDC now 184, 184, NDC 28, and now LPG now 1, and now 1 rejected ballots. And that's all about Messiah Palace Fire Service Polling Station now. Parliamentary no NPT enya 119, 119, NDC now 51, and LPG enya 0. So the over Menchia South so far police station amisa akano 4. umuguso mu ekan ya kan ntino ye be kan yensa ebia no so me ban kame Pent TV for any for.
All right. Isaac, you better say thank you so much. That was Isaac giving us some updates from Menchia constituency. He gave us, this is around the palace area. In polling stations, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Polling station 1, 253 for the presidential NPP, and then 29 for NDC. For the parliamentary is 257 for NPP and 29 again for NDC. Polling station 2, 184 for NPP presidential and 20 for NDC presidential. Then parliamentary 174 for NPP and 27 for NDC. Polling station 3, 172 for NPP. I missed the NDC though, but at the presidential, 184 for NPP and 28 for NDC. Then the final one, fire service polling station within the Menchia Palace area, 114 for NPP, and that is for presidential, and then 51 NDC presidential, then 119 parliamentary for NPP, and 1 for the NDC. That's about that so far. These are provisional results as we have received them from our correspondent Isaac. So we'll keep updating you, and like I said, once they are certified, we'll also provide them on our screen. So these numbers, as they come, when you miss them, don't worry, just follow our screens and the information we are putting out there. But again, these are early days yet. Our reps will get to the collation centers, and then we can get a clearer picture of what the figures are within the constituency. Let's go back to Mr. Analyst and see what Joshua.
Yes, Governor, there's one more thing here.
Okay.
But before I go there,
right,
I think something interesting is happening from the results that our correspondents have given us so far. I know most of the times when you repeat them, you repeat the NDC and the MPP. But there's the Nana Kwame Bediako factor.
Yes.
I think he's pulling even more than Alan Chermantin.
I'm surprised in the Ashanti region he's doing better than Alan so far, what we have seen.
Yes, and so I think we would have to monitor that trend.
Yes. Oh, definitely.
Yes. Possibly he would become the third force.
He will become a third
and
force.
not the new force.
Third force.
Yes.
Third force.
Yes. And so we want to look at the last thing on the Kodio report. And it says that 6% of the polling stations were not accessible to persons with disabilities and the elderly.
Oh,
and
6%.
6%.
I was worried about this. It was one thing I kept talking about when we started picking up the reports. Because our reps were saying they were not recording the presence of such persons, except for 1 or 2 places. So I was very worried that is it that the place is not accessible, so our persons with disability individuals decided not to. So it's good to know that the percentage is just about 6%. It's really, really good to know that.
Yes. But I think there's still room for improvement.
Yeah,
I mean,
course,
we have to be all things to all people. We have to make sure that these people are factored in. Beyond the people with disability and elderly, I think the pregnant women and all those things. I believe there was some form of misunderstanding during one of our reportages because of this particular issue where an elderly person was complaining that
you had an issue like that.
Yes, and so I believe that this thing can also be looked at, so we improve. Just like you said, we could have gotten 70% for the turn-up and all that. We can get 100% for here. yes, Monty.
All right.
So that will be all for the Kodio observation. And so I believe that as and when the report keep coming in, we will go there. I believe we can also speak to Kodio later, and then they would better give us the dynamics. These are statistics. These are what they have observed on the surface. What went into the details of establishing the 6% and all those things. I think we can look at that.
Certainly.
Yes.
Certainly.
Yes.
In the meantime, there are a few other provisional results. Let me share a bit of them and then pick Mr. Analyst's view on it. So this one is a Sunafo South constituency, Kukrum Ahafo region, PBC polling station. Total registered voters 579. Vote cast was 434. Presidential, this is what NPP had. NPP had 285. CPP 1. NDC 143. Independent 1. Rejected 2. Parliamentary NPP 288. NDC 144, rejected 1. One refused to collect the paper, so he did not vote with the parliamentary at all. This is for a Sunafo South constituency, one polling station called the PBC polling station. I'm told that we have Simon, our other Simon in Boko. He's been giving us a lot of updates from Boko. Let's go to Boko and find out also what is happening in Boko. Simon, good evening.
Sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Tell me, how is Boko now? Are the results in?
So far, I have been to Palweda Community Center Police Station A, and this NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, had 1 vote, and NDC, John Dramani had 196 votes. The total vote cast is 197. And total register is 465. No spoiled ballot, no rejected ballot. We go to Vondaven police station. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 0 votes. John Dramani Mama had 270 votes. And total vote cast is 270. No rejected, no spoiled vote. We went to Palweda police station B. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia of the MPP had 2 votes. John Dramani Mama of the NDC had 183 votes. Hassan Ayarga of the APC had 1 vote. So we went to Nujumu. And then in Nujumu, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 131 votes. And CPP, 2 votes. John Dramani Mama had 71 votes. Rejected 2. Parliamentary for Nujumu. MPP, Paul Abobre at 58. Mama of the NDC at 80. Rejected ballot 53. For spoiled ballot 4. So far, I'm at the polling center waiting for most of the polling stations to bring results.
My brother Simon, he's at the Boko Coalition Center bringing us the figures, and once they come, we'll get a clearer picture of what Boko looks like, whether blue or green. Meanwhile, you are seeing footages. These are a few interactions happening at some of the polling stations. These things happen, 1 or 2 misunderstandings, but at the end of the day, we get a general picture and we are clear. So counting is still going on. Let me bring you a few figures. Let me come back to Ladadeko, let me go to Lejokuku constituency, the Church of Pentecost Penny Police Station B, Okoboy 123, that is NPP. Ben Ayiku Kwashi, NDC 173, CPP 1, NDP 1, Independent Candidate 1, rejected 2. Now, the same polling station for presidential, JDM 210, Baumia 83, Alan 4, Cheddar 4, and then rejected 0. Then we go to Ayawasto West Wogon, CSIR Station A, Presidential, NPP 91, NDC 146. This is Ayawaso West Wogon. Now, NF2 rejected 1. In the parliamentary, NPP 102. NDC 137 rejected 1. Now, CSIR Station B, Presidential, NPP 89, NDC 110 rejected 1. In the parliamentary, NPP 110, NDC 91, Independent 1. This one is from Botiano English Yamanfro constituency. And this is Barbara International School top-down polling station. Presidential, 461 NPP, NDC 626, independent candidate 13, GUM 1, CPP 2, rejected 12. Total votes cast is 1,117. For parliamentary, NPP 481, NDC 630, rejected 4. Valid vote cast is 1,115. Let me finish off with Ablekuma West constituency, Christian homeschool station. There are quite a number of the polling stations. Maybe I'll share that with you, Joshua. You may probably want to pick that with me. Yes, please.
I want us to look at something here.
Right.
Now, we've promised that we are going to bring every single analysis, every single detail that is relevant for this election. And so when you go to our Pent TV page, pentvonline.com, you would find out that we are providing you live updates of the presidential election. We will have the parliamentary as and when it comes in. And so just go to our page, pentvonline.com, pentvonline.com, and this is what you see, the interface you see. Now, if you scroll up and you check your right-hand side, you realize that both presidential candidates are there. His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia, Doctor, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Let me pull this up a bit so we can see. And then, so these are the live votes that have come in now. Here you can find the details here. You can also go up here now. Check our browser, home. 2024 elections, news and all that. So the most important thing for us now is the 2024 elections. That's right. And then when you scroll up, you see the presidential elections there now. As of now, per figures we have collated, and these we should say are provisional results. And so His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has garnered 6,692 votes. 6,692 votes, representing 40.58% of the votes we have collated now. That is so the total vote that we have collated now is 16,490. 16,490. And out of that, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has gotten 6,692, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has gotten 9,797 votes. Early days yet.
Yes, but these are just what we have received so far, isn't it?
Yes.
We know that we'll be receiving the midnight, even sometimes tomorrow morning and the rest. But so far, what we have, this is how it looks like. So you can also be following Pent TV online.com, and I'm sure you'll be seeing whether we are going blue or green. The votes, I can tell you what we have here is just 16,000 plus votes. It's not even up to 16,500, and you know the number of votes we are expecting. So please, these are early days. Early days. We are talking about millions of votes.
I mean, 8 million, over 8 million.
Not even 5, not even 10, maybe 10, but at least not 5 million. And we have just 16,000. We knew 20,000. And again, these are provisional results. These are provisional results. Thank you so much. So let me share these ones from Ablekuma West constituency, Christian homeschool station. Now, polling station A, presidential votes. The total vote cast 458. We have NPP 263, NDC 179, New Force 4, Alan 4, GCPP 1. In the parliamentary, NPP 283, NDC 175, and rejected 2. Move to presidential polling station B. What you get is 211 votes. NPP 111, NDC 94, rejected 1, APC 1, and TNF 2. Parliamentary, NPP 114 and NDC 94. Let's go to the polling station D, and that will be it for the Ablekuma West constituency Christian home polling stations. Now, polling station D has 229 vote cast, NPP 112, NDC 108, NF 8, and Alan, that's the New Force 8, and Alan Tremantin 1. Parliamentary, NPP 118, NDC 113. So far, these are a few provisional results we have coming in. And like I said, we have just shared about 16,000, less than 16,500 of the votes, the results we have received in terms of votes. Please don't get ahead of yourself. Wait, cry again, and let the Electoral Commission confirm. Now we see the Electoral Commission already up, and they have indicated that they will keep giving us process. Once we get the feed and everything is active, we will definitely go there. But Joshua,
yes,
the figures are coming
yes.
in.
So,
are you observing any?
Yes. So something interesting I observed in the area was West Vugon that you called out, and that's CSIR Station A. So the CSIR Station B. Let's go to the Station B.
I'm sorry, but I'm interested also in Ayawaso West
yes.
Vugon. We'll come there.
Sure.
John Dumelo and Lydia
yes.
will come there. But let's go and bring you a EC updates media on election. They told us they'll be giving us all the updates. It's past 7 now, 7:09. So let's pick the Electoral Commission.
At 750, and then the increase of polling stations throughout the country. In 2020, we had 38,622 polling stations, and this was increased this year to 40,648, a difference of 2,026 polling stations. So the usual congestion at the polling stations were reduced drastically. The process has been very peaceful, with the exception of 1 or 2 pockets of violence, which unfortunately resulted in the death of 1 person. It is unfortunate this should not have happened. Whilst you mourn with the bereaved family, we want to put it on record that this unfortunate act did not occur due to an action or inaction on the part of the Electoral Commission. Our staff, we appreciate them so much for the good work done, for the show of high level of professionalism. The agents have also cooperated well, but we continue to urge them to do so throughout the collation exercises up to the final declaration of the results. Media has also done your job greatly in a very professional manner, and we appreciate that. You help us to unearth fraud practices, which is very good. But we want to continue to work professionally and also urge you to always, I want to emphasize, ensure that the results you declare is the same as the results you announce is the same as what the Electoral Commission has declared. So kindly, all the time, before you put your results in the public domain, kindly cross-check with the Electoral Commission. Our call center is there, our website is there, and anytime, any moment you call, we will respond to you and then give you the needed information. We are so grateful for you, and we wish you to continue to be with us throughout the exercise until we have declared finally the winners of this election. Thank you very much.
At this point, we would like to invite 5 questions as usual. If you have a question, may I see your hand? Thank you very much. My name is Elton Broby. I work with Joy News. You reference what possibly could be a high voter turnout. Are you able to put a figure to it? Because the result we are seeing, or the figures we are seeing, rather suggest a low voter turnout. And is there any update on the Atebubu or Kintampo South, temporary employee of the EC that was picked by the police for electoral malpractices? Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Mawina with TV3. You've spoken to the process thus far and everything that's transpired. What many would describe as a critical process after the voting is where we're in at this particular point in time. The Commission has assured continuously that it has provided all of its polling station presiding officers with necessary equipment for possible lights out and all of that. I'm just drawing or bringing to the attention of the Electoral Commission a report from my colleagues in the Ayawaso North constituency of lights going out and what appears to be challenges with ongoing counting and then sorting and counting. I want to know if the Commission has any updates with respect to challenges from that particular constituency.
Good evening. My name is Edward, our Ghana News Agency. So you indicated that some constituencies counting is ongoing. Can you share with us what resulted in the delays in counting and where are these areas respectively? Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Fauzu Masaudu. I work with CTFM and Channel 1 TV. I just want the Commission. So throughout today's series of presses, the Commission has been very heavy on the process thus far. But I just want to find out if the Commission has a quantitative data of irregularities, anomalies, and then when a question was asked earlier about security, for instance, the Commission made it clear that the Commission was not in charge of electoral security. But we cannot also dispute the fact that the police service, the observer missions and whatnot, they are, for the lack of better expression, auxiliary stakeholders in the electoral, management body. I just want to find out if you have picked any observation or if you've picked any feedback from them about the process thus far. So first, the quantitative data, if readily available, and second, any, particular details you've picked from these stakeholders that you would want the public to know, the media.
Okay, thank you. My name is Akol Moses. I correspond for Bloomberg. Just to expand on what my other colleague inquired, a place like Medina, there are reports that it had rained and so voting had somewhat been halted. Can we get any updates on that? And that means that there will be any extended time for the process. Thank you. And Anyaso Tiomaswell, I'm just told.
Hi, good evening. Please, my name is Sally and I'm with Kasi TV. So currently there is a confusion at the Tema Central Royal School JHS due to a sudden light out. I want to know, how does the EC prevent any tampering or manipulation of the results with the votes cast? Thank you.
Bless Kokwalo Maso, Pan-African TV. In the earlier press briefing, one of our colleagues asked a question and then you guys were heavy on specifics. Would the Electoral Commission was heavy or has been heavy on specifics? Can the Electoral Commission as well be specific in terms of figures? You're telling us that voting concluded in 95% of the polling stations. Which polling stations, can you give us information on that? Which polling stations have voting not concluded? Also, you're talking about a few flashpoints. Can we also get information of the names of these areas where there's been some violence? Thank you.
For your questions. We want just to put a figure on voter turnout. It is too early for us to do that because all the reports we get from the regions, they sample them and give them to us. And so if you want to tell you the specific figures, for voter turnout. We will do that in the course of the day, but not now, because we need to get the turnout from all the polling stations, which we are yet to get. Thank you. Atebubu issue. Yes, the culprit has been arrested by the police and the case is under investigation. Now it is with the police, and the police will have to come out with the outcome of the investigation. But the Electoral Commission will follow up and ensure that it is followed to the letter. Ayawaso has lights off. The Commission engaged with the Electricity Company of Ghana for them to ensure that we have constant provision of light throughout the exercise. But as machines, anything can happen. Commission is still in charge with the ECG to ensure that they restore the light for such affected places. We have also hired generators, giving money out for our generators to our officers to hire generators at each of the collation centers. So even in the event of the lights not being coming on now, the standby generators will be used to complete the exercise. There were some polling stations that were still voting after 5 p.m. It could be due to the higher voter population. As at now, all polling stations have closed. All polling stations have closed. But we indicated after 5, there were about 5% of our polling stations that were still operating. Thank you. Quantitative data of irregularities, as I indicated, all these things will be made available to you in due course. But for now, because we have not gotten a comprehensive information from all our polling stations, we can only give you the summary. At the right time, we'll give you all the details that you need to know. Feedback from donors. Yes, the Electoral Commission is in constant touch with the donors, or even the observers who have come, both foreign and local. Any information that needs to be made public to you will do that in the course of time. The lights off occurred at Ayawaso and Medina, so the explanation will stand for the two. Flashpoint. In fact, the violent incident that led to the death of one person occurred at Nyampala UDS. That was where we pick it from. And that's the only place where such a violence has led to the death of one person. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, in addition to what the Director Electoral Services has just said, the ECOWAS and AU election observation teams met with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, and we wish to inform you that they have actually expressed satisfaction with the whole electoral process from the start of voting to the close of polls. They indicated that the whole process has been seamless and very happy with the process. Thank you. So a correction, ECONEC and AU. Okay.
I would like to thank you, commissioners, directors and deputy directors, friends of the media. We are not yet done. we'll have the last update at 9 p.m. So stay with us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you, Electoral Commission. They're giving updates on what has been happening so far. I'm sure that one thing we can say for sure is we are impressed that the Electoral Commission this time is updating us. We don't have to be asking ourselves a lot of questions. Every 2 to 3 hours, they come to update us. At 9 p.m., they'll come up again to update us. Joshua, let me quickly come to you. What do you make of these presses by the EC? And then we can wrap up on the Ayawaso West Wuogon trend we are seeing so far as we make way for the next set of team members, which will still have Joshua in it to take over.
Welcome. Now, you know that when there is no information, that is when people are able to create false impressions and create these misunderstandings. And so the frequent updates by the Electoral Commission is a very good thing. I mean, we get a fair idea of what is going on. We are sitting in the studios. We have correspondents around telling us what is going on. The EC has the final say, and everything ends at the EC. And so if they update us, it gives us that confidence, that hope that, okay, this is where we are going. And so I believe that it is a very, very good thing that the EC is doing. Now, I think we can pick some of the things they have discussed. I mean, the EC has praised its staff for professionalism, high levels of professionalism, they say. And I think per report we have gotten, except a few people who didn't do things right, the EC officials have worked so well. I mean, at my polling station, the EC officials over there were very receptive, and I realized that when I got to my polling station to vote, before I filed the report, I spoke to the presiding officers of both polling stations. After that, when they went out, they told all party agents that if you don't understand anything, just come to us. Don't yell, don't shout, don't raise unnecessary alarm. Just come to us. And I believe that it will feed into the kind of training they were given before and the kind of human beings we use as EC officials. I mean, most of these people are temporary staff. And so if we are able to get them well, and get the right people at the right places, we will have what the EC is saying as professionals.
Before we look at the Ayawaso West Wuogon, then we can leave. Sylvia has joined again. Sylvia Ohiniando. She's been moving around Ladadekutopon, some parts of Koliklote and all that. Let's connect with her. Sylvia, take it up from here. Where are you? What are the updates? Okay. So we'll go back to Sylvia when we get her on. But we were trying to analyze the few we have so far from Ayawaso West Wuogon, and you were making a point.
Yes. So at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, where the CSIR station B, something interesting happened. So the presidential report for the MPP, they had 89. The NDC had 110. One rejected ballot. Now look at the parliamentary over there. MPP had 110 votes. The NDC had 91, an independent one. Something turned. The NDC in the presidential had 110 votes. But in the parliamentary, the NPP rather had 110 votes. So I'm beginning to wonder, is it that the same people who voted for the presidential, the NDC to get 110, turn and say, as for the parliamentary, we are going to give them 110. Interesting. But there's something that happened that he spoke about during the press about Ayawaso West Wuogon, and it was a question raised by a journalist that they are light out over there.
Sorry, Joshua, I need to cut you again. Let's connect to Sylvia. Sylvia, if you can hear me now, where are you and what's happening? So in a shot pretty soon, just coming through, this is Sylvia Ohiniando giving us a report. Very soon I'll confirm the exact polling station. Sylvia just appeared in your shot. We'll go back to her soon just to get her talking so we can know where exactly she is.
Ladadekotopon constituency, and we are now at the Klote constituency. Right now we are standing at Police Barracks 1. We are standing at the Police Old Police Barracks 1. So it has
We are losing Sylvia. We are losing her. I don't know if we finally lost.
14, and the NDC had 316. 316. For the independent candidate, that is New Force, they had 5. Butterfly had 2. CPP had 1. GCPP had 1. Ghana Union Movement had 1. And then there was a total of 5 false ballots. A total of 5 false ballots. That is for Osu Barracks 1. Osu Barracks 1, Police Barracks 1. For the parliamentary, they are now sorting it out, so very soon it will be ready. When we come to the Osu Police Barracks 2, they are also sorting out the presidential, so it is the parliamentary that is ready. And for parliamentary, the NPP, represented by Valentino Noi Norte, had 129 points. 129 points for Ni Noi Norte. And the NDC, Zaneto Rollins had 239. There was a total of 5 rejected ballots. 5 rejected ballots. So in total, the votes cast here was 373. 373, out of which the total valid votes was 368. So these are the figures that are coming from the Osu Police Barracks 1 and 2. Like I said, the presidential is ready for the Osu Barracks 1, and that is what we have mentioned. They are still sorting out for the parliamentary. And then when you come to the Osu Police Barracks 2, the parliamentary is ready, and that is what I have read out to you. What is left now is the presidential, which is also ongoing at the moment. And so currently, that is the situation here at Klote College, specifically the Osu Police Barracks Center.
So we are calling Klote constituency there.
Hey,
Valentino Norte of the NPP. Then we have Dr. Zaneto Rollins of the NDC. I'm going to just pick maybe Joshua's final thoughts, and we're going to wrap it up for here. And another team is coming, so maybe for Joshua, he will still be here with Nana Akosua-Akyere. They will be taking over for the next 2 to 3 hours, or maybe for the next 5 hours or so. Give you the report. Joshua, we are wrapping up. So far, the results we have. What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping that at the end of the day, we will have a clear winner, and everyone who wins will accept, everyone who loses will also accept. And I mean, there's no loser here. It's Ghana that we subscribe to democracy, yes, and we say we want to vote, choose our leaders, have voted. May whoever wins, win.
Right. Whoever wins, wins. As we pray for peace, we need peace. As we count the vote, we didn't kunema esresi bibrin group for. We also kakri na ukofi no apa ya ochna be sorry the results no so, but we have a lot of results coming through, and Nana Akosua-Akyere and Joshua will be announcing them soon. We'll bring you some updates, and I'm sure 1 or 2 will try and analyze a few of the votes that are coming to the results in terms of the trends. Stay with us. Don't change the channel. If you change it, you lose a lot of the king points. And just about 2 or 3 minutes, we'll be back for more. This is Pent TV, Pent Media Center, a special coverage of the 2024 Presidential and Parliamentary Elections. Later in the day, I'll join you again.
This November 2024, all eyes are set on Ghana's most anticipated event, the national elections.
As the race heats up, stay connected to the voice you can trust.
For in-depth analysis, live updates, and expert commentary, look no further.
We're bringing you every angle, every insight, and every breaking story.
On December 7th, as Ghana heads to the polls, we will be right there with you.
from the first vote cast to the final results.
And as we welcome Ghana's new leader, join us here on Election Watch for diplomacy in our inaugural celebrations.
Witnessing history live on Pent TV, your #1 Christian TV station.
So watch us live on Pent TV. Tune in on Pent Radio and join in the conversation as we stream live on all our social media platforms.
This election season, trust Pent TV for coverage that informs and inspires on Election Watch. For all news, the analysis, the results, and the swearing in, only on Pent TV. Pent TV, it's all about Jesus.
There's this brand they usually buy.
Foligrow is filled with ions and vitamins to promote good health and growth.
So whether it's a busy working woman, a happy growing child, an active sportsman, or a retired grandparent, Foligrow, they say, helps their growth and promotes good health. Foligrow comes in capsules and syrups and very easy on the stomach, so it's good for the whole family. And it's open you know there, and one Foligrow.
Foligrow is manufactured by the Entrance Pharmaceutical and Research Center. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Welcome to Cal Fabrics. At Cal Fabrics, our affordable pricing helps you experience the luxury of exclusive and premium fabrics without compromising your budget. Cal has disability-friendly access to the shop and help you relax. Choose your fabrics that suits every occasion. Cal Fabrics are ready to help you choose the perfect fabric that implies your artistic prowess and suits your style. From ball gowns, kaftans, Hollandex, ABC, high target, funeral cloths, Mibawa brochure, kente plain and design, woodine, American linen, paradise, crepe, bridal satin, Swiss cotton, cotton lining, net, wedding laces, cashmere, brocade, damask, luxury and European brocade, northern fugu, and even bulk matching attires for choirs and other groups. We've got you covered. We have African print, GTP. Nickel Fabrics ensures that only the finest fabrics is released into the market through our vigorous quality checks. Locate our showroom at Dansoman Matayeko at the Ash Story building on the first floor of the Nikau complex, just around the Sharp Curve roundabout. You can call or WhatsApp us on 057-970-9113. Nikau Fabrics. Experience the luxury of our fabrics and transform your style.
Adum Group introduces Ace Heights. We are into affordable luxury houses that comes in gated communities situated at the most prestigious locations in Accra. Our property types ranges from 4 bedrooms to 5 bedrooms at Grace Court, Tema Community 25 and Grace City, Adenta. Selling at a starting price of $120,000, these two communities come with several amenities that gives you the luxury you deserve. Among these are a community clubhouse that comes with a community swimming pool, a community gym, 24-hour fiber optic internet connectivity, 24-hour security, and many more. For more information, visit our website on www.aceheightslimited.com or contact us on 020-421-5473 or 050-867-6552 or 030-82-50068. Ace Heights Limited, a proud member of Adum Group. Ace Heights Limited, luxury.
Yamama kwaba eba Glory Gate Apartment. Wope baby a hojo na edani mu asiesie ye kama pa dia. Enua ne Glory Gate Apartment. Yampa soso ana edan bia wo air condition papa bia. Wobetumi ada atoto wo ho na was da ye papa. Yesanso wo free Wi-Fi. Inti se wo pe baby agye wa hoho a. Wo pe baby akọ honeymoon. Wo pe baby aye busua hie mu. Se mpomu ye kuo kra na mo pe baby aye mu retreat a. Enhwe baby a agye Glory Gate Apartment. Glory Gate Apartment were at Chimota Gulf Street near a bank DVLA. Enti Freya was 0505 626 543 and now 0244 804 601. Now book you space.
Adeshiene ebusuafo ya san emamu akwa babio eba Pent TV eso eha the election watch ena uhwe na yaje adwa yete simpie so yete apaso meeting ede na natural apiedu miniminu abema yete simpie ni apaso de wonim se abato no emfie mpinu ene aduonu 9 2024 bronya boto so nso no sabre kokomotie power no chase ye de akotintim so awie wo hwa me kokroboto ya mato I voted wotu bia na ahio enti adru se yakwa akochire ye ntumi Ghana fo akochire ye nkrache powers abato adaka no emu adru coalition centers yahodo polling centers yahodo ye kenkan maako mienu miensa why na edinim why na ereto why na wanya bi hwe wonu se bi no wanya bi nso kra o aha why na anya bi hwe kra obi wo ha wanya bi wo baabi enti ni nyina ho nsam no ye wa ha se ye de besom wo ye ginamu ye nyanye mre ye ginamu pa pampe kwapemu se dumienu ahomachi ko ebebo ye wo fie ha se ya ye adwuma asomwo ene wo man Ghana wo sompa ekwanimum ekọ eye echenti sabredie Pent Media Center Pent TV ye ne enuanom a wo mo asante mantem Pent Radio 100.1 FM ena akaba chirimu akabomu a ye adwuma nom ene ti ensam trofo gufam gidigidi achese de ekore de babia wom ede somye sade na menua ba ma kwabena mante ede abato no nsunso results no woni Joshua enimo no wom ede etututu dwa no ye to aso sanso so ede amamo a sabre hwahwe okan kwei central and okan kwei north kan kwei north ha hwahwe honom de ababe free ato sade results no nsunso na ababe dru na ye de ato aso ede asomo madama.
Okay, intinana ansana yebeko kan kwe north no. Sylvia wa homa ne so.
Okay, yes, ene yenkwa na ene mafia enkonko di enkomo. Hello Sylvia, what ye ne? Okay, am say gusu aka homa no e de ese nsi jo. Yemfa okan kwe north no mra na Sylvia homa ne timetwa yi a ne ene no atwetwe enkomo no.
Sure. So for the okan
constituency and I want to speak to some of the constituency who have casted their votes and are back here. I have one gentleman here with me. Me pachoefra say.
Pacho me de Kofi Simon.
Kofi Simon na oba ha che.
Oh, me ba ha anopa be 5:30.
Unko fie cry.
Unko fie.
E na dey nti na what so abawe na stella wujina ha.
Me ye barastu secretary.
Okay.
Nti ba be hwe say isi niam ba na bibia ere eda na kwan mu. Na abato no be de be kokama. Ampapa ye ba ye so bibia so ere kokama ye de hihye so. E bo be 2-3 wona ha barastu kwa we ato awie. E do nya ato awie.
Okay.
Nti de ekosi aye kan. Na ahayina NDC asani na both presidential and then parliamentary eno a dey hwe no so an inside there enya na hwe gap dem kwa eno na ma ye hu se Ghana fo epe ensakraye eno so an nyina there ye hwe
sisi ano e ha say no omugu so kan presidential no e dey na your expectation
oh sisi a we presidential dey nothing less than 350
sir
osisi ano omo to about 479 na we wanya 103 dia aka na ye media
Okay, I have another lady here with me. Pacho, your friend say?
Pacho, your friend me Alice.
Alice, what's over her say ache?
Oh, okay, media mete police barracks ni mo inti na I just go in and then out. So just here to look at what is happening here. Yeah.
Okay, so what time did you cast your ballot?
Okay, so I casted my ballot somewhere around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock,
yes.
And you are back here to witness.
Exactly.
But so far, how will you describe the process?
The process has been smooth, and then I'm really loving the process. Yes.
All right. So counting is still ongoing.
Yeah.
You have heard the president, the parliamentary.
Yes.
So you can hear behind me that they are cheering to what they are hearing, and it is obvious that Senator Rawlings is winning, and the NDC presidential candidate is also winning. So you can see the joy here. I can see you are happy. Why are you so happy?
I am very happy because I wanted a change, and then so far from the statistics I'm seeing and then hearing, it could be that there is going to be a positive change.
Why do you want a change?
I want a change because a lot hasn't been done well. And then I feel maybe if a change is to come in, we'll rectify that.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll speak to one last person. Hello, sir, your name? All right. Please, how long have you been here?
You mean today?
Yes, today.
Oh, I just got here when they were counting.
But this is your center. You have been voting here?
No, I've been voting at Akwagi.
Okay, so you came to witness.
I just came to witness.
But so far, how would you say the whole process has gone?
Well, it's been fair. I would say the polling stations I've seen so far has been fair.
It's been fair. But are the results going the way you expecting them to go?
Yes, the results are going the way I expected, not because I support a particular party, but I'm so happy that politicians must now know that they cannot take Ghanaians for granted. And the one who will win this election, he must take a cue from what has happened this time around and treat the people's welfare as his priority. That's my only joy, the way the election results are going.
All right, thank you very much. And so you heard from some of them. I have another person here. I can see you excited. Why are you so excited?
Oh, I'm excited because the way I was expecting it, that's exactly how it is going.
How were you expecting it?
Well, I was expecting that NDC will be winning, and apparently they are. Everywhere I've been to, we've stretched them like it's ×2 or ×3. Like, Charlie, it's not even close for you to say, oh, no, let's recount or anything. No.
So it looks like you're a strong supporter.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can see exactly what is going on here. Hello, your name, sir?
My name is Jifa Kofi.
All right, Jifa, how long have you been here?
I came to vote in the afternoon. I went back. I came around 5 p.m. to watch the counting.
All right, so you have been witnessing the whole counting.
Yeah.
Has everything gone smoothly for you?
It's been smooth, peaceful, yeah. And there has been no incidents here.
Are you happy with the results you are seeing today?
I'm not smiling, so you can't tell. I'm very happy. Yeah, the results were okay. Yeah.
Your party is winning, or you're just generally happy about the whole process?
I'm happy about the whole process. My party, I can't say it on camera.
All right.
When I get home, I'll celebrate.
Oh, okay, it's obvious. It's obvious. He says that he can. Thank you very much. All right. Hello, ma'am. Your name?
Evida.
All right.
Mpacho. Ye dayamiasi. Say. Yanya enije aburuso. Say ya bre nti pese mahama ombra. No mbese say ya bra bonum. Mama ombra bebia nyankopon wagina yeso say afiwe. Bebia ye gira no ye gina ho a say mahama bra. No mbese say ya bra bom. Fi say ya bre bebia ye duru no ya bre dudu.
Yeah, that's it. It looks like there are a lot of NDC supporters here. I wish I could get someone from the other political parties to also speak to the matter, but all the same.
Well, this is still Election Watch, a special coverage of the December 7th election. And like you know, I'm Hazel Joshua, and I'm doing this with Nana Akosiacha. So, Nana, we will continue with election results that have come out now. We have a Kwanke North constituency, and if you have that data, or if I should proceed.
Okay, me wo Kwanke North constituency, you know, sadie temem fuade hye bia wo Kwanke North abato empesua so Kwanke North abato empesua so wo mo kokoto aba no sunsun so aba beto eye dwanie eye nkran mantem asem ne meken Achimota Central Market 1 where your provisional results Shannon Soma ye say the edutwani nyina ye provisional results enye certified enye the abato komisa eka de yen saka Election Watch yeni edafom yeni edi akire anything for the NPP wo munya abani mu eye 123 and only a presidential and NDC so efa abani 150 presidential, I just say, Ora Baumia, Enya 123, while John Dramani Mahama, Enya 150. Dodo anu kaboma bana yeto yano, Ejina 273. Afen so yamra mrashe bejafo. Parliamentary no MPP enya mu 134 and NDC enya mu 144 total vote cast 278 ma yanko center.
So now before we go to center to to Dennis is a Kwabri East and Hayward
Dennis
fine
yes you it's any yebekwa sante mantem na yene yamane bofo panyini wo asante mantem Dennis Owusu atwetwe enkomo so Kwabri East nti yenko Kwabri East nkohwe de yakoso asante mantem no emo Dennis majuo net saying
yo mejusu na share radio don boko na mo mo tetain
chese Peter Tabiri bese hu oden se twerasem Kwabri East ya to aba na wie nsunsu anso no etesen de na ekọ boyenkomo
yo Kwabri East setia me gina Kwabri East ahemfura ye friend of Mamponten yes Mamponten na me wo 2 polling stations a provisional results presidential e wo maintain me de tiganya me adom bibia ko na wie ya say your population center ye train say enyoma be chat ye akoso na Kwabri East Municipal Assembly A provisional results for presidential no your expected voters are now was some of 652 and total vote cast from our to abano 424 now NPP in 301 NDC, Dramani Mahama, in 105. New Force, Cheddar, in 14. Alan Martin, in 2. And a rejected ballot, 2. And the Kwabri Municipal Assembly A, and Assembly B, no. Expected voters, I was the number of 536. Now, when I was in the big way, 408 and a better waba. Now, a home sono Dr. Muhammad Baumia NPP in 315. NDC John Dramani Mahama in 81. Alan Martin in 1. New Force Cheddar in 7. And a rejected ballot 4. It is so far Kwabri is municipal. Assembly A and B provisional media to ja near me with the ammonia and a media mahmon.
Okay, Ijo. Yeah, better was say. Dennis, we for be hanka fatu aso nya sa dia yemfa wonsi na yehwese benya foforo ahoma so a na ye ne na to aso.
Mate ye me dame ho ye den ya meta ba. Nti de me ba ibi
komo. Ye twen wo pa ye da se. Adahye Dennis Owusu amanebo eno no. Pent TV and some Pent Media Center and some for a woman was antimantem na man before penny and no or the Bia Babe Guaquam Joe. Cheddar, you were telling
Cheddar with a new force is showing some form of improvement, is showing some form of power. Now, where Dennis called he has gotten 14 votes and 7 votes.
And 7.
14 and 7. Now you look at the Ashanti region. Alan Chemantin only had 2. 2. That is Alan
and I rejected ballot, so yeah, 2. They say Alan only rejected no 2.
Yes.
2.
Yes. Yes. So it means that Cheddar is a force to look out for. Yes, the new force, we must look at them. I'm hoping to see the end of the result and what Cheddar will pull, whether he would surpass Alan Chemantin, whom we know has been in the political space for a while, or Alan Chemantin will perform some magic for a while, because there are other independent candidates who have been in the race for a while. But Cheddar is showing some sort of strength. But Nana, let's remind our viewers that when they go to our Pent TV online website, we are updating the results. I can see that 24,276 votes have come now. And as of now, the NPP has 10,665 votes, whilst the NDC, led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has 13,610 votes. And we must stress that these are provisional results from only 24,276 votes nationwide, polling stations nationwide. And so these are provisional results that we keep giving. And our parliamentary updates are also up. But we would also hold on and let the viewers go there. They should visit our website and they'll find all those details. Nana.
Yeah, Joe, no crap, Antino. The I can say a Pent TV. Oh, me patch out Monkwansa, Mumra Kakra. Where a pentvonline.com. pentvonline.com. Election watch, Yakachra Mosia, Juma Pa. Said the Minia Joe, the 2 Jano, not watch that Abanimu Dua, Ora Mahamud Baumia, and the era John Dramani Mahama Swenya. And Joe at the total votes na Sakana, see and Sakana or the 2 Jar. My mention percentage ya a woman or her ancient one as or how much pain. Say, ya chance and near me. And the name of Sudia Swa, Pent TV Online, Pent Media Center, Election Watch. Ora Mahamud Baumia. Wokita ohanchemu eye aduanan miensa ene achiripo eye aduokron sam eye 43.93%. Sa kwan kro no aso so no on the NDC side so no eye Rajon Mahama okita eye 56.06%. Eye ohanchemu aduonum ensia ene achiripo eye ensia. It's a percentage wise so no the air no. It's as it stands now.
Yes.
Na yen election watch ya kan sisi eni no. Ora John Dramani Mahama owani mu kakra echen yewura baumia. Enye certified by EC. Yenyan kan kura wieye. Kakra bia yensa kan no. Enti nyabotre.
Yes, like Danny Mante will say, we are looking at over 8 million. Yes. And so if this is what we have gotten, it has not gotten. Don't jubilate because of just this, because maybe you cry in the end. Yes.
So as kwa day no. Ubekwa dia wie na ka wo so hwe nti susuji wani ansa ye bekwa homa ne so na ya kwa akotwehwe enkomo. Hello, what your name?
Okay, Nana, I think we would have to continue a bit then before we go to we go on. So we were at Okainkwe North constituency,
and I think Center 1
Center 2. Okay, so I'll go to the Center 2 for the presidential. The New Patriotic Party had 156. The NDC had 156 as well. Cheddar for the new force had 2 votes and the rejected votes were 6. The total votes cast were 320. So I'll take it again. For the Okainkwe North constituency, Greater Accra region, at Chimota Central Market, Center 2, presidential, New Patriotic Party, 156. National Democratic Congress, 156 as well. Cheddar for the new force, 2. Rejected ballot, 6. And total votes cast, 320. Nana Cheddar Cheddar has done it again. Yes. So I'll be keeping track of Cheddar as we go on. He has become a person of interest to me as we move on.
Cheddar pulling agent.
Yes. Interesting. Now for the parliamentary in the same polling station, the NPP had 170. The New Patriotic Party had 170. The NDC had 144. Rejected ballot 3. Total vote cast 317. So now I'll continue with the center 3 for presidential. New Patriotic Party 177. 177. National Democratic Congress 164. National Democratic Congress 164. Now I think we would hold on and go on the line. I think Sandra is live. If she's live, I think we can pick her.
Okay.
Yes.
And yankwa ahomane so na yenu ba Sandra Sachibia entwetwe enkomo. Hello Sandra, what's your name? Yeah, hello. Okay, I'm say Okasa so akasa ahomane betimi akasi kakra.
Yes, and so I think we can continue. Yes.
Yes.
So still on the center 3. Okay, so Sandra is back.
Yo. One day just one. What pig farm. Now you heard parliamentary results now. Henry Cote in a 158. Anna Charles our NDP in a 4. Anna Waruf our NDC in a 269. Now you heard presidential SWA NDC in a 241. Anna MPP Enya 106, 106.
Okay.
Sansuko, ARS, Big Farm B, Presidential, MPP 85, Kum 1, NDP 29, Alan 1. And I feel so about parliamentary far. Henry Cote, our Jinama MPP, Enya 87. Anna Charles Adams, our Jinama NDP, Enya 1. Sasuna NDC, Waruf, Enya 302. Enti Yegusuchi, Nakoto Baby Center, Haidi, 8 polling stations in Kwa and the Waha. Yeguswa yetwa akasakasa kakra esini ade na so yegidi se asundwe ebebaha.
Yo sabre amenya ne hello what's my name? Yo sabre amenya ne tiasa mente me ho ase kakra siye no ban bo ho nsam te sa prosifo ha soja fo aba bedru e kwasɛn
a police for wa ha pa omo tutu nyama e wa ha se ne ebe ya bibia ebe koye se wo hwe ha e de che se amanfo my results no to see no easy say movie bia as say o the pink sheet ni be carry one ho ma transparent go bia ho results no na em say me tell me ho ase bi asint no lady na bio no onto me fa we no em be bo and am to pressure am too much
yo
some pine kra mo fa ballot box no kra enko mami chimpini pasho den esi wa.
Okay.
Hello.
Erica me say wo biti kakra enso bisa no a na odwane camera compress wo bekasa adwuma ne de e den saa na chese etie yensam training Sandra Sachibia e na wo bo adwuma a yehunu ye no. Okay.
Then okay. Pacha then also. See, it's your money sika no for taxi. It's your person go for taxi. No go person on the money so. Okay, someone masuma almost say is on fa kana o fa ma no because on trusting so sika na e dia man say on fa transport enko collation center hono. Sa obedi so pepe.
Jo. Ama Sachibia yada wasapa ene wamane bobomoden anso na hwe wo hosu ye fama yem pa yada se.
Sure, now let's go to Asokwa. Daniel is on the line.
Okay,
and Daniel, if you can hear us, where are you exactly at Asokwa and what can you report? Daniel, can you hear us?
Hello Daniel, Tianka. Okay, I'm so good. So come on, I think. For the now, they might free or kind queen no for no.
Yes.
So now we are polling center 3.
3, yes.
If I heard the alien 12,
yes. So at the polling center 3 at the kind queen north market. So we have the NPP, like I said, had 177, NDC 164. The total vote cast was 346. Now, for the parliamentary, the New Patriotic Party had 183, 183. The NDC had 162, that's 162. The CPP had 1 vote. The total vote cast was 346. And so that is for Okaikwe North, which is in the Greater Accra Achimota Central Market, 3. So we started from 1 and we have ended at 3, Nana.
Joe, Mamenfa Teshi Penny rank 2 and so results and so on to John Dramani Mahama NDC Onya Abanimu 150 presidential. Presidential and so Dr. Mahamud Baumia Onya 42. Rejected ballots the Ayanyantum Eyemienu. Total votes cast presidential 199. Afeyanko Eye parliamentary Ayiku Onya Eye Abanimu 129 for the NDC. Afenso so Dr. Okoboy NPP Onya 77-0. Rejected ballots Ebiama. Total votes cast 199 votes. Eha Eye Teshi Penny rank 2. Joshua Fire Tamale Central constituency.
No, I Tamale Central, but I think we should go back to Sandra. No, we will not go back to the line. Okay. But Sandra's report that she filed down, you realize that there was a misunderstanding, and it boils down to the EC officials trying to go by the rules. She says she was given money to board a taxi and transport the equipment to the Coalition Center.
National Coalition Center.
Yes, so that is exactly what she wants to do. Now, you realize that those around, maybe somebody wanted to offer a ride, but she refused because of these allegations by both political parties that you are trying to transport her and maybe stuff ballot papers in the ballot boxes. And she said, no. Let me go by the means that the EC has said I should go by, and let me have my peace of mind. So if there is anybody, if there is nobody on the line, we'll go to Tamale Central constituency, and that from the Tamale Central bus stop, the presidential New Patriotic Party, the NPP, had 120 votes. New Patriotic Party, NPP, had 120 votes. The National Democratic Congress had 314 votes. That's 314. The CPP had 1 vote. Alan Chairmanton for the Butterfly had 3 votes. Alan Chairmanton had 3 votes. The rejected votes were 3. Now for the parliamentary, the New Patriotic Party had 113 votes. That's 113. 113. The National Democratic Congress had 328. That's 328. And so that is for Tamale Central constituency, the Tamale Central bus stop presidential and parliamentary elections.
Any abusia for my info free Tamale Central atifedo na yemfa emra eye anafo fem ha say ye ba Okaikwe North constituency bio Anna Nguma electoral area teachers experimental Yensha presidential ballot ayatuono total vote cast 606 na ballot no de say ye 1 baako NPP presidential 300, NPP 300, NDC 297, independent 6, CPP 1, LPG and so 1. Afeyenshwa special voting Asunafo South constituency, Asunafo South constituency special voting presidential NPP 442, GCPP 1. NDC 249, APC 1, NKB 10, REJ 4. Afeyenshwa eye parliamentary, NPP eye 451, NDC 252, REJ 3. Total valid votes 703. Total rejected 4. Total in ballot 707. Where special voting Asunafo South constituency.
Well, and I'll continue with Kasima JSS, and I hope I mentioned Kasima right, if it is Kasima. And for the presidential, the New Patriotic Party had 1, 2, 3. Interesting number. 123, that's 1, 2, 3. The NDC had 153, 153 votes, whilst the New Force with Cheddar had 4 votes. The New Force with Cheddar had 4 votes. Alan Chemanton had nothing. Rejected ballot 5. Rejected ballot 5. And the number of registered voters are 455. Number of voters that casted their vote is 286. Now for the parliamentary, in the same polling station, NPP had 130, whilst the NDC had 151, 151. Rejected ballot 3. Rejected ballot 3. Now, let me continue with okay.
I not the okay, you know. Now say expected voters no ASN and I turnout no so total number about 2 years saying.
Yes.
Say Hornacha say erase eyebrows kakra.
Yes. So Nana, 455 people are the total registered voters. 455. But the people that turned out are 286. 286 turned out.
Yes, yes. 50 points, almost 50.58 point something percent. No, no. Not just a turnout, no. Ekoye poor.
Yes.
Baby, what the two
yes.
Nina, Elhunsun Sanso, Ebeka, the obedient conim, and the obetoso, and the oberia, and 1 year being so. Nina, Ebeka, warm. Joe, what do you honor the other baby?
Yes, so you can.
Mamma, Famon, confusing man, Madame Roma. Na okay jo ebi etwa TV no anim de ensam twerefo na mkroma wo mu hunu no ebi e na kire se wo hwe no na so yo.
Okay, so Nana, I think we can continue.
Okay.
And then when our reporters come online, we will take them and continue.
Me do confirm Mantam Central Region. Yenko Gomua, eye Gomua brofu yedru. Primary A, NDC 201, NPP 82. Parliamentary RGM 215, BBN 72, Primary B Presidential NDC 226, NPP 55, Yansha Parliamentary RGM 245, BBN 45, Brofiedu Community Center Presidential NDC 91, NPP 26, Yemesha Parliamentary RGM 103, BBN 20. Na chesa washen so aba ye Gomua brofu yedru. Primary A hododo na to ye.
Sure.
E de ko e de ma eyezu eyezazazu.
Interesting, Nana. Interesting. So we are still in the central region. And let's go to Gomua Formina. Gomua Formina. The NPP had 97, and I want to be sure if this is parliamentary. Yes, parliamentary. Gomua Formina, the New Patriotic Party had 97 votes. The NDC had 234 votes, 234. Rejected ballots 2. Rejected ballot 2. The total votes 333. 333. Now let me add Old Bank Apam. Now interestingly, Apam is one of my hometowns. Yes. You see, I am a half Kwewu and I have Apam. That is why I'm called Hazel. Yes. Sure, interesting. So, so Old Bank Apam, presidential, total voters 328. Total voters for the presidential 328. Now the NPP got 118. That's 118. 118. The NDC had 190. That's 190. 190. 190. For the parliamentary in Old Bank Apam, NPP had 119. That's 119. 119. The NDC had 203. The NDC had 203. And something interesting is happening here. Now, the NPP in the presidential had 118 votes, whilst the NDC had 190. Now, when you look at the parliamentary, the NPP had one additional vote. So they had 119, whilst the NDC had 203 votes. Something here. The NDC for the presidential, some people decided not to vote. Yeah. But for the parliamentary, they voted more. And the NPP for the presidential, 118 votes. Then an additional 1 vote. And so it is interesting, very interesting. It means that people are either avoiding skirt and blouse, so that if I will not vote for you, I won't vote for you.
I'm not voting for you at all.
So that maybe this could be as a result of the parliament, the kind of parliament we had. I mean, the back and forth in the parliament, the fights, the year and there. I mean, as
we
of
no
now,
majority ni minority ni minority na ya won na and I ato abani nyina
yes.
Joe, where we?
So yes, I've done with old bank apart, so you can continue.
Okay.
Yes.
My men found free mantem fawomra and crampone mantem emona ye kwa ayawaso east about so empesua so a year St. Kizito Catholic Church Nima polling station 2 parliamentary mrashebedwane tie rejected ballots lady kan enum 5 onkwan ye to say no NPP enya 26 NDC enya eye 88 eno ye parliamentary afia ma memfa presidential no emesom we NDC enya 89 NPP enya eye 27 New Force Cheddar wenya ekome 1 rejected eye mienu 2 polling station 3 presidential edaso eye St. Kizito Catholic Church Nima polling station waso East constituency ya polling station 3 asem ena mede to asui NPP nya 30 NDC 73 rejected na eye 0 parliamentary NPP ekwaye 32 NDC ekwaye 73 rejected bia amem polling station 1 presidential no ye twensi yen sabeka na so no de enya ema emedru eye eha Joshua Fayeko Congo Cafe 2
Congo Cafe, such an interesting name. Now for Congo Cafe, for the parliamentary, the NPP had 120 votes. That is 120. 120 votes, 120. NDC had 144. That is 144 votes. Whilst independent is what is indicated here, 1. Rejected ballot, 2. Now for the presidential in Congo Cafe, NDC 161. 161 NPP 100 100 rejected ballot 6 registered voters 399 that's 399 number of votes cast 267 so that is for Congo Cafe now.
Congo Cafe.
Yes.
Yeah, for Congo Cafe, dia mama found kwa Kasi MAJSS 2A. Kasi I'm say AJHS one JSS.
Yes.
Kasi MAJSS 2A. Presidential NPP 123. NDC 153. Cheddar Onya 4. Alan Wenyebi rejected AF5. A number of registered voters na 455 number of voters 286
interesting.
I'm say I feel history be you
yes.
Na ye hwene mo se Kasi MAJHS 2A enipa 455 na baba to abanom and so 286 pe na kokoto ye Chesa oma aka ni nyina hwe wo man to bi kura da when am parliamentary nenka ho na de yan sore Kasi na yenko ye na adwuma ne dawsom NPP parliamentary 130 NDC 151 rejected 3 Joe, for Madam Smith to us, so
Nana, before I go to Madam Smith, I'm told that there's heavy traffic leading to the Lejekuku Constituency Coalition Center. And this is to be expected because the Coalition Center, people have interest in there. That is where you know your MP elect before he or she is sworn in. And so party supporters, and the 2024 election is such a dynamic election, Nana. You should know that people have keen interest in it, especially the two major political parties. Everyone is alert. And so, Lejekuku, we are told, the coalition center, there is heavy traffic build-up towards the Lejekuku Constituency Coalition Center.
Yes. And so, Wadaroma, we say no, the air can't say, won't shed any she ye or chromua. my friend enko me uncle Joshua so free apam tina no pe nyumra sem pantena ba so wo ne hweye wo kromu a ha ho nko entuka e say traffic ye pempen about na traffic wo krom papa opu adwuma sa be ya obedru ye wi a ye kenkan sa na be ye eti mia hodo na ko ebe coalition centers ne ade traffic be wo oni hweye wo krom oni hweye a no watena fie na wagye wa home wo no watie Pent TV the election watch na nsunsu amuda ho trodo pefe no kre 100% ohampem wani mo ha kama fefefe se no ho ne agye adwatena simpie so na akyese ye de aba na ye de aba aba so nti no de ya kan se moma ye ntena ye fie mu na ye ntwen nsunsu me say pania to from kra ha.
Sure. So now we will continue with our voter results, the vote results, and we will go to Asokwa constituency for the special voting. We know that before the December 7th election on December 2nd, the media, the military, the forces, security forces, and other people who play key roles during today's election voted. And in the Asokwa constituency for the presidential, the NPP had 254, NPP 254, NDC 112, NDC 112. Cheddar, my man, had 2. Cheddar had 2, whilst Alan also had 2. The total number of registered voters are 372. Number of registered votes cast, I should say, 370, but the total number of registered voters are 415. For the parliamentary, the NPP had 265, whilst the NDC had 102 and rejected ballots 2. And so that is for Asokwa constituency special voting. Nana, maybe I would continue with the Good Shepherd JHS 2. And for the presidential, NPP had 174, NPP 174, NDC 138, 138, NDC. Cheddar had 5, whilst Alan had 1 rejected ballot. Alan had 1 rejected ballot. Alan had 1 and rejected ballot 1. Alan had 1 rejected ballot 1. Number of registered voters for that constituency in the special voting, Good Shepherd JHS 2 is 491. 491. Number of voters 320. Nana, I think that is impressive. Out of 491, if 320 people voted, I think it is quite impressive. For the parliamentary over there, 181 votes for the NPP, 181 for the NPP, and the NDC had 139. There was no rejected ballot. Yes, Nana.
Joe, I mean, some na yanko Kase Market 1A. Kase Market 1A. Mampeni de Brenner Presidential. NPP nya 114. NDC 191, Cheddar Onya 3, Alan 1, rejected na Eyemiensam. Number of registered voters 485. Wama Ebatu ye out of 485 near 315. Parliamentary Mrashebedja NPP 110, NDC 191, rejected Eye 3. Mamenfa wonko Almighty Ododio constituency. Ayalolo 6 and 8, 1A presidential. NPP 136, NDC 201, Gum Onyabako, CPP so J Bako. Independent nana kwesi debi nana kwame bedi akon nye kwesi me pacho nana kwame bedi akon wonya eno so baako am say ye chomo 111
sure
munye 11 Ghana bi na
Gum 1 CPP 1 and then Cheddar 1
so 1 parliamentary NPP 141 NDC 198 Ayalolo 6 and 8 1B presidential NPP 122 NDC 209 ACPP Onyatum Yensham Rashabaja parliamentary no MPP enya 126 NDC enya 205 Ayalolo 6 and 8 2 presidential NPP 126 NDC 266 independent na kwa bedi akunya miensa Gum osofu chiraboso wono ye che ne miensa parliamentary no so NDC 256, NPP 139.
Yes, Nana Ododo Dio constituency, the Almighty.
Dio.
And interesting if you say this time, Omo contesting in they have not contested before. They are new faces. So, Honorable Edwin Nilante van der Poy, who was the NP for the NDC, who has been winning over the times, has stepped down, and another person is contesting, Nilante Bannerman, whom President Akufo-Addo was going to call and mention Nilante van der Poy and said, "Yay, man, can he's also not contesting this year." And so that is for Ododo Dio, like you have called.
Nilante Bannerman, wabre papa.
Yes, Nana.
Me braba se pa nibi. Just kwa.
But it's not working. It's not working.
Yeah, mere.
Sure.
Ma bre kra me nyeme baby na me nko me just wa free mo ama ofofra banti no yen hwe say ni nua na obesi na namu on the ticket of the NPP no
if you can do something
obetimi aye bibia na say eno so honsem no
yes
say
yes so Nana, I'll continue and on your screens you can see voting is going on, and as and when the results come in, we will give them to you. As and when our correspondents and our reporters are ready, we will go to them. They will give us the facts, they will give us the figures, they will give us whatever is happening. And we are here to serve you. This is Election Watch, our special coverage of the 2024 general election, parliamentary and presidential. At all constituencies across Ghana, we want to serve you. Do not change your channel. Tell a friend to tell a friend that Election Watch is going on. They should come. So I'll continue with Domi Anglican 2 for presidential at Domi Anglican 2. The NPP had 197 for the NPP at Domi Anglican School 2. NDC 209. NDC 209. Parliamentary NPP 197. Parliamentary NPP 197. NDC 214. 214. That is Domi Anglican 2. Now Domi Anglican 1A is here. So now I will look at that. Domi Anglican 1A. So I have PCPP. And I'm thinking this is GCPP. Yes, that is the Great Consolidated People's Party. Yes. 1. GUM. 1. New Force. 4. APC. 1. And this is the first APC result I'm hearing. And Hassan Ayariga's APC. This is the first result I'm hearing so far. APC 1.
Bebre wachire. Your one person, this will not be the last one.
Yes.
I
tell you. In fact, yesterday, I think a day before the election, he was so pissed whilst he was addressing the press, and he has been complaining about the monopolization, the duopoly of our political system, and we are saying the MPP and NDC.
And MPP and NDC.
But he's not.
Joe, the issue of Ghana, Yankono NDC, Yabakon MPP, no. Emre biba ebesesa. But yes, say yes.
I wanted to say something, but it can happen. I won't say the other one.
Oh, yes. But Joe Biana, Yanya Mana Yebe warm, warm up pencil. Maybe.
Yes, maybe.
When Yana pencil.
It is in their blood.
Make I pass it, Menana Kuachra, Quabisiase. Was this time no more political party be rally no so bench and no not say no men na pencil bepem wane nyina e da so ye the NPP the NDC.
So we are hoping, let's see if there will be a new force, a third force, a different force. We live to see that. So we continue with the Domi Anglican 1A, and the NPP had 101, NPP 101, NDC 140. 140. Rejected ballot 2. Rejected ballot 2. Now parliamentary for Domi Anglican 1A. NPP 104. NPP 104. NDC 148. That is Domi Anglican 1A. And now because I have done Domi Anglican, let me do the 1B. Then you take on from there.
But Joe, before I will call Domi Anglican 1B, no?
Yes.
Domi for na MPP no me ohwe results ya ebe ya Erika me say NDC for ya edinim kakra ya te no kakra ya results aba no eso so na ya nim say nka Domi for no kadodo na ya na womo tatuma the NPP.
Yes.
Abrana honorable lawyer Sarah Adwoasafo.
Yes.
Na woye mame kokko fefefe na. No woye mra shebedwani wo dome kwa abenya no. Sarah Adwoasafo na womo tatuma ne pa.
Yes.
NPP fuo kwa primary senior ade no womo koto ye na Michael Kwe Junior eba befa ayi akonwa no edi free woman no wo AC akan ne nse say na kwakoye Mike Okwe Junior any Eliklim Akurugu of the NDC na ene no yenim say if Domifo ebe make history with the change of lawyer Sarah Adwoasafo akotena nchenti no Mike Okwe entimi amfa nkonundie amre MPP ana ama Eliklim Akurugu ene eba bedi wo manim for quite a couple of NDC into me fire or Domiko Abenya, but then you have a crab and I was me out there.
So, Domiko Abenya, yes, is an interesting seat. Even before the election, it is one of the seats that analysts and experts say we should look out for. And I, for instance, have been looking out for. Now, Eliklim Akurugu, when she faced lawyer Adwoasafo, she was able to close the gap a bit in 2020.
Yeah.
Now
2020, not just say you're close,
very close,
or the small margin.
Yes,
Yes,
and I think as we go on, we would draw the statistics and see what the differences were. What the difference were. So we will go to the voter region, Nana. Before we come back, when we come back, we will discuss the Domiko Abenya issue. Yes, let's go to the voter region where our correspondent is there. Hello, if you can hear us.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
All right, so take us through. You are in the voter region.
Yes, I'm in voter region for constituency.
Yes. So please take us through.
Yeah, so currently, the counting of the votes for different police stations have ended, and then so far, as I'm talking to you, the situation is going on at the post office and at the same time the NDC office. So at the outcome for the police station, so far so good. I think the NC for parliamentary candidate for NDC have won a lot of police stations. That's the reason why a lot of NDC people are tribulation for now.
Okay. Do you have any figures, please?
Yes?
Do you have any figures to give us?
Did I have what?
Any figures, any numbers? How many votes the NDC got?
Yes. I have a lot of data.
Yes. So you can take us through.
Okay. So let me go to police station for St. Clair's Allison Primary. Primary 3. So presidential MPP 42. ND 153. Parliamentary 72. MPP 72. NDC 125. When it comes to the new magistrate court A, presidential MPP 31. NDC 220. Parliamentary NPP 73, NDC 180. When we go to New Magistrate Court B, Police Station, Presidential NPP 36, NDC 214. When we go to the Parliamentary, NPP 78, NDC 178. When we go to Frankfurt the Moor, Primary 2, Presidential NDC 300. MPP 111, Parliamentary MPP 203, NDC 214. When we go to Frankfurt the Moor, PMJ 861, Presidential 92, NDC 291. When we go to the Parliamentary, NDC 205, MPP 811, 188.
All right. So thank you very much. That was our correspondent from Hohoi. Now, Nana, we were going to talk about Domiko Abenya, but we will still come back to Domiko Abenya. But let's go to Hohoi. Now, Hohoi is a seat which was for the NDC. But interestingly, in 2020, Honorable John Peter Amewu, who is the energy minister, came to snatch the seat from the NDC. Now, the NDC in 2024 said, no, we will not allow this seat to go. And so they presented Efo Walanyo Chekwe. I wish I can get the name right. Efo Walanyo. And he has contested John Peter Amewu and the NDC is already jubilating at the moment. Well, these are provisional results. These are not all the constitutional results for Hohoi. And so, if the NDC is rejoicing, then there's something interesting happening. Is it that they know for a fact, that they've taken back their seats, or they are just trying to, what we call, boost their morale? And Nana, and they will be best.
Oh, and they will be in shutdown. But I think somewhere September this year, a bubble sumi ni mono. Europe itamewu nkomodiemu senaye party no ho NGB campaign rally si boshe bi ne nkomobi dia. Ba ne nsenka yemu no, ode to dwa say when you cry 67% to 64% today, war funny boom. War funny boom. Enti no minim said ye ene AC ni resource kakra ebe ni ade no. Eya ene se da ye sun bi a wo bi nyane no. Say da ye na mizu ya. Che say wo so ho da ye dia. Wono nko anim but ne bo sho be share ne say wo be na niam ye no afa over 65% of the vote, but as to what I said, bet me a
Jinyame, yes. So Nana, we would be keeping an eye on Hohoi, and then as soon as all the results for Hohoi is seen, I believe we would bring our viewers that. But let's go back to Domiko Abenya. Now, something is happening in Domiko Abenya, but these are a few results we've gotten, and so when we get enough, we would be able to make definite analysis. But as of now, like you said, Honorable Lawyer Sarah Joasafo was the MP. But she had a fallout with her party, in Parliament especially, and then it affected the constituency. And so people are likely to push the NPP, no matter the candidate, for that, because the constituency was neglected for a number of months. I mean, close to 6 months. Now, Sarah Joasafo said she went to give birth and her child had issues, medical conditions, and so that is why she was out of the constituency. Even when she returned, during the registration period, voter registration period, and when she was roaming in the constituency and all that, you could feel the resentment of the market women. And it showed in their primaries. And so Sarah Joasafo was kicked out of the NPP race, and Michael Ronokwe, who has been contesting Sarah Joasafo for a couple of times now, is elected as parliamentary candidate for the NPP. Now, Elikli Makugu, who gave Joasafo a run for her money in 2020, has been elected as NDC parliamentary candidate and is facing Aaron Michael Kwe Jr. in Domiko Abenya. And so, if the results we are getting continues the same, it may mean that the constituents are trying to punish the New Patriotic Party for the sins of Joasafo, or Eliklim Akugu is drawing more votes and is winning more people to the NDC. Nana.
In fact, woba o my Ghana patu omwa. Se woye amanyoni, woye politician, na se wudi wagro, buntwomu no, edampan. Our constituency bit is said, Domiko Abenya constituency, and now more drink. A science of my Ghana, my munina. We shall constitute 276 constituencies. Constituency is so pa. Domiko Abenya constituency, and it's just a honum about 200 and some nom. And ya grow dear. And yet, small boys, most small post, and yet small post, crab. Now, so said any yedim como caneno. Yedim said Domiko Abenya constituency, a constituency beer. Na yedim said the stronghold of the NPP.
Sure.
Sabreno, na yamame lawyer Sarah Joasafo. Wakuta baton ni mwache ye pa. Na me kwa me kaisa the early years a me share some trejuma se me ye radio adwuma. Radio adwuma no ane ye no. Na no no so mo constituency tour. Sabre no na ye maame Joasafo na ye MP. George ma ko bi per constituency tour.
Interesting nana.
Na che se ye kukuru ye nsi pick up mu. Ni ye chi Domiko Abenya constituency. Joe, me akasa me hu say yes. And yanya gro kwan ye twa bia kasa krono eson constituency ne eson ye pa na obi bisa say de no dey to dwa no ye hunu say Faustina Eliklim Akurugu awojinama NDC Erekamie say yehwensunsuanso a eba na baabia na eye NPP
yes
amanyokuo no one stronghold
yes.
and cry has say wonim so say the greater Accra region so oye amanyoni na wudi nkonim ewo ha ansha wo befa
sure
it is a constituency the biggest constituency in the greater Accra region na wo kokosho say NDC edi nim ewo honom parliamentary wise na eno no ebetinya nsunsuanso bi on the overall election per the fact say Domeko Abenya constituency no and the biggest constituency ewo encrement bi emu well eno na nche no de na ekoso a lawyer Sarah Adwoasafo Ghana for wo mo Domeko Abenya constituency 2020 de kokromoti ekoto abade ma wo sikoko si wo ma na mu mrahye bedwam ye chechire mra bi ye ka bibia na waka bia ma wo mo wantena ho ampe wo ma hweja wo mo hokoye no eno hunsunsuanso nenne lawyer Mike Okwe Junior ja one day one can be shame one day anka se wonye hwe ne mre na aso no obedi ni champion so one day nkonim se ho almost stronghold into onim se eye den la na se yo den la na se wotimi di nkonim di anka eye MPP stronghold nko ade anko beko nanim enso na eye maame Adwoasafo ehun sunsuanso ni bi ya fa Michael Kwe hu ana ama afi stronghold na kwa akodi eye NDC fo nsem e wo Domeko Abenya constituency abatoɔ no Bako and Semno Bebre, but still the election watch on Pent TV.
Yes, so now Josephine is on the line. Josephine is at Achimota and she would be bringing us some update. Josephine, if you can hear us, tell us through what is happening at Achimota. Where exactly are you and what is happening there? Josephine, can you hear us?
Yo, let me see. Josephine, Wopetri. Okay. Abaje wa kwadi ya wote ya ne.
Interesting.
Aba eje wa kwadi ya na to say. Josephine, where dia makawa sama wa pa. Yo, abaje wa kwadi emprempren ehefa na wugina amanebo no etesen boyemu.
Mama said that you see how the Ohio North Municipal Operating Center. Now the team will have to get the bump up of still or final one. Got the different and up and I'm going to go the man what more than the Diana Diana for you for the Wudu Rat. You have said the crew in media house and ever. You the team are there, the meet that one. The officers say my everyone out of the city. I am on the fine step of the Navajo. We are in the young man. Opposite about to sign a airport to Mahati. Now you can say, when you go from the president become a performer, the more pet and drama at the hour. And then you have to say, the final about them. I'm not putting them any of the power to say, if you never pop up on a way, and the number to my own union at the display. Na no ana official you actually echo my man on home to me to be enu e be question e bia ade e no le no mu ta e na o mo me e na to ono e fa mo mo won to abola ma de na e ka te ye lo ma fa to ti e o atata abai ala adla de this na we ya be ya e ma abefo na to ti ame ka te when you say that I will be at one more and I will come up to the ground to every man and you see I'm at the school. Now, if you can do this, I will have to say, I will do something extra for one Kataka. Yes, when you say, and how much you feel Grandma every or not the next work every Amma and I'm at the school. But also about the field ever have to. We could get come on, or have to not be to have to and I know if you keep it there, you know. NPP and the post of that just for say here many children NPP and the post at the third one. You can see here, and can I say, post and the post in the year, anyone will be at home. And I'm at the year, you have to that. The must put your phone in education command your head and the amount of the power to be able to get the brother from safety and
yo abaje wa ya da so na so ansa na no wo se pepper spray nyina ye mia bi gu manfo ani ase mia bi gu wo mohwene ano Say me hunu bambo ho nsam no etesai eho hia yempa a police for wo ho immigration for ho prisons for soldier for ho bambo ho nsam tesan pa Ghana man ade hye nkwa ho hia yen
Nana the police one day immigration officer the map of the group of people ever find out it's not that the alma the one
Jo abaje wa ya das na so aba no say what hu sunsan so kakra wo sha two major parties no kwa ne sen kakra be ka ho independent for ne ade no so kwa ne sen
okay na that you are definitely say President Ahoro no and then for the men say video ba Pent TV dey shop now one more extra one the now you know what man have ya now so man ya for e dia say Pent TV enya e mani bu ama ma ba say NDC enya pipe no ma bo e dia say ma o pe this now we kata so whatever say ya we dia any issue if you want to send that here, your brother now the way you are, what must like come, will be a more than enough to be no, what to send the cat one now the way you are, then you for another bubble for that what will be buying to get the whole year now the way you are for, not more the movie, and yet they are sending every year to go to the airport, so we need the airport for Hannah.
Abaje wa yedawase pa
just feedback on EC press conference or yes no omo nsechefo bi say baby wa light edundum and EC ka say omama omo agents no at the coalition centers no sika and say omo fa generator and he say abada so wo so dia onche say baby a we sisi a kania backup enso te sen ya fa generator na say abada so gina so dia
yo am say abanka sa ye dia abakode okọ jo
enti na ye beto aso we
but am say jo ye hwemfoni a eda TV na anim na baby a abaje wa ewo no ehonum mfoni ene ehunu no dum so nyanto wo mo kania no ewom but na pa de pese ye fa ye fidie so no ye sere pa say oh my Ghana enyinama hode adwumakuo the ECG fo betime dia ene de edum so de enka yesre o madabraka adawro ma yesre papa na de yenhia kra yenhia dum so kra na bibia na ho pefe han na chese bibia yenhunu yepesi yenhunu yepesi yenhunu
sa mentime ho asene sa nyama
na chese me yehwe
ade ayepa na say in the end Nini asumdue na aba. I mean, ye pese obi wini a hu se me obi eluso anga se me eluso no ntintum na ye ma oman Ghana enko nenim. The reason for which we conduct these elections is not because we just want to win power, but because we want to give people power to cause change in our lives, in the country, as in the field of infrastructure and all those things. So it is not about fighting, it is not about killing, it's not about, we want the best of the candidates to lead. And so all other stakeholders must play their roles as needed. The ECG, if as much as possible, should help keep the light on so that everything will be fair. The generator for the backup should also be there. Yes.
Joe, 2025, it be a very interesting year.
Yes.
It be a year from Kwan, Yankopo, the my Ghana back when
Amen.
And see, ye pass some dream.
Yes.
Now, ye are witness the year 2025.
Sure.
And the new year. Was Christmas seasons and Kasayana. Nice.
Yes.
What has a fear na? Me say, me bedroom man and me penny some. Me do fear. me yenu aketwa kra me no mpanimfo bebre wo ho ahu ti bronya sa no ne chese me hwe Christmas me bi sister pani twam ne jollof no wo no a ne me ma me fa ha ne chese wo yam kwan no ne mete godin de ehia sa be na na rampe abra na be aha ti bronya me ka chere to nam na kwab na no pa ne se ye bedi pa
sure by the grace of God
asumdwe boko ene twam a asa di obedi nkoni mu bia madaroma preko peye genetum
okay
preko peye genetum
yes Nana I think Sandra is back and Sandra will give us more of the results. Sandra, if you can hear us, please continue for us. I think Sandra is facing a technical challenge. Yes. So Nana, I think we can continue, and then when Sandra is yes.
Mewa Ayawaso Central Constituency, Omu Coalition Center. Ahana yababeji final results. Yabere say Henry ne wini ye anase. NDC Rauf ane wini ye. But man who say akasakasa kakrebi koso. Me pese me bisa ni koso. Eden koso.
Yeah, MP no asenu. Onu or the fake papers about and I see MP ni eluti na uti de denu. Fake papers no the abalebi ni and I see MP ni onye correct bodo eyezu eza ye fa opa ombo ya fa omo na mu ka se agbena afi agbena Amupa, Amufa military forces in Ambra. Amuni trustly.
So pacho. Kasa we there. To me.
We apologize strongly.
Yes.
Strongly apologize.
Yes.
Empenimfo a mo hwe etitsire ne enintine ye TV kwachire we de ye nkotodwe gu form.
Sure.
Madawroma. Yes. Sremo.
Yes.
Sremo abia sremo anyado sremo prepa sremo eburu. Ye nim sinipa ne bekasa sei. Emfiri ye ndwuma ye ni ho. Abatu aba kasa wo kromu no no. Tinu ye srepa.
Nana, so I think you can continue with the polling stations. And so now today we know that Domiko Abenya is a place we will look at. Hoho is a place we will look at, and some other constituencies. But we should remind our viewers that they can go to pentvonline.com. When they go there, we are giving them live updates of the election results from across Ghana. Who is getting what? Who is receiving what? Who is becoming the new parliament of which constituency? We are providing them from time to time, real time. And our viewers can go there and find the results. They can also check our crawling text just beneath our screens. The results are rolling and rolling and rolling. This is a special coverage of the 2024 general elections, presidential and parliamentary. We are Pent Media Center and we are your election watch center, and we promise to give you unbiased, unadulterated. Our production is devoid of sensationalism.
Refined,
refined, yes. And so that is why we are here to say, Nana, you can take over.
Sadia Joshua can the election watch. Pent TV so. Yeni on Pent Radio 100.1 FM Kumasi and Wamubutu. Squad woman in the war. Yanoma na kabachiri makabum and sumo and 7th December 2024. Ma rent free Pent TV online and so on pentvonline.com. About only soon na online IT4 na ye busy. Ye uhie na ko na ko hwebi na gebrenso na kenkan bi hya nso ma yen se ye twa ya hoji ya ho sachira me na abe fontentan kase so Facebook so ye twagu frede Pent TV GH Pent TV GH on Facebook. Woko Instagram and X and so and also at Pent TV GH. Channel so I say DSTV channel 367, Go TV channel 214. The election watch. Abusia mama to so na memfa enko kwadaso constituency. Kwadaso constituency na yamane bofo wa Santemantem ono no owo Pent Radio 100.1 FM ewo kuma say Santemantem Potamo ohene banyako ama ne bonie kwada so constituency was Boga Joe polling center A and B presidential results ni tie NPP 422 CPP 2 NDC 105 ACP 1 Nana Kwambedi aku New Force onyamiensa Movement for Change Alan Chremantin sunyamiensa GCPP onyabako rejected ballot mu na eyemiensa total ballot cast 540 total expected ballots 861 percentage turnout no 62.72% parliamentary no tie eno so NPP 432 NDC 106 PNC 1 rejected ballot bako total ballot cast 540 and a total expected ballots no 861 percentage turnout no parliamentary 62.72% 62.72% ohineba nyako amanebo edo no kwada so constituency mayenko Daniel ho na ene no enko twetwe nkomo jo fa Daniel na yenko
Daniel otienka or asokwa Daniel you are asokwa if you can hear us what is happening there. So I think so Daniel, can you hear us? Okay, Daniel, you can take us through what is happening at Asokwa.
Now, as a back constituency, I don't know if there is about 10 million or more everyone at home and that's not a idea. The more more results from various initiatives. Now, look at the idea. One side of the air police station, no, results are over a free various which will just say, to get another. Now, I don't know, they were a special vote in the course of December 2nd. I think I was police station now.
So Daniel.
Hello.
Daniel, yetio.
Aye. Yo, sasaya sunsun so na ba e obi age atuma asem ka bia ne ho.
Hello.
Sasaya results na ba e obi age atuma asem ka bia ne ho. Asumdwe nso boko. Jo, eni e be sro se bomodin akosoa na afa wani edi akire. Ye be sa ba ho enche bia brepam na ya ba betoa ye nkomo twetwe no eso. Bobo so ma yen tell.
The NPP has been 264, 254. The NDC is 112, and after the Senate here, Alan here too. About parliamentary, the NPP, all parties have been 265, 265, and honorable Alcana is 102, 102, rejected, not 82. After when you actually move forward as a fact constituency, my police station, good shepherd, good shepherd, NCP 174, 174, NDC 138, 138, Island, one, rejected, one. Number of registered votes is only 491, and after so number of votes now only 320. Parliamentary, NPP, honorable participation in 181, 181, and the NDC, honorable Abokame in 159, 139, rejected again. I say, okay, Castle Market 1A, Castle Market 1A, Presidential NPP in 114, 114, and I say, NDC, the former Money Mahama to 191, 191, in Ireland, in one rejected, over a number of registered voters, I know 485, and I wanted to make sure 316. Parliamentary, all participants in 110, 110, and honorable amount of the NDC in 191, 191 rejected, I say, now the move market. Every day is a 2B. Every day is a 2B. Presidential NPP in 139. And yet Dr. Alahari Yomo, 169. And after John Dramani Mahama, the former president, in 140. Alan Jerry. And I rejected not a 4. Number of registered voters only 470. One is 286. Parliamentary, honorable partition at the day for the NPP with 136, NDP, honorable amount 141, rejected, not a threat. And no, this result I come from the far conference in the sense I will be and a member of the Mother Smith. One of the things is at the far conference, and the presidential NPP is 152, 152, NDC is 35. That area is Alan Jerry, rejected 0. And after the number of registered voters, only 290. Place in which one, 193. Parliamentary, honorable participation in 156, 156. And honorable Amokamel in 35, 35. Rejected not a 1. I say, what was when you could play more? Castle MAJ is a 2A. Castle MAJ is a 2A. Presidential NPP, honorable the Vice President John Dramani, honorable Dr. Alahari Yomo, 1, 2, 3, 123, and after the John Dramani Mahama, 153, 153, and for Alan Jerry, is rejected, not a yes 5. Number of registered voters is 465, 455. Almost that's not only 286. Parliamentary. Participation is 130, 130. NDC is 151. Not a 3. And also Castle MSD is 2A. Who could play more? I don't think they could. Rabbit check. And also as a sample says presidential NPP. Dr. Muhammad Baumia is 199, 199. NDC. Dramani Mahama in 49, said that in for Alan in my day. What about the answer? One hour show this about only 381. If you need to 55 so about. So up private school primary 2. Up private school primary 2. That I look at saying, oh no, you talk about 1 million. Only 305, but no children that's only 456. Presidential NPP is 235, NDC 61. Said I won. I rejected 0. And after the parliamentary, honorable participation, 200 and
Mantem amanebo enono asante mantem amanebo enono jo ye be hwe se ye benya ye nua ba Sandra homa ne so a ba bi ogina no na ne di nkomo kakra nya sa ye nsam treni ono so wa homa ne so a wa ye krado no empanifo pre ne tumu a ye nso ye beje bre na ye ne no edi eye enkomo jo bema
and as we continue, this is still Election Watch on Pent TV, Pent Media Center. This is our special coverage of the 2024 general elections, both parliamentary and presidential. We continue with our results that have come in that we are given us. So we continue with Tattoo Assembly Hall 1, NPP 85, NPP 85, NDC 201, NDC 201, and Cheddar got 1 vote. Cheddar got 1 vote. Now, parliamentary NPP 96, NPP 96, that's 96, NDC 196, NDC 196. Still on Tatu Assembly Hall 2B, NPP 79, NPP 79, NDC 231, NDC 231. Let us remind our viewers that these are not certified results. These are provisional results. And the Electoral Commission is the only mandated institution to declare election results. And so we are waiting for them. So we go to Tatu Assembly Hall 2B, NPP 79, NDC 231, Cheddar 1, Parliamentary 96 for NDC, NPP, and 219 for NDC. So Nana, Labour College, Labour College 2, NDC 212, NDC 212, NPP 151, NPP 151, and so over there only 2 results were provided. For presidential at YMCA, NDC 235, NDC 235, NPP 127, NPP 127, Berme Edu, and I wish to know which candidates that's 1, Alan Chairman 1, Goom 1, and Cheddar had 4. 4 for Cheddar. And now you can continue with that.
Yo, Mama found Copway Mansam, Yamana before when you are Wapway Mansam, and somewhere else of Fori. What the Be Free Community Center, a fancy with non polling station, where your Mampeni de Brand Presidential, and this year NPP, a Diosium 62, NDC, a Oha, any a year at Dionum Ensiam 156. Mepamocho Gum, a Bako. AJKK, Aya 1, CPP 1, valid votes 222, rejected Aya 15, total Aya 237, parliamentary Mrashabeja, our Fati Winan Polling Station, Community Center, NPP 73, NDC 161, valid 231, rejected AMYensa, total vote cast 237. Way Upper West Akim, enono. Mamemfa free Upper West Akim, Emfa Emra La Primary School, where Kante Suya Polling Station, Presidential. NPP 52, NDC 254, GCPP 2, AJKK 1, Nana Kwame Bedia Kochada. Okay, I'm someone funny Diana ma. Valid votes 310, rejected 19, total 329, parliamentary Potemwila Primary School, Kantayen Suya Police Station. Parliamentary MPP 60, NDC 263, valid votes 323, rejected 6, total 329, and enumerate Yababa to Edra and so enono. Abeto when you Upper West Akim LA Primary School. Kanta Yensua Polling Station. Amanebo for what women them somewhere of Fori Namanebo enono. Ojo.
Natama West, yes, baby, the Mexico number 2 JHS. Mexico number 2 JHS, and at Mexico number 2 JHS, the NPP had 84. NPP 84, NDC 103, Gum 2. Cheddar had 3. Cheddar is a man we are looking out for. Cheddar had 3. In parliamentary, NPP had 88, while NDC had 104. So in parliamentary at Tema West, Mexico number 2 JHS A. For parliamentary, NPP had 88 and the NDC had 104. The same Tema West, Mexico number 2 JHS B, and so 2 polling stations. Presidential NPP had 97, NPP 97, NDC 139, Cheddar had 7, Cheddar for the new force 7, rejected ballot 4. And in Parliament for the same polling station, NPP had 89, NPP 89, NDC 165. NDC 165. Rejected ballots 2. Rejected ballots 2. Now for Tema West, the same Tema West, Mexico number 2 JHSC presidential. NPP 175. NPP 175. NDC 183. NDC 183. Parliament. For parliamentary, NPP 174. For NPP 174 and NDC 200. The same Mexico number 2 JHS, this time D presidential. NPP 109. NPP 109. NDC 130. NDC 130. Cheddar 7. Cheddar 7. And the total number of registered voters are 450. Turnout was 247. Now, the Electoral Commission has promised that they would give us an update. And so, as and when the update is ready, we will surely go to the Electoral Commission. From morning, they've been updating us on the progress of elections so far. Our correspondents are outside gathering reports upon reports, giving us all the needed information. And trust us when we say we wouldn't leave you out. We wouldn't leave you out. We are keeping you updated. We are keeping you informed. Nana, you can continue.
Joe, MC Yankwaya was West Uogo.
Yes.
Constituency Bakwaya Baba to a bay, not just a constituency Bako. One more Honsem Kuha. And my phone call Ayawa West Uogon. Na Yang Kola Bauleshi Presby 1. Presidential NPP 92. NDC 228. Polling station 2 and so no NPP 85, NDC 168, La Bauleshi Presby 8, Presidential NPP 81, NDC 178, Parliamentary NPP 99, NDC 178, Independent Onyabako, Yawala Bauleshi Presby 9, Presidential NPP 88, NDC 233, CPP 1, Rejected Ballots AF5, Parliamentary NPP 109, NDC 214, Independent AF0, Rejected AF4. Total valid vote cast 327. Ayawaso West Wogan Abatso Empesial so constituency back Wamohunsem Bebre Ojo Ehanum Ena Yenim se Sinichani Sinichani John Seto Dumelo wa prese Yantuaba ma John Dumelo awaji din Sinichwemono wa meye MP ewa NDC Frank aso na ye mami Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan wano ni kunu ne free mu mri bia ye kai oba kunafo na chese humobra na ni nyuma nso so dead na ono so mo to le so aba ma wano so nya kwanya beye MP esi ade hia na mu ayawa so West Wogon wo mo so constituency ne so pa wo mo so mo tre pa enti em se election yi pempen so kura no na yetete nsem bi ne ayawa so West Wogon ene yesi ye mami Lydia ene yesi ye nua John Seto Dumelo John Dumelo na chese nsem wo krom komo wo krom pa but ye hansun so anso ya yetumi agada ba beto ye provisional results wa yensa kan wa hayi Ayawa so West Wogon.
It will be interesting. It will be very interesting to watch.
But the crowd that say results are second no say John Dumelo. Watchi ye mami Lydia mu pa. Watchi mu nkuma mu in the hundreds and 80s and 90s. Now watchi mu pa. But a polling station na ye no. Ayawa so West Wogon soon. And see, ye beka ni nyina bom, bi ye beka ni nyina bom awie no. Na ente se de wo hunu no. Na wani so be ye osie wan nyabotre. Bi abe boko wo. Enti ye go so. Enti Ayawa so West Wogon for history be see ana. Sinetwani John Dumelo wo ba be fa se MP. Ana se eye hanom na te sa ye beka ye wie no. Na ye maame Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan what was so a Gina Adeshia Namum Rashabam on the ticket of the NPP. who wins Ayawaso West Wagon seats. The power no na anopenia we na ya wo de. Okoto ye de.
Nana, come back to Pent TV online and
all right.
Send a Pent Media Center production. TV, Pent Radio Kumase, Pent TV online. And send ya channel. As time goes on, near update your website, near my real-time results. And you go online now. As of now, we have collated 41,384 total votes cast. And out of that, the NPP's Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is getting 17,654 votes, representing 42.66% of the total vote of 41,384. Whilst His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of the NDC, who is seeking a comeback, is getting 23,729, representing 57.34% of the total vote cast. For parliamentary, as we speak now, the NPP is having 4.7% of the parliamentary seats, whilst the NDC is having 8.33% of the parliamentary seats. Nana.
Ojo.
Yes, Nana.
Enya asem kuma o. Enti de ade sumu emprempren. Ye pentvonline.com/2024 elections. The Pent Media Center. Sounds the election watch. And about one soon so prempring. We enya the about to come electoral commission. Jan Mensa signature was here. We election watch the Yankasa situation on grounds. We have said and some trouble for one to nata so. No one more than some more bunny can see any DB bomb to be from. Your mathematics and so the edge you more me pay in mathematics here. Me work calculator off and the papa. The yehunu enie say pa no wo hwe ohamo percentage wise no a yewra Mahamudu Baumia seasoned economist ono no sika much as wa bin wa hye wo mu akwadare mu oha no wo hwe ohamo pen na aba no wanya ohamo pen aduanan mienu na achirpo aduosiansiam 42.66%. Yewra John Dramani Mahama NDC woman so anya 57.34%. Total votes are ya tunyina 41,384. And a guswa eka ebom. Na Joe, and I share ni mu say Ghana maimu this year 18.8 million. Sure. 18.8 million. And you share ni mu so mbekwa to aba across 276 polling stations in the constituencies here. Polling stations in the constituencies here. Now 12 candidates so and omokoto womo so ba na so dia ba beto dwa and na chese ye de esum wo yinte no Yewra Mahamudu Baumia ye kwani mu no besesa ana say 57.34% yi be da ne kakra na so still na John Mahama be kwasoa adi enkoni wo hwe margin mu so kakra obeko to atimi edi mu nkoni manya percentage a about to come sa hwehwe di to me ama no ana enti no are we retaining the NPP ya kwasoa ma NPP atena adwam ana say bring back the NDC into government na no obi ka say wo shepa Joe Yewra John Mahama John Dramani Mahama of the NDC and upon me catch that to no kwabena me say papa where the post to ankasa where the assemblyman paying me say where the member of parliament paying where the minister da where the vice president da Yakopon Frere Yewra John Evans Atamils wo benya wo bi mampani nchen kakra betafre wo bedi kakra asi jo wanya meat pie me si bukakra ma me bukakra so pay me nsem wo test yan wo say ye kama en wo no abegina ese Ghana fo afede mo ntoma me wa hu en ye to ye na no so wonya ye enti wo share political ladder no a wo share amanyo sema twede no a wafro nkakra ba bedru the peak of it just wa bedru so wate denne watafri bia abele wo so no watafri bia nkasa so emse stella was biribi wo ho enti wo pese wo san ba no wo san ba beye nanso so Yera Mahamudu Bawumia so say me a seasoned economist me de ne Bank of Ghana adwuma me nso ma ba bedi politics yachi ma behunu de ehia wo man Ghana me nso me obibia me pese me yema Ghana man so timi kwanimu eni nti wono nso agina say yento ne so aba ye guso akan abato no maako kwanimu de akoso coalition centers nyina yen semtrofo wo grounds biti ade aba nyina wo mo de som yen nanso as at now 9:16 p.m. Saturday 7 December results are Yansaka Pent TV online.com 2024 elections Pent Media Center the election watch and it's 42.66% for the MPP and 57.34% for the NDC. Yo, a provisional results. Way about to come as a stamp niso. A Akosiani Joshua. The election watch TV Pent TV, Pent Radio, and now so a Pent TV online.com. And ya come back chirim a Jumano and enumerating no. Ya back off na dear air corny dear air benina so no. Ya the best sumontino. Mini Joshua and the goons and any say I have some more. Ya quite more a brandy traguno so ya best sorry so. Am I yet ahodoa kai wo fiazo no. Woman you know be banner the ohobia and woman babas wetonam agbamo wo boan humambroni me so wonu juice be na chas won to the boa semes Ghana na won famran kakra right no enya sem kumajo ye be pon anopahema 12 a.m. It's one yentena fidie so na yemfa sem ne mo no kura no adede akomatu na yem hyehye nka ho na bibia da adwobrɛw no ɛha
Joe, Nana, let's continue our production by calling for peace. I mean, we've seen some footages out there, and which is not in the best of interest of Ghana and in the best of interest of peace. We want to call on everyone out there. This is an election. We are not using our fists. We only use our thumbs to express our opinions, to express who we think should lead us. And so, if you have voted, as much as possible, you can go home, listen to the results. If your candidates win, you jubilate, but cautiously. If your candidate doesn't win, you prepare for the next time, because this is not the end of the road. There's always another opportunity. But do not use this time to instigate violence. Do not use this time to act against people in a manner that will hurt them, hurt the peace of the nation, hurt the peace of where you are. We please and please again, all we asking for is peace. Let us have peace during this period. I mean, these are the most tense periods of the elections. The period where collation and counting is done. The little thing you say, the little thing you do, it escalates and the peace of the nation is jeopardized. And so please and please again, we are calling on all to exercise restraint in all that they do. If you are jubilating, please do that in moderation. If you are crying, cry in moderation as well. And so we will continue with our election updates, the votes that have come in. And then I will go to Tamale SHS New Assembly Hall 2. Tamale SHS New Assembly Hall 2. Over there, the NPP got 80 votes. That is 80. 80 votes, that is 80. The NDC had 245. NDC 245. With the new force got 1. The other presidential candidate got 0. Parliamentary for Tamale SHS New Assembly Hall 2. NPP 94. NPP 94. NDC 233. 233 for the NDC. That's 233. Let's go to Pong Katamanso. Pong Katamanso, Nana. I'll do this and then you go on. Yes. Pong Katamanso Polling Center. And we are going to the Pong Katamanso Municipal Assembly Polling Center 6B. Presidential NPP 85. Presidential NPP 85. NDC 146. NDC 146. GUM 1. GUM 1. And then the other political parties 0. Nana Kwame Bediako Independent got 2. Alan Kojo Chairman 10 got 1. The total vote cast was 236 for the Kponkatamanso Municipal Assembly Polling Center 6B. Now, let's look at parliamentary for that same polling station. And Mr. William Ofosu Asante of the NPP had 99 votes, whilst Mr. Joseph Akute Tete of the NDC had 135 votes. Samuel Kofi Opon of PPP had 0, the others 0. Total votes cast 235, rejected ballot 1, spoiled ballot 0 now.
Joe, my mentor son free St. Anthony Akweteman 1. Memphis Presidential Emra. The NDC enya 167, the NPP enya 94. Independent bako rejected votes miensa. Total votes cast 266. Total valid votes 263. St. Anthony Akweteman 2. Presidential NDC 219, NPP 106, rejected votes 5, total votes cast 335, total valid votes 330. Mamimo Shimfa Wonko Adenta constituency, Ogbojo Presby polling station, booth 1, NPP, presidential 82, NDC 167, booth 2, NPP 68, NDC 191, booth 3, presidential, NPP 81, NDC 212, booth 4, NPP 89, NDC 199, booth 5, NPP 82, NDC 162, booth 6, NPP 62, NDC 180. Mamimfa Wentramutel, Ewa Sawasa constituency. New Zongo 1, parliamentary, NPP 81, NDC 178, Asawasi constituency central mosque, presidential, NPP 64, NDC 164, APC 1.
Nana, Asawasi, no, Asawasi is a very interesting constituency. Former majority, minority or NDC chief whip, Muntaka Mubarak is there, and is an interesting. So let's continue with the provisional presidential results for Atakwa branch of Ewutu Senya East. Now, in the Ewutu Senya East Atakwa branch, there was 372 votes out of 713 total registered voters, yes. And the NPP had 27. NPP had 27. NDC 328. NDC 328. APC 2. APC 2. Rejected ballots 10. The new force had 4 votes. The new force had 4 votes and rejected ballots were 10. Let's go to Old Inkusumkum in Mankesim. Old Inkusumkum in Mankesim. Inkusumkum. Old Inkusumkum in Mankesim. NDC 269. NDC 269. NPP 140. NPP 140. Alan 1. Cheddar 1. Total ballots 411. 411. Old Inkusumkum 2 in Mankesim. NPP 55. NPP 55. NDC 98. NDC 98. GUM 2. GUM 2. CPP 1. CPP 1. Cheddar had 2. And poll ballots, I can see poll ballots here, but so let's go to total vote cast 161. Total vote cast 161. Now let me take Kojo. Nana, can you mention the fancy names? Let me take this one.
M.A. Kojo Bedu. Efutu Winiba, Central Region.
Okay.
M.A. Kojo Bedu.
M.A. So it's not Kojo Bedu. Interesting. So the polling station.
I am a Grace Backman. Anna Humamia Masanto. Fancy ladies. If you are fancy ladies, Jenny Kunsen cry. Gomua Koti electoral area.
So over there, polling station A, the NPP had 312. That's 312. 312 for the NPP. The NDC had 172, NDC 172. The new force with cheddar 5 votes. The new force with cheddar 5 votes. CPP 1. CPP had 1 and rejected ballot 7. Rejected ballot 7. Movement for Change, that is Alan, had 1. Parliamentary in the same polling station, NPP 374, NPP 374, NDC 121, independent candidates 0, rejected ballot 3.
Abusia for Mamemfa Monko Asante Mantem, Niankore Niakosuo, Achima Kwanguma constituency. Achima Kwanguma Abatuo Empesua so. Na woko Achima Kwanguma, wenye nieka evidence wo history wo support the stronghold of the NPP, the New Patriotic Party. Na yenko nkosho se ene 2024 abatuo yi Achuma Kwanguma force san omadwe wo kwan bi so ana still na womosi eshi ene nti ye bekọ akọhwe de ekoso mamemfa wo enkofo ase Methodist primary we presidential NPP Joe, what's in the American no na me say in history the stronghold of the NPP. But as a me hwe ade na wo so hwe no Ghana from the moment can presidential NPP 183 partial stronghold 183 NDC 186 Achima Kwanguma constitutes Asante Mantem GCPP 1 GUM 1 rejected 9 Mepamocha parliamentary NPP 362 NDC 73 PNC 4 And Joe, when Osha, Erikamia, you say, to skirt and blouse. That is what happened. Skirt and blouse, so pa. Where a Fonse Methodist primary, Achima Kwangoma, presidential, no NPP, 183. Emma NDC, 186, or one more chair. Nti ehon yera baumia, and yera mahama, chair. Emma NDC crapa MPP ho kakra ewo 3 votes ewo Achuma Kwanguma Asante Mantem o NDC vote me fa kakra na wa ba hwe parliamentary ne dia wa mo parliamentary candidates na wo gire mo ma MPP no wonu nya 360 eho no so MPP efa wo ma de Emma wo mo che NDC 473 bi kakra na PNC ena nya 4 history in Ghanaian politics me say 2024 about way Enya sem ketwa ensem bebre wom ye hu ye ni so ye te asumpa ne ma asesa yenko RC primary A ewo ampa ba me presidential NPP 147 NDC 82 parliamentary NPP 148 NDC 84. It looks like the NPP is regaining its glory. The Amedeba to Aswoyi as a Koye Kakra. Yanko Achuma Boko Mosque A presidential 130 NDC 181. Hey Joe, not me now see that.
Swinging the vote, yes. NDC takes, NPP takes, NDC takes, MPP takes. So it will be an interesting constituency to look at in the near future. In the end, what happened there? Yes, it will be interesting.
And now, Daniel Kwabnamante, my senior colleague, now or me say, your regions be swing regions near there. Fluctuating regions near the about to honest sanka crack never. But me assure say by the end of this 2024 elections, now swing regions a bia become
possibly.
Ebi ababeka pa yo. And see me that's what Achuma Boko Mosque A presidential 130 NPP NDC 181 CPP 2 Cheddar enya 2 Alan enya 1 rejected na eye 2 yen shebra parliamentary no MPP enya 134 NDC enya 183 PNC enya 2 rejected na eye 1 Achuma Boko Mosque B presidential NPP enya 114 NDC enya 193 CPP enya 1 Cheddar onya 3 Alan enya 1 rejected na eye 2 the parliamentary no NPP 111 NDC 196 rejected na 5 kwa so palace enie Presidential MPP 251, NDC 127, Parliamentary MPP enya 249, NDC nya 138, Tradia DA Primary A Presidential NPP 208, NDC 38, Cheddar Onya 1, Alan nya 1, Gumsu nya 1, Parliamentary MPP 203, NDC 46, rejected na eye 4. Mepamocho Tradia DA Primary B, Presidential NPP 213, NDC 36, Cheddar Onya 4, Alan 1, rejected na eye 4, Parliamentary NPP 201, NDC 47, PNC eye 1. Mepamocho Way eye Achima Kwangoma constituency. Asante mantem kanene na chese yenimpa diana ekadelaja bosomtwe atwima kwangoma enclave no na chese ka ho yie pa. In history, in Ghanaian political history, it is known to be the stronghold of NPP. Nanso anwumre results na eba ye no etewo sen so
we can continue with our results. I mean, as and when the results come in, we will give them to our viewers and our listeners across Ghana and the world. And so we will go to Ebenezer Methodist Church and School. For presidential, the NPP had 181, NPP 181, NDC 222, NDC 222. The new force had 1. The new force had 1, and Movement for Change had 3. Movement for Change had 3. For Parliament, NPP had 193, NPP 193, NDC 212, NDC 212, and independent candidate had 3. Independent candidate had 3. Then now we go to Medina Rates Hotel 18, Presidential NPP 74, NPP 74, NDC 167, NDC 167. The new force 2. The new force 2. Movement for Change 1. Movement for Change 1. Rejected ballot 3. Spoiled ballot 2. For Parliamentary, NPP 77, NPP 77, and NDC 166, NDC 166, independent candidate 3, and that's provisional results for Medina Rate Hotel 1B. Yes, so Nana, let me go to Kwadaso. Yes, Kwadaso constituency, Bogajo Polling Center, Bogajo Polling Center A and B. Presidential results for NPP 422. Presidential results for NPP 422. CPP 2. CPP 2. NDC 105. NDC 105. ACP 1. ACP 1. New Force 3. New Force 3. Movement for Change 3. Movement for Change 3. And GCPP 1. Rejected ballots 3. Total ballots cast 540. Total expected ballots 861. And this one has a percentage of turnout of 62.72%. And for parliamentary over there in the station B, NPP 432, NPP 432, NDC 106, NDC 106, PNC 1. Rejected ballots 1. Total ballots cast 540. Total expected ballots 861. Nana.
Joe, Mamenfa Adeshianko Tamale Central and Potamo. Na Yakoko shed Yakos away about stop presidential NPP 120, NDC 314, CPP 1, Alan 3 rejected AMNSA, Parliamentary MPP 113, NDC 328. Mamenfa mo Emra Asante Mantem Fike CMO Edreso Menshia Primary A. Presidential MPP 254, NDC 96, Cheddar Onya 6, Alan enya 8, rejected 5. Parliamentary NPP 262, NDC 94. Presidential Manshia Shanti Region NPP 240, NDC 114. Cheddar 11, CPP 1, GUM 3, LPG 1. Parliamentary MPP 255, NDC 110, CPP 1. Mamenfa wo enko Cape Coast South constituency Mensa Saba polling station wey mampanyini abato on presidential the NPP enya 131, CPP enya GCPP enya 1, LPG 1, NDC 184, NF 5, Alan 1, rejected 1, Mayensha parliamentary NPP 126, NDC 174, independent candidate Bakunya 2, Bakoso onusu this independent candidate onya 22. Mamenfa Jamina Akensen SHS Mra na Joe Entwaso, where your friends so south about one persuaso Asante Mantem. John Dramani Mahama, presidential 59, DMB. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia onya 315, NKB Nana Kwambedi Akwonunsu enya 4, rejected 3, parliamentary Mrashebeja NDC 76, NPP 303, rejected na 3. Enti yebeko ahimbro no Domatin or down constituency. Joe why crowd
I say you can't near here, you become Makadinadi. So I think we can wrap up here.
Yeah.
And then the next team will come over and continue. Else if they come, they will not get something.
Yes. Who's a Joe? Me no one casano as a combination of
sharp.
A peak. And I know you go school near Quaco I bina. Hey, Abramu ebi owo school mu hono wo share forget a pick. Forget a pick. Akwa di apeke sa as wonye serious aba no watwo.
Wow.
Chale wudi na chi anka waso a pick. Enti no university has saying na ya sorry so etonam agbemo e was stand by on the other team aka so e de beba ene etemutola so 12 a.m. ahomache 12 and sanye be pom the election watch on Pent TV panie anwia esichire ba ko se kura free to for mo ha wo beti we are the voice you can trust. Ye from in Nana Akosua Chra appear do the second. Ye besumwa mini berima.
Hazel Kabnapa Joshua is my name.
Ye chair we ba ye twa the election watch Pent TV, Pent Media Center, Pent Radio, and also Pent TV online ye twa so.
This November 2024, all eyes are set on Ghana's most anticipated event, the national elections.
As the race heats up, stay connected to the voice you can trust.
For in-depth analysis, live updates, and expert commentary, look no further.
We're bringing you every angle, every insight, and every breaking story.
On December 7th, as Ghana heads to the polls, we will be right there with you.
From the first vote cast to the final results.
And as we welcome Ghana's new leader, join us here on Election Watch for diplomacy in our inaugural celebration.
Witnessing history live on Pent TV, your #1 Christian TV station.
So watch us live on Pent TV. Tune in on Pent Radio and join in the conversation as we stream live on all our social media platforms.
This election season, trust Pent TV for coverage that informs and inspires on Election Watch. For all the news, the analysis, the results, and the swearing in, only on Pent TV. Pent TV, it's all about Jesus.
Tioti. Engumani fo ni abefo a wonwenwene wonadwene de dwene omayi wo ne wo heo. Monsore waka. Adisuamu akrashefo ne mranifo a wode mrabo omayi wo bra ne wo heo. Monsore waka. Yebayo breguo ani woni owo de adabraka. Mesi musuakuo ni amanyokuo ni akuakuo ahodo a yede chichiri kro ne wo heo. Monsore waka. Yase bakwi di fatana kunu ne mama nyankwa kwanu ase. Timesra mi biso. Why na ejina brane so obako atu dream proya ne katase hyase. Say ya fa no kura kwan atu de da ebedane amache ya ne ebehunu amane. Se okoda na odwenwine sansemi hu amane nya wodadwene. Huo
You're still watching the Election Watch right here on Pent TV, where it's all about Jesus. Right from 6 a.m. today, we assured you that this is the place to stay because we'll keep you updated and informed about everything that is happening with the 2024 general elections. That, of course, is parliamentary and also presidential. And so far, we are having results coming in, and all across Ghana, our correspondents are getting in on the lines with us and updating us with how the coalition is going so far. We are still here at the studio. I'm here with Kwabena Mante and also resource person, Mr. John Martin. He is the president of Youth Empowerment Consortium, and he is also here. And we are going to be talking a lot this evening as we are updating you with the results that are coming. Remember, these are provisional results. The results will be declared by the EC officials. Kwabena, good evening once again.
Thank you, Eto. Good evening to you as well. I hope that you're doing good and great.
Yes.
Indeed. So far, it's been good. I got worried a bit the last 2 hours before voting ended. And then during the sorting out, counting of ballot papers at the various polling stations, we've had lots of, there are pockets of it though, but the numbers are a bit high. Worried. There's tension in the system, a lot of suspicion as well. And we are just using this platform. Let me speak to our viewers who are watching at home and all of you to be calm. You can be vigilant and not be very violent, but not be violent at all. Just be vigilant. Do not accept any cheating, but you can do it and not be violent. And that's what we are expecting all of you to do. So as you can see, these are periods of analyzing the provisional results we have, and what we'll be trying to do is the provisional results we have, we'll try and pick them up and match them against what happened in 2020 so that we can probably start looking at it here and there. But don't forget that as we speak, we are expecting that a lot of the votes would have been counted and announced at the polling stations, and at that moment most of them are getting to the collation center. It's actually at the collation center where you get to have a fair idea of who is winning and who is losing. Enyumre ni aye sisi ane se results aba ya bobo boso eguso ba ya an eba no ni e boso kyeremo eba ni e boso kyeremo na ni aye be ne se ni abadi bi no ye be hwe se ebetimi edi ho nkomo kakra ye edi ho nkomo no so na ye hwe 2020 ni aye si ye e wo saa constituencies ye be bobo boso yi eni ebi aye nyina ye hwe se ho de den na ekoso wo ho den na ekoso wo ho ye be hwe last 4 years ni esi wo ho na ye de amache ni a e kontenu ni ye be ye between now aye ko ye nima ye ne mo ana wa ha ye nya nko ba bia ye hu ni a we win ni a we lose ya ye nko ye nti Trust Pent TV ye can say ye de be bremo everything, and we are ready to do that. So I'm happy that we have our resource person with us who will be helping us appreciate the results as they are at all. So that's it. But I don't know, maybe we can start engaging.
Let me just welcome him and then engage him a bit before we get into. I mean, today has been successful. We were all expecting it to be peaceful. Unfortunately, some 1 or 2 incidents. But what do you make of today's election?
All right, I think generally today's election has been very calm and peaceful, and there have been pockets of violence which mostly are normal in our elections because of the heightened suspicion of political parties. When you take your mind back from when EC started with opening nomination, filing of nomination, we've had a lot of accusations, a lot of suspicions. The whole atmosphere was so heightened that the fear was that we may end up having a chaotic election.
Yeah.
But when you look at how the EC weathered the storm, from filing of nomination, even balloting for positions on the ballot paper, the way EC decided to have IPAC meetings in the full glare of cameras, these brought a certain level of assurance that there is nothing untoward happening. Though the EC had conceded to some mishaps from their side, some were over-exaggerated, but how they brought everything into the camera space, I think has really helped us a lot in this year's election, which has minimized a lot of the things we used to hear from previous elections.
All right, so for 1 or 2 constituencies or polling stations, we realize that, I mean, we've lost a life, and just some few minutes ago, news in that another person was also shot. What do you make of those 2 incidents? We were hoping we wouldn't even hear anything like this.
It is quite unfortunate, but, you know, in a human institution like ours, and in a political setting like ours, where political parties are always suspicious of the Electoral Commission and suspicious of each other. These things are expected to happen. But as I said earlier, it is quite unfortunate. I don't know what these political parties engages in with the Electoral Commission when they are in power. That makes them always suspicious of each other. Because from where we sit, and from all that we have seen from the Electoral Commission, all that has been shown on television, from IPAC meetings to their various media encounters, I think every concerned citizen will be reasonably assured that this election is going to be free, is going to be fair. Just that as a political party, as said in the Supreme Court in 2012 during the election petition, you must be vigilant at the polling station, for that is where the elections are won.
All right, now, since you also brought in one angle, let's go to security. When it comes to security, what do you make of this year's election security in terms of how the police force has handled security?
By far, I think the police has done very well. Just that I think the communication that came to us was that we were not going to see any military men in uniform at the polling station.
True.
But unfortunately, the reports we are seeing, we saw some military men having some banter with some alleged NDC executives of a particular polling station. So I think that we should leave the talk. If you communicate to us that military men in uniform will not be at the polling station unless they are required to be there, there should be a way that the general public will know that these military persons present at this particular place are really required to be here. Because if we don't know what is happening and we see them, we go by the information you've been giving us and we become jittery. You see, so I think that was the challenge. Though when it comes to security matters, security personnel cannot be so open and let the whole country know that this is what it is. But at least there should be a certain level of communication that assures those at the polling station that they should be receiving or expecting people in uniform.
I totally agree with you on that, because when EC, one of the process we have with EC, when EC was asked that, you told us there wouldn't be any presence of the military, but then we having it. Their answer to us was that they don't have control over the security force. The security force decides on how they handle matters. So I think communication should have gone on so that maybe that information wouldn't have even come to the public domain.
I think it wasn't the EC that gave the information that military would not be there. It was the police.
It was the IGP.
Yes, because the police has the mandate internally to ensure that the country is safe. And they have...
Forgive me, just to be fair to the Ghana Armed Forces. In fact, yes, the police did make that announcement, but even before that, the Ghana Armed Forces itself had issued a statement. Then the police, more or less confirmed it. But to be fair, the latter part, I missed the time, but the latter part of today, or rather in the afternoon, there was another press statement from the Public Affairs Department of the Ghana Armed Forces, informing that now we'll see soldiers at some of these polling centers. When we see them, we shouldn't be apprehensive. So just to be fair to them, they actually did inform us. But if you look at how the information came the first time, when they said there will be none, to assure us, this one...
Yes, I think the first information got a certain wider mileage.
Exactly.
And so if you are bringing in a second information,
they should have given it that same
from the first one, there should be that magnitude of mileage, so that everybody will be aware of it, and then we will be expectant of these people and know how to deal with them. Because it was a very bad thing to see on our screen, how people in uniform and military uniform being attacked by civilians.
In fact, it took me back to this Major Mahama gentleman. When I saw it, I said, hey, I didn't see no person was very,
later,
very worried.
I saw these civilians in hospital and they were really bruised. You see, who loses?
Who loses?
That's the whole point. Who loses?
Anyway, finally, before we get into the statistics and all that, were you surprised about the voter turnout for this year?
I was shocked.
Shocked?
I was very shocked because when you look at the various polls that has come, even that of the NCC projecting over 88% voter turnout, we were expecting to see a lot of people coming out to vote. Also, when you go through these social media spaces, you could see that people are really enthused to vote. But when you get them, for instance, I voted in Ashanti region, and I was shocked. Because yesterday, I have to leave the house very early in the morning, got to the bus terminals, and there were no vehicles. And we were told all the vehicles had headed to Kumasi, and they are locked there because nobody is coming to Accra. And then we get to Kumasi, we get to Ashanti region, and with the expectation that all buses went there purposely for people to go and vote. And you see the voter turnout, and it's just disappointing. It's so disappointing.
Anyway, Kwabena, what do you have for us?
Well, as the results coming in will be announcing, I just wanted us to remind ourselves a bit, last 4 years, what happened in some constituencies. And then when we get these results, we shouldn't be surprised, or we should be surprised, depending on how it goes. But since our guest is from the Ashanti region, maybe we can start looking at some interesting places in the Ashanti region. I don't know if you have anyone in mind, but immediately coming onto our dashboard, I go to Ashanti region, I see Subin, I see Asawasi there, among many others. And so I want us to start with Asawasi as one of the constituencies to look at. Now, this dashboard, again, for the purposes of this discussion and more, we'll be talking about blue and also green. Blue will represent the NPP, and then green will represent the NDC. I'm trying to get this to be big enough for us. But this is the map, and as you see, it's green, showing that it was the NDC. I'm looking at 2020 now. I want to look at 2020, go back to Ashanti region, and go to Asawasi. So there you have a 2020 results in Asawase. Now, in Asawase, in the 2020 elections, the total votes cast is here. We had 101,499 registered voters. Out of that number, 82,915 went to the polls to cast their votes. We did not record even one single rejected ballot. That should tell you how correct people were in terms of making sure that they get their votes counted. So you on the screen now, you can check that, and then you see that 101,499, and the valid vote cast is 82,915. Now, let's check out what the figures are. Now, NDC votes out of this 82,000 that we are talking about. NDC had 51,659. That is how many votes the NDC got in Asawase 2020 election. So the question is, will they be able to clock this number of 51,000 plus, or it will be more? Considering the low turnout that we recorded, especially in the Ashanti region. The NPP in 2020 had 31,256 votes. That's a difference of about 20,000 in Asawase 2020. This year, the candidate for the NPP is a different candidate. He's a very youthful guy. You can call him like an area boy as well. And he has worked really very hard. And well, there have been talks as to, and he's going to win, and he's winning already. Some of the provisional results we have received from Asawase, maybe if we go back, we'll mention some of them, and we're actually crawling them, show that he won. I'm talking about the NPP candidate Manaf. He won in a few of the polling stations that we have announced so far. So the big question is, at the end of the day, when we count all these votes at the coalition center, will Manaf of the NPP win and change this color in Asawase to blue, or it will still be green? That is the big question. Of course, at the presidential level, the results we have received show that still the NDC candidate, John Dramani, is making the numbers. But when it comes to the parliamentary, Manaf of the NPP is equally giving Honorable Muntaka of the NDC a run for his money. But if you look at the gap, really, 2020, it was 20,000. As to how Manaf can match up and close that 20,000 to a point of even overtaking Muntaka is what we are asking ourselves this evening.
The Asawase numbers from 2016, it keeps fluctuating.
Maybe let's even go to 2016 and find out. Yeah, please go ahead.
When you look at the 2016 figures, Alhaji Ali Duseidu was the NPP candidate, and he had 45% of the total valid vote cast. That is 33,490. And then Alhaji Muntaka also had 53.57. That is 39,095. And you could see about 6,000 difference from 2016. And then when we moved to 2020, the NPP dropped so badly from 45% to 37%, with a nominal figure difference of over 20,000. But so far, what we have seen this year, it looks like Manaf is performing like Ali Duseidu performed in 2016. Because for the figures we have so far, the provisional figures, we are told that Muntaka is leading with about 7,000 vote difference. And so for the Asawase constituency, it's difficult to really guess or suggest that the NPP can turn that place, that constituency blue. Because each time they have shown fidelity to the NDC as a party. And when you look at how cosmopolitan the Asawase constituency is, you realize that the people that mostly appeals to the NDC are mostly found in the Ashanti region. We have been preaching against tribal politics and all of that, but we all know, I mean, it's a naked truth that people of the northern descent mostly tilt much towards the NDC. And when you go to Aswanse, majority of them are from the northern region, the northern part of Ghana. When you go to Aswanse, you see that it's inhabited mostly by Muslims. And per our electoral history, a lot of Muslims also tilt towards the NDC. And so the magic that Ali Duseidu did 2016, we don't know where it came from. We really don't know where it came from. But in 2020, we saw Muntaka taking shape again, and the constituency showing its fidelity to the party that they believe in their policies and programs. And so this year, I don't think we are to expect any shock. The best that probably Manaf could do this year is to close the gap. But to turn Aswanse blue, I think it's quite over-ambitious. There are some constituencies that are no-go area for each of the political parties. I don't think we will one day wake up and see an NDC PC winning in Shiaeso in the Ashanti region. And so I don't see an NPP in our current democratic system winning Aswanse constituency anytime soon. I don't think so.
I like the fact that you said anytime soon, because it might have, in the future.
Actually, I am doing a certain analysis. I'm doing a certain research on how education affects our electoral rolls. The various constituencies, the various towns, before free SHS, the level of literacy rate in those constituencies and how their vote patterns were. And after free SHS, the level of their literacy and their vote patterns has been. I mean, it will interest you to know that some of the originally NDC aligned communities, after the implementation of free SHS, you realize that the MPP are doing well there. And so how education affects our politicking and the way we do politics in Ghana. So maybe, I don't think Aswanse is that kind of constituency that is so low when it comes to education. Because you have some of the best of schools in Aswanse constituency. Talk about Kumaka, talk about... there are lots of good schools in Aswanse. So I think when it comes to education, they've had their fair share. And there's one thing about Aswanse. Aswanse is more like one of the constituencies in Ghana that has almost all their inner roads tied. All their inner roads, almost all of them are tarred, either asphalted or tarred. And all these happened under an NDC government and under the leadership of Muntaka. And so it is difficult for people who have had such benefit from a political party like that and a parliamentary candidate like that to switch to another party.
All right, we are still bringing you footages from some of the constituencies and some polling stations in the country here in Ghana. And of course, I see the Electoral Commission officers who are there. Of course, this is where I'm guessing that they are all here to present their votes for the ballot papers from the various polling stations. And so that's the footage you see on your screen. Of course, we still have some of the provisional results still crawling, and so you can update yourself with that as well. Kabna, where do we go next?
Another constituency I want us to look at is Offenso North. And I brought Offenso North up because I look at the data here per what we have on our dashboard, and it looks quite tight, very, very tight. If you look at Ofinso North, it looks quite tight. Now, this is 2020. And Ofinso North here, it's showing blue, which is for the NPP. However, if you look at the data we have showing here, first of all, look at the map. If you look at it as a glance here, you can just see some slight difference in terms of the blue and green. However, let's look at it in the Ashanti region. NDC, well, the total vote cast in 2020 is 37,593 valid votes cast. Now, this was shared between an independent, other parties, let me put it that way, other parties and the NPP and NDC. Now, guess what? The NPP had 18,614 and the NDC had 17,273. So just do the calculation and you see the difference. So it was very tight. This is 2020. Now, my question again, and I asked our expert that, should Ofinso North be a place to watch in this particular election?
Well, Ofinso North too is just like Aswanse,
right,
a very cosmopolitan area with a lot of people of the northern descent. But it looks like NPP has been winning, but not of a wider margin. NDC has always been doing so well. When you look at 2016, the NPP won with about 3,000 margin. No, it was 2,000 to 3,000 margin. And so when we came to 2020, the margin reduced to about
just
1,000.
a bit about 1,000, yeah.
So there's a likelihood that if the NPP do not work hard in that particular constituency, the NDC can overtake them because consistently the NDC has shown that they do better there. And Ashanti region being the NPP's stronghold compared to Volta being the NDC's stronghold, the NDC is able to gain between 80 to 90% of the total vote, valid vote cast in their stronghold. But the NPP can't do that. Their best, I think, has been 76%. And so if they do not work hard in a constituency like this and lose it, then their stronghold now will become a place where NDC can battle squarely with them. And so I think that they should concentrate more on these places and try to better their numbers. It's very important. But when you look at the history, most often the NPP during primaries to select parliamentary candidates, that's where mostly they get a problem in these constituencies.
Okay.
And so there are times you see people going as independent, you see people even contesting on ticket of other political parties, but if you trace their roots, they came from the NPP. And so if these things are not checked, very soon, the Ashanti region, which is the stronghold of the NPP, should NDC get about 30 to 32% in Ashanti region, it will be difficult for NPP to ever win a presidential election in this country.
Really?
Yes, because Ashanti region has been the bedrock. The region alone could cancel about 6 or 4 regions that the NDC has been getting numbers from. So if they do not work hard there, because whenever we start polls, on any good day, the NPP has about 1.6 million votes ahead of the NDC if Ashanti region is turning up very well. If Ashanti region is getting over 80% of voter turnout, NPP already is in lead of about 1.6 million votes. But when there's a low turnout in votes like what has happened this year, and when it happens also in Ashanti region, the biggest hit definitely will be the NPP. And when you look at the numbers they're also getting in places like Ofinso, places like Aswanse, where the NDC can stretch them over 20,000. If they do not work extra hard, I think years to come, they would have to consider maybe a new region as a stronghold.
Maybe my last one before Eto now comes in. Just as you talked about turnout, I'm beginning to ask myself, so what will make voters, especially in Ashanti region, decide not to turn up in their numbers, especially because it's a stronghold of the NPP, and you have even told us that if they turn out well, the NPP will always have that 1 million plus advantage. Is it that the NPP this time around did not push their members to go out in their numbers to vote, because more of them, as we know from the figures, are NPP? So could it be that the NPP members decided, oh, at the end of the let's not go, or they just didn't want to go this time, or what are the variables? I don't know. Are there actually? Because I keep asking myself, at the end because you were saying that practically, what you even saw told you that but it turned out that they didn't go to vote. They were rather going somewhere else.
Actually, I think when it comes to Ashanti region, especially Kumasi, when they feel like their trust is betrayed, they will also leave you to sink. I remember in 2008, when NPP, after a President Kufuor's tenure, Akufo-Addo was looking to continue after President Kufuor. NPP lost because there was voter apathy in Ashanti region. And the little inquiries and research I did told me that in those times, people living in Ashanti region felt like the NPP betrayed them. There were a lot of people who felt that police were unfair to them, mostly drivers. Things that they ordinarily would not have been arrested for prior to the election, they were getting arrested for parking at places, though they are illegal places, but ordinarily they were not being arrested. Police started arresting them, and so they got angry and decided not to go and vote. When I went to Kumasi yesterday to go and vote, I engaged some of the youth when I got to Pampaso. And one of them said, you see, this may sound petty, but they felt betrayed, that we are just playing, we are joking with this, and you got us arrested. And it looks like the only way to revenge is to stay away from voting. And that really hurt, or will hurt the NPP in this year's election. But when you sit and look from afar, you realize that this toy gun thing may not be anything serious, but it could lead to other things. So it was necessary that authority brought that whole phenomenon down. But probably the way they handled it, there was a little high-handedness. So they felt, we will not waste our time to go and vote. Why should we go and vote? And then after we vote for you, look at how you are even treating us. So when it comes to Kumasi politics and loyalty, the little thing that you do to them, they try to revenge. So I think that also worked against the NPP this year. That also accounted for the low voter turnout in Ashanti region and in Kumasi this year. And other economic factors as well.
Okay. All right. Let's move away from. So what I'm trying to do. All right. So I'm just told that. I thought maybe you can pick it from here.
The fourth EC presser for today is about to happen, so I think we'll be going. We'll pick that so that we hear from the EC. They promised to come at 9, but it's 10:23, and so
it's understandable.
Yes, it's understandable. But they are doing very well.
Yes, yes. I'm happy about these pressers.
Ask
seriously.
them questions, and then they give us answers to things we do not understand. So let's quickly go and hear from the EC once again.
the high level of their professionalism demonstrated so far. But we, however, urge the media to always verify or cross-check their information, as well as, importantly, the results that they put into the public domain. On this note, we would want to thank all of you, and from here, we will be heading towards the Collation Center, the National Collation Center, and wait for the results from the regions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As usual, we'll take 5 questions. Which of the mics?
Hello, I'm Samuel Nyimabo with ABC News Ghana. I want to know, before the process started, the EC said that it hoped to collate and declare the results within 72 hours. Now, with the stalled process at certain coalition centers, I just came from the Klote constituency. The ballots were still not coming in. The ballot boxes were still not coming in. Some are still yet to even enter the coalition center. Is the EC still on course to collate and declare the results within 72 hours?
I am Araba Edu from GH1 TV, Star FM, and all our affiliate stations. Now, our correspondent is reporting of a shooting incident at the Ebuako North EC office. Has this come to the attention of the EC, and what's your reaction to this?
My name is Zita Okwan. I work with Class FM. My question is about collating of packing of ballot boxes from the centers to the coalition centers. What did the EC plan to, or how did the EC plan to move these ballot boxes? Because in Nungwa Traditional Authority Center 1B, there was an incident where an individual or a private vehicle had to transfer a ballot box to the coalition center, which actually brought about chaos. How is the Electoral Commission moving ballot boxes from the centers to the coalition centers?
Okay, thank you so much. My name
And that's
All right, welcome back. It's still the Election Watch right here on Pent TV, powered by Pent Media Center. Let me just take you back to Kwabena. Kwabena, I think we'll move to the next constituency.
Yes, I wanted us to go to the Volta region and have a bit of an analysis there, also check out what the Volta region has. But in the Volta region, there's just one constituency I want us to look at. We already know that the Volta region is also a stronghold of the NDC. But one constituency did some magic in 2020, and that's the constituency I want us to focus on, and that is Hohoi constituency. So we want to look at Hohoi now, and these are the figures here for Hohoi. If you look on the dashboard, you can see that it is blue. Now, in 2020, These are the figures. Margaret Kweku, it was against John Peter Amawu. These two, all right, Margaret Kweku and John Peter Amawu. The total votes, 48,846 out of 59,674 registered voters. Now, after the votes, because it's a stronghold of the NDC, we were all expecting that the NDC will carry the day. But Peter Amewu of the NPP shocked everyone. Don't forget, Peter Amewu had been a minister. He's been doing some work here and there and all that. And he got 26,957 votes. And then the NDC's Margaret had 21,821. That's about roughly, let's peg it at 5,000 votes difference. And that's how come John Peter Amewu won the election in 2020. So we are asking ourselves, looking at what John Peter Amewu did in 2020 and the fact that he is a sitting minister, he's an MP as well, he's with the ruling government, the ruling party, the government of the day, would he, now he has an advantage, because even when he did not have that advantage, they made wonders in 2020. Could that also happen in 2024? That's the big question.
Victory in 2020, I call it the Fourth Republic miracle. I mean, it's the miracle that happened in our...
It was a shock to the NDC.
Because that was his first time ever contesting.
Right.
Not that he has come 2-3 times and didn't succeed. His first shot at the seat. And when you go to 2016, the person who stood, who represented the NPP in that election, that is Marlon Praises and Enipa.
Yes.
She had only 6,000 votes, representing 15%. And then the NDC candidate had 35,000 votes, representing 82%. And then for John Peter Amewu, Honorable, to just change the whole narrative to win, I mean, it was shocking. To win by over 5,000 margin in a constituency where they had lost over a margin of about 20,000. It was shocking. That's why I call it the miracle of
the Fourth Republic, yeah.
Because nobody ever thought that even if he could win, not with that margin. I mean, there are some constituencies where people are winning by 200, 300 votes. So if you are flipping a seat like that, we're expecting something like that.
Close margin.
He won by that margin. But when you look at his performance this year, it looks like, you see, sometimes in 2020, I don't know the miracle that he did. But it looks like in 2024, you know, when you look at our political landscape, any party or government that stays in for 8 years, automatically you begin to attract the dislike and displeasure of the population. And so I don't know if that is what is affecting the NPP as a political party is affecting him as well this year. Because this year, when the figures and the numbers we are hearing coming from Hohoe are not that pleasant at all. And there's a likelihood that he may even lose the seat. And even if he will win, I'm not sure it will be by that margin as he won in 2020.
You have raised an issue, and I want us, all of us, to look at it. You said if a party stays in government 4 years, another 4 years, now you get to a certain corner where it's like, Wachedodo. Breaking the 8 was a big issue in this election. In fact, at a point, the NDC also adopted it kind of. This one, the NPP started the breaking the 8 because they had stayed for 8 years. And were looking at breaking
what you just described, where we see them as Omachewa, so 8 years a year, Kono before from that kind of thing. At a point, the NDC was also capitalizing on it. If I went after the balloting, the number 8 became an issue. Both parties started using it until they all decided to stop using it because they knew on the ballot papers there will be no number on it to say number 8 or number. Have we, at this point, based on just the provisional and the ones coming, have we gotten to the point where you can conclude that in Ghana, possibly, if you serve 2 terms, there's no way the nation will give you a chance again, despite your good works?
I think the results of this election will help us to come to that conclusion.
Right.
Because should the NPP lose, then we are justified to come to that conclusion that no one is permitted by the Ghanaian electorate to stay more than 8 years. But for me, I think that is also the bane of our underdevelopment. Because when you look at the way our political structure is, when a party wins, it looks like whatever the previous party was doing, they make nonsense of all of them. And then they have to come and start their own things. Projects are abandoned in the forest, in bushes. Policies are not continuing because if I continue it or if I get it better, you are going to claim you introduced it. And so that has become the bane of our underdevelopment. And it looks like we do 2 good things at a time and 3 bad things. And so you move 2 steps forward, 3 steps backward. And so always every government that has come in this Fourth Republic, when you check the history, has come and taken us back to IMF. And there is no country that stays under IMF conditionalities and will be able to develop. I think we should get to a point where, as a country, we come to that point that we want to be conscious of our development. And then if it's the NPP or the NDC in power at a time, and we see them to be doing well, and we see that our fiscal policies are doing well, our numbers are growing, the country is developing. If we have to keep them in power for 20, 30 years to finish a certain policy to its full maturity stage, let's keep them.
20, 30 years.
Yes. Look at Singapore. You see, all these African nations that are doing well now, that looks more of like a developed country, or some are even developed country. They were not changing, perennially changing governments like that.
You don't think
especially
4, 8
when
years?
we don't have a national developmental agenda where you come and this is what we are doing,
I was just
and you
about
continue.
to mention that maybe that would be better than having government stay in power for more than 20, 30 years. Because once we have a national agenda that every party comes and is supposed to follow that, I think that will help us more. Because like you said, after 8 years, it looks as if Ghanaians get tired of the political party and they want them out. So if you want them out, then I think there should be a national development plan that will, everybody is going to obey or go according to. That way we'll get development done.
That's all. The issue is that that's what I was going to say. There
But
is, but we are not making good
We can't
use.
trust our people
To follow it.
That's the whole problem.
Yes.
We can't trust them to follow it. And nobody will come and develop our country for us. We will develop them ourselves. And so if you are not conscious about these things and if you don't take these things so serious and work at them, we will always, 100 years from now, we will still be talking about the macroeconomics, the macroeconomy, the fundamentals, and these basic things.
Now you're reminding me a lot of the campaign things.
These countries are moving away from these fundamentals. Today I was having a conversation somewhere and I was telling someone that some economies are raking in billions of dollars just through digital platforms. And we are here thinking about the basic fundamentals, and then 8 years a government comes, another government comes, and we're talking about the same thing. How are we going to develop? How are we going to grow?
I like the way you say the fundamental.
Or will it be our constitution? we have to change?
I don't think the constitution is entirely
I doubt,
problematic.
Yeah.
There are parts that we can amend. I don't think the whole constitution should be overhauled.
Okay.
Because I've been a student of constitution for a while, and I can say Ghana has one of the best laws, one of the best constitutions, one of the best laws formulated in this country. But the thing is, are the people who are supposed to ensure these laws work committed to doing that? Or we are just committed to looking at the loopholes in the law and taking advantage of it? That has been the problem. That has been the bigger problem. For instance, when we look at the impasse in our parliament right now, some years ago, an MP says, I'm going independent. The NPP, as a party right to the speaker, they activate a provision in the constitution that says that you cannot be on another party's ticket and then still remain in parliament on the ticket of the party that brought you there. And this MP was sacked from parliament. But I can say that they knew that the true meaning of that provision was not how they implemented it there. But you see, let's look at the deficiency, the loopholes in the system, and take advantage of it. And that is what is really, really troubling us as a people in this country.
Because to the point where some of us sometimes even forget that there's a national development plan and nobody seems to be obeying it. Maybe there's some part of our constitution that should be able to force government
we
to
have
go
National
according
Development
to it.
Authority, people working there, we are paying them.
We are paying them, but when was the last time we even heard from them?
We are not using even
We don't even
anything they
hear
are
from
bringing.
them. The extent that some of us are forgetting that document even exists. By 2030, right?
Ghana.
Yes.
Let's pray.
Anyway, if you are watching us, we haven't left you. Yakobro from Kakra, Edin Komo. Fair analysis. Results. No, you go train. You in Crawford collation centers. No, and your woman say collation centers. No, polling stations. No, you know, the omo the ebeba. Aha, ne akekani nyina bom ansa na yehu say MP we and afa. It take it time. Until you tinimu until 8 around 11:30. Ho baby 12 ho baby no and abebre na beba ba ne ye ne say ye hwe kakra efi polling stations na ba no na ye de ahwe ne see 2020 e wo constituencies no MPs na especially no ye hwe focus na wo ho ne are discussing kakra nka to hwe ya ma we ni results ne de beba me kasa ma we ni ya na chese Pent TV ye nyaaye ye gusua e make sure say ye ma all everything that you need. So stay with us. Now let's move to Greater Accra. And Greater Accra is a key region. It's a key region because among for Greater Accra is different. And then case we money account for and ever for and not this for there be frame for two fra and Greater Accra. Constituency is not a dorsal. I'll come to you, but let's in Greater Accra. But once I went there, the dashboard gave me this as number 1, just as I see. So I want to go to Dome Kwabenya constituency. Dome Kwabenya constituency. But just watch something. In okay, this is not Dome Kwabenya. Okay, let's just stay on 2020. So in 2020, this is Dome Kwabenya. Dome Kwabenya has come out to be one of the constituencies that has a very large numbers in terms of voter population. Into unya votes or now, this is what happened in 2020. We are just looking at 2020. In 2020, we had 173,612 registered voters. 173 Now see how many did not vote. 127,795 voted. So almost close to about 50,000 did not vote, and that's huge. That's really huge. Inti Dome Kwabenya de a constituency bia uwini wo ho na margins ne so na is a vote about on edoso pa itimi push you. So it's always an interesting place. Obekan former Speaker Michael Quay a hot professor, how no mammy for professor then count. Aaron, a hot na ufia, I'm sure on the banana the dynamics mix. It's as they see and the banana also. But ye co 2020 ye mammy adjua safo or no and an hour. Ye you said this year na adjua safo and co. Mike Okwe Junior or no ena ewo hosisia ojinama MPP ena NDC still for Stina intino sesia na ye hwe domi kwabenya figures no enu nie in 2020 no ye to abani wie na NDC epk 52,262 votes. That's a lot of votes for me. 52,262 votes is a lot. But guess what? NPP had 75,000, almost about 23,000 difference. 75,041. Other parties here can be 492. Percentages no NDC 35.39, NPP 63.75. Yeah, I know the candidates, Ajwasafo is not there, Michael Kwe is there, but if you look at the trends, maybe starting from 2012 down to 2020 and how it has always gone, especially in favor of the NPP, now what can you possibly say could change in 2020, or would it still remain blue for the NPP?
Figures from Dome Kwabenya, the NDC has been performing very well.
Yeah. The 52,000, just more votes.
When you look at 2016, NDC had 29,000. And then 2020, they jumped to 52,000.
Yeah.
Huge number.
It's a huge leap.
Yes.
A very huge leap. And in 2016, NPP had 63,000. And then 2020 is 75. It wasn't that huge compared when in numerical terms compared to the NDC.
Okay, yeah.
So you see, the NDC has been doing very well in that constituency. The NPP has been winning, but their percentage keeps dropping. Because here, Ajwasafo won by, when you look at the percentage, she
63.75.
58.35. By 58.35. But in 2016, she won by 67.99%. And so percentage-wise, you could see that there is a reduction because the NDC candidate had really performed better from 31% to 40%, and 9% increase. So I think that constituency, if care is not taken, will become a flip constituency where the NDC can't take the constituency. What has been troubling the NPP in that constituency is the internal wranglings, internal fights during primaries. The fight among themselves has been affecting their national output when it comes to elections. So I think they should concentrate on that and manage their internal processes very well. But when you look at the total population, I think maybe from next 4 years, we can really do a better analysis on registered voters vis-a-vis the valid voter ID cards for national identification, to use them to open bank accounts, to use them for any formal applications when it comes to applying for anything. But now that there is the Ghana card, I'm sure people will now go for that instead of going for a voter ID card. From next 4 years, we should be seeing our registered voters vis-a-vis the valid vote card really matching. If it's not, then I think the NCC has a lot of work to do. Because why would someone go out there, queue, stress themselves to procure a voter ID card for the purpose of voting, and when it is voting, they abstain from it? I think we should put our minds to these matters and then find out what the actual reasons are and see how we can nip this in the bud. Because it is worrying that your people register to vote and they are not voting. when you look at the local governance system, voter turnout has always been very poor. People are not interested in these assemblymen elections. If care is not taken, the general election can get to that point. And if it gets there, it means a population of 30 and over million people, and then you go and see about 6,000, 5,000 people voting to choose leaders for us. It will be very, very troubling. So I think NPP should, coming back to the Domi Kwabena issue, the NPP should really rethink and re-strategize on how to rake in the numbers again, because they keep dropping. When you look at the trend from 2012, 2016, 2020, they keep dropping. And so they should look at what the issues are. If it's about the candidates and they have to change the candidates, they should do that.
We'll see what happens in 2024. Hopefully by 12 midnight, maybe tomorrow morning, we'll know this, and then we can probably come to a conclusion. Another place is Amasama. We haven't gotten a report yet, but I know we have some reps. So as we move along, we'll see if we can get some update from Amasama in Sawama Dwejiri as well. But we quickly want to look at Amasaman too. And the figures here, of course, it went to NPP, the Blues. There's a new candidate for the NPP in this 2024 elections against the same candidate who stood for the NDC in the last year. It's between NDC's Sedem Afenyo and a new guy, I've forgotten the name a bit, but it is not Akwesi Owusu Efrifa. There's a new candidate. Akwesi Efrifa lost primaries actually at Amasaman. Now, in last for Akwesi Efrifa is also a one-time MP, if I should say. It was his first time and he won. Unfortunately, at the primaries, he lost. I don't know why he lost, what he didn't do right, and he lost that particular. But these are the figures. NDC 54,519, NDP 57,838, just about 3,000 or even 2,000 plus, votes. Difference not so huge, but anyway, people are winning 100 votes and 50 and 200, so 2,000 is enough anyway. But that's how close it is. And I've been monitoring this year's campaigning in Amasama because it's close to where I reside in Awam, and it's quite head-to-head. You can actually, when you look at the variables, you can say it will go anywhere. Because this NDC candidate, that is Sedem Afenyo, he has consistently been coming. So he's an old, we can say he looks like an old face. And then on his own, he's been doing a lot at the whole constituency. This new person also apparently is a contractor who, even though he has not been coming as a candidate on his own, has doing a lot also for the constituency. So they are all showing that Yaba constituency, and looking at how close it was with Afrifa and realizing that Afrifa did not win the primaries. Of course, this sometimes brings certain kind of confusion at the base for the members. So my concern is, could the NPP lose because they changed the candidate with Afrifa? Or even though it's tight, it could go anyway this time around?
Yeah, I think before I look at the merit of the candidates, changing of the candidates and all of that, I think the political parties should find a way to, at least, there's a reason why the Constitution says for a president can go for 2 terms. And then when the president goes for the first term, no political party go and vote to choose another person.
It's always the same candidate.
Same person. So we can't have a parliament where people go in 4 years and they're out and new faces. And it weakens the quality of the parliament we have. And so I'm
sorry, not cut you, but let's hold on here and then Ed can bring that up. We'll come back because it's of interest.
Yes,
You are
yes.
making a strong case. I think we start pushing this agenda.
Yeah. So hold on to your thoughts. We have Benzi on the line from Wager. Benzi, good evening. Hello, Benzi, can you hear me? Good evening. Why is your tone so down? Are you tired?
No, fine. I'm fine.
Great. That's the voice I want to hear. All right, tell me where you are currently and the updates you got for us.
Okay, so I'm currently at the government coordinator police center.
Talking about Dominic. So it's good to know that you are currently there. What's happening? Maybe update us.
I also work for Presidential Coalition Center.
Okay.
Which is currently in the Legon campus business school. So coalition has really not started. I think political parties are still trying to compare results with the think sheet. Then when they are certified, they can now start the official coalition of the region. So everything is calm here. There are no issues. There are no problems. Everybody is in watching proceedings as it should be done. The teams personnel have conducted themselves very well. Things from leading political parties are also conducting themselves very well. There are no issues here in the I have to West Wogon constituency. You know, this constituency became a flashpoint mainly because of the West Wogon by-election that happened that elected Malaysia. The Pharaoh Al-Hassan into office. And so, right from there, 2020 was a flashpoint. It was a constituency where many felt that it should be paid attention to. And so, coming in this one, we felt that this was a constituency that we should pay much attention to. And so, we've been here since elections closed. And so, we went to fight a number of the polling stations and observed. Everything was cool, everything was calm. People from both political parties, especially the agents, and even observers conducted themselves well. And so we are here still waiting patiently to see which finally emerges as the winner and goes to Parliament on the 7th of January. So we are here and hopefully we can bring you results from the West Wogon.
As how that goes, but it's good to know that everything is calm and under control. There's no case for us to be worried here at the studio, and that alone is an encouragement because I know you are safe. Benzi, yeah, thing you like to tell us before we let you go?
Can you come again? I didn't really hear you.
Asking that, is that all the information you have for us?
Yes, that's all. I think that the EC officials, together with the political party agents, are still trying to compare results on their issue. And then once that is done, every political party agent will collate and know the results and certify them for a year.
Waiting for any updates from you as you are there. All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll come back to the studio where we have Mr. John Martin, who is the president of the Youth Empowerment Consortium, and he is speaking to us. We're looking into the numbers of 2016 and 2020 elections, and of course, we'll definitely be comparing them to this year's election. But for now, we're just looking at the figures. Kobna.
Yeah, so this evening, viewers should know that anything is possible. So all you have to do is to believe and follow us here.
It's possible.
And anything and everything
is
possible.
Okay.
So just watch out, and some fake news possible, the correct one possible, the figures you are here could be possible, it may not also be possible. So just stay with us and trust us to deliver. That's why we are trying to analyze what happened in 2020, so that when you hear the results, hopefully, I was hoping we could have asked Ben when he thinks
those at I also West Wargon, the final collation could be now, because we are hearing a lot of social media, and I keep asking myself, do they have the certified results from the EC? As you can tell, Benji says they are still putting it together. I know the parties have set up their own machinery with their pink sheets, so when they get the pictures, they put in theirs. I'm sure it is the parties who are pushing these figures. Some of the media houses have also decided to set up their own, trying to collate. But at the end of the day, it can change at any point, which is why I'm saying anything and everything is possible. So before you start saying now I'm making sure say Pent TV no. Very, very important. All right, let's go back to Amasaman, and you were trying to share a few things, but you were making a very strong point that it's about time we start looking at how we treat our MPs. We should look at giving them terms if possible, just like we do for the presidents.
Yes, I think, you see, when you look at how Parliament works, I think the first year, 2 years, when you get in there, it's more of training.
Orientation, kind of.
Orientations, training, to get them vexed in the work they are going to do. And then after 4 years, once they've gotten this knowledge, they are not able to put them into practice. And then, because of internal political party machinations and internal political parties, democracies, these people are stirred out. New ones come in. They also come there to. I mean, I think it hurts our democracy. It is time we look at keeping people for a particular number of years. And then after that number of years, they fade out. And the new entrants can't come in. Other than that, we'll be losing quality. We'll be losing quality. And how our election also has become, it looks like now the seats are for the highest bidder. The one who has much money to campaign.
Yes.
The one with much money to
give out, to do the spending, everything, mobilize.
I remember Youth Empowerment Consortium had engagement with some member of parliament and PCs early this year. And then one of these PCs in conversation said, you can't be an MP in Ghana if you only visit people with your hand and your legs. At least when you go, something should also go.
Something should go. Then also mobile office.
Then I asked him, how do you recoup that? Because you are saying that is an investment. Investment must come with the return. Where is the return? The return is in government. And so when you get to that office, they'll plunder. And then we, the ordinary citizens, as they call us, we are ordinary. Call us the ordinary citizens.
I like that description.
Yes, we then suffer. And so I think we should find a way to protect our members of parliament. Can we amend the constitution to also give them maybe a 2-term? We know 2 terms are not even enough for president, but arguably they're able to do much of things they want to do. So if we could keep MPs in the House for at least, if they will be eligible for internal democracy, which can change them for another person, it should be after 8 years, so that they can give us the best. Else we'll be losing quality in our parliament. And on the Amasaman numbers, when you look at 2016, you see that the NPP got 29,000, which represents 54%. The NDC got 21,000, which represents 38%. But in 2016, the whole thing changed. In 2020, the one I first gave was 2012. I first gave 2012. 2012 was
you are going to 2016.
29,000 for NPP, 21,000. No, 29,000 for NDC, sorry. NDC won in 2012. In 2012, NDC won with 29,000. And NPP had 21,000. Then in 2016, the NDC won again with 27,933. And the NPP had 27,665. And so it was just 300 vote difference.
Tight.
Very tight. And this is what I see in the future happening at
Dome
Kwabenya. Yes, Dome Kwabenya. Because it looks like the NDC are always doing well. Here, it was the NPP that was lagging behind. In 4 years, they are at parity with the NDC, and NDC won with just 300 votes. When we come 2016, the NPP now wins, and win with 3,000. So you could see the trajectory. The NPP keeps doing better than the NDC, because from 2012, NPP keep increasing in nominal figures and in percentage-wise. And if they continue in this trajectory, it could become a safe seat for them. Because it looks like the NDC has almost lost that seat to the MP. Now, it doesn't look like a flip constituency. It looks like the NDP is getting more comfortable because the NDC wins with just 300, whilst you are coming from a 7,000 difference, and then you are winning with a 3,000 margin. I think it's quite impressive. But now in our politics, the voter, the ordinary voter, and we, the ordinary Ghanaians, we are getting sophisticated. We are getting to know the issues. And so now you can't predict where our farms will go. And so if you don't up your game, you may be losing our farms. And then it would affect the chances of the parliamentary candidate and invariantly the presidential candidate as well. This year, we are looking to see NPP doing better so that they can keep the momentum. But should the NDC should NPP win by 500,000 margin, the next 4 years, we should see the NDC taking over the seat again. But if the NPP should widen the gap, then we can safely say after this year that now this is part of their safe seat.
Right. Now, maybe we'll come to Kolete, and this is where we have Dr. Zenator Rawlings and Valentino Ninoy Norte. 2020, it was Dr. Zenator Rawlings against Prince Apia Deborah. And this year we have Valentino. Valentino came last year at a point he had to be changed here and there. If you look at the differences, 39,343 for the NDC and 31,154 for the NPP. I haven't gone to 2012 and 2016, but I believe 2020 will be like the third time Zenator is going.
Yeah.
If you could probably confirm that for me, because this should be her third time.
Yeah, this is the third.
Yes, this is her third time she's going. So it's becoming like a safe seat for her, you know. But it's always tight, because I even remember 2020, and in 2020, the news we're hearing she has lost. So finally, we said, we got the confirmation she had won. And so it's always tight. But 2020, for instance, look at the difference, 8,000, that's huge. But we're hearing saying, I don't know. What is likely to happen in 2024?
I think that is one of the seats that I see as the strange seats in Parliament.
The strange?
Yes, it's a strange seat. When you look at 2008, I want to start from 2008. The NPP had 30,000 against NDC 1,000. NPP had 30,000 against NDC just 1,000 in 2008.
And this is where we've got into.
And this is where we've got into.
Wow.
That's why it looks like a strange seat for me. So in 2016, you see the NPP still winning, but this time NDC moved from 1,000 to 35,000. And then the NPP moved from 30,000 to 63,000. In nominal figures, you may see that you are winning at a certain higher margin. But when you look at the growth rate, how the NDC has grew in their votes, in their numbers, they are doing better than you. So from 1,000 to 35,000.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. And so any serious political party will kick in an emergency strategy to ensure that this thing is kept in the... This thing is kept as early as possible. It's going to affect your chances. And when you look at 2016, and the NDC is pulling these numbers, you can imagine the numbers they are going to pull in 2016. That 2000. So in 2016, the NPP. In 2016, that's when Zanato took over.
Yes.
And then he changed the whole story. Where you were winning with a margin of over 34,000.
Now
20,000, 30,000. Now Zanato takes over with a margin of 4,000 in 2016. And when you go into these, you could trace them to internal rankings. And these affect the political parties so much that sometimes people look at their personal interest as against the political party's interest. Because they want to field a particular candidate, this person should be the person who should represent the party. And when the people do not buy into that, and you force these candidates on the neck of the people, these are some of the results we are going to see. But when you look at the numbers, Zanato is not winning with so much of a margin. It's around 3,000-4,000, always around 3,000-4,000. 2016 was 4,000, 2020 was 3,000. And so I think the NPP can still work hard to match the NDC in that constituency. But I think the magic wand of the NDC is the Zanato person. It looks like she has a lot of influence in the constituency. It's like people just like her.
Is it not because of her dad?
It could be so. But I could see that people like her even more than the party she represents in that constituency. But when you look at the presidential, she's mostly doing better than the presidential candidate. So this year, we are expecting her to still win, but we are hoping that the NPP may close in the gap because it was 4,000 in 2016, 3,000 in 2020, 2024. If they work hard, they can reduce it to about 2,000 or 1,005.
Let me see if we can pick maybe just one or two. We'll go for a break and come back and continue. Take note that this is still what you know to be our coverage of the presidential and parliamentary elections. We're just trying to remind ourselves of what happened in the last election. Let's maybe run off with Ayawaso West Wogon. We had Benzi giving us a report there. He couldn't give us the figures yet, but it was quite close in 2020, what I have here. The NDC getting 37,478 and the NPP 39,851. Difference within 1,000 plus votes. And the same candidates who are meeting again this year. Lydia Al-Hassan, who is the MP, and then John Domelo, who is, let me put it in code, a celebrity. Let me put it that way. These are the two. We had them last 4 years. There was a lot of tension at the end of the day, accusation here and there. There are two candidates that we have always seen, one attacking the other and the other saying that I don't know why they're attacking here and there. What will happen this year?
I think that is also, Ayawaso West Wogon is one of the highly contested seats in Accra. And when you look at the statistics, see, the MPP has always been winning that seat, and they've been dominating it. But their dominance is not as huge as the other constituencies, like the Inshiaeso and the others in the Ashanti region. When we go back to 2008, Akusia Frima Oseo, the current chief of staff, was the NPP parliamentary candidate, and she won with a margin of about 3,100. And so you could see that the gap in that constituency has always not been that wide. When it translates into percentage, it's still not that wide, because when you look at her performance in 2008, she had 42% as against NDC Albert Kojo Chumbua for 37%. And then when you come to 2012, in the same constituency, Honorable Chematene Jakon now was the PC for the NPP. He had 31,000 as against the NDC Kwame Wadako 30,000. And so you could see that there's a reduction of about 2,000 vote margin compared to the previous election. Then in 2016 election, Emmanuel Chamate Jako represented the NPP again. But here he won with a margin of 10,000. And that was huge. And unfortunately, I think he passed on, and then his wife took over. And then when Madam Lydia took over, we see the margin gap, 10,000 gap that Chamate Jako left in 2016 reduced drastically by 8,000. So Lydia won the last election by just 2,000. And people felt that this was a sympathy vote because of the passing of the husband. And so this year is actually the litmus test of the quality of that candidate. I think this year is the actual test of her capacity to be able to win that election fair and square for the NPP. But when we look at the numbers that are coming in, you could see, I mean, it is not that much surprising. But when you look at the first in the last election, just a margin of 2,000 in a constituency like Ayawaso West will go. It's not such a margin that can't be overtaken. It's so easy to overtake. And so, exactly, you have to work. But when you look at the trajectory, you took over from a win margin of 10,000 and it reduced to 2,000. It tells you there's a lot of work to be done. So if you don't put in the hard work and the extra work, the likelihood that you can lose the election is high. So it's not surprising the kind of figures we are hearing. And this year too, I think John Dumelo upped him a bit. His campaign was much more organized than last 4 years. This time you could see that he was on the ground. He was doing the campaign very well organized, well thought through, well planned out. And if it pays out, I think the only thing we can say to him is to congratulate him for such a feat. Because that particular seat has always been traditionally blue. It has always been NPP. And so if he's able to win it, then I think he'll be the star of the NDC parliamentarians in the 8th parliament, or I think the 9th parliament of Ghana.
Let's look at one more. I wanted us to go on a break, but let's look at one more before we go on that break and be back. And this is another interesting place, but just close to us, Lejokuku. Lejokuku constituency. Now, in Lejokuku constituency, it is interesting for me, and the reason why it's interesting because of the two candidates involved. One is a former MP, another is an incumbent. Now, these are the numbers in 2020. The NDC won with 17,256 votes, and the NP won with 15,464. You look at it closely, just within the 2000s, at least as I have it here in 2020. Now, Lejokuku is one constituency who will not give it to one particular candidate for another term. You just get it once and then that's about it. So at every point in time,
I think it's Segi.
Okay, oh, sorry. I've moved to Segi. I should go to Lejokuku. This is Lejokuku. Yes, because quite huge. I beg your pardon there. So NDC 55,000, NPP 54,000. So this is even less than 1,000 as we see it here. I'm looking at the differences. And the question, this is 1,000 or less than 2,000 as we see it here. And it went green for the NDC. Now, but the same candidates, like I was saying, Honorable Bernard Okoboy is with the NPP. He is a minister. Now, Minister of Health, and Honorable Benjamin Ayiku Nate of the NDC. He won in 2020, but with a slim margin. So it's of interest. And it's of interest because of the kind of trend we see Kuku always going, where they wouldn't want bringing the same face the next time. They always want to see that change. For the presidential, they are mostly always leaning to the NDC, apart from during President Kufuor's time where they gave him a lot of votes. But parliamentary, I'm sure they look at your face and say, you go to number 2. So let's take you out. This year, we don't know what is happening because at least these two candidates, they've seen their faces before. So they don't have any choice than to choose one of them. What do you think they will do?
Yeah, I think Lejo Kuku has always been green. There has always been NDC. When you look at 2008, they won with a margin of 12,000. That is Ni Nordidia. And then in 2012, they won again with a different candidate. As you said, they will not give the same candidate 2 shots at it. They won with a different candidate with 10,000 votes. And so you see the votes reduced by 2,000 as compared to 2008. And in 2016, Okoboy took over, but he won with just 2,000 votes. So it wasn't surprising that he lost, because ordinarily it is not an NPP seat. It is like Amewu winning Hohoi. It was a miracle. And so it is easy to unmake that miracle politically, because this particular seat is one of the safe seats of the NPP and of the NDC. And you are winning with a margin of just 2,000. Sorry. A margin of just 2,000. Whilst he has been winning with margins of 10,000, 12,000. So to overturn that was so easy. And we look at the 2020 results, when the NDC won, now they really struggled. They won with just 1,000 vote difference. Suffice to say, with these figures, we can say that now Lejo Kuku is becoming more of a flip constituency, because from 12,000, 10,000 to 1,000, it presupposes that the NDC do not have hold of the constituency yet. They can lose it at any time. And so if Okoboy works much harder, he can take this seat so easily from the NDC. And so this year, this particular is one of the seats to watch out for and see if the NPP can take the seat once again.
All right, so you're still watching us here, bringing you live coverage, trying to analyze the figures. Let's take a bit of some peace messages. Maybe 1 or 2 patriotic songs to get ourselves in the mood at this point in time. Hopefully some of the numbers the coalition centers have been busy all along this evening. The coalition centers have really been busy, and we're hoping that by the grace of God, we are hoping that we can have some of our reporters letting us understand. But it's been busy. It's been difficult getting to the centers. Number one, some misunderstanding here and there. The sense of responsibility to protect the ballot box and all that. People are alert and that kind of thing. So it's making things at the coalition centers a bit challenging. However, things are still going on. So we're going to go for one or two, peace messages and maybe a few patriotic songs. We'll come back refreshed and then hopefully we'll get those numbers in and then we'll continue with the wonderful analysis our experts helping us appreciate. But these are some of the constituencies we want you to be looking out for, which is why we're trying to take you back to appreciate the 2020 figures and then know how it goes. So here are some few peace messages for you. Remember that the peace we won is still on. Tomorrow is Sunday, but we are still counting the vote. We are still announcing the results. People are still celebrating, jubilating. People are not sleeping. So it's important that you also be praying with us, be following us, and let's keep calm. At the end of the day, wait for the results from the E and from Pent TV. That one I can tell you is the authentic one, and then we can together celebrate where we need to celebrate. But for now, let's bring you a few of these messages and so one or two patriotic songs. So we're back to continue our analysis and bring you the results as we have them.
And tie. Afei, mama ye shasi en free adibo mfiti ase. Amra, obo ade bo ni wiase. Oduma kuma to ne hye cheche ne nsase no. Nia me ni ya ni oman Ghana. Ani ya sasi asia gudie ni enkwaye mfudie. Ghana mu nipa dodoɔ ne nepa dodoɔ nyinaa Ghana dom na ɔde kyɛɛ yɛn san so siesie yɛn de Africa ahenya hyɛɛ yɛn seesei Kristo nti Ghana ni ba bi ayɛ ɔde hyɛ. I've been for more. Where Sika for more. A titire war may more. Say yeah, Ghana, 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 oh, say yeah, Ghana, oh say yeah, Ghana, 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 oh say yeah, Ghana, oh say yeah, Ghana, yeah, Ghana, yeah, me the woman, oh. Your mind, Papa, Casso say ye. Jama debi Japa enti o madie no o jama de pa e japa de pa o jama no eno ne me japa de o Ghana o bataya o atitira wa titi abotire o wiase afa na nyina woman yimo and the four woman yimo and what before woman yimo yeah what the church of Pentecost woman yimo yeah where titire woman yimo obiara woman yimo sorry woman mo I'm ready for woman mo yeah wa him for a woman mo yeah
friend. Let's live in unity. Let peace reign. We are one. God as our Father. Let peace reign eternally. Let there be peace. Let there be peace reigning our land. Peace that begins with you and me. Let us take each moment and make a change. Let this be our solemn vow. Let us live in perfect harmony. Peace that begins with you and me. Let us take each moment and make a change. Let this be our solemn vow. Let's live in perfect harmony. Peace that begins with you and me. Let us take each moment and let us make a change. Harmony. It begins with you and me. Oh, let there be peace reigning in our land. Let there be peace reigning in our land. Peace that begins with you and me. Let us take each moment and make a change. Let us be our solemn vow. Let's live in unity. Perfect harmony. Peace that begins with you and me. Let us take each moment. We take every chance, every moment. Let us be our solemn vow. Let us live in perfect harmony. Peace that begins with you and me. Yeah. Let there be peace. Peace that begins with you and me. Oh, let there be peace. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Peace that begins with you and me. Peace that begins with you and me. You and me. Peace that begins with you. It's all about you and me. Peace that begins with you. How great a lesson it is for us to live in unity. Peace that begins with you and me.
Asumdwe yede, fahudie yede, nibo yeding pa, bo asumdwe oban, manisum wopupa, asumdwe yena, mentutuna sekra, bo asumdwe oban, manisum wopupa, asumdwe yena, mentutuna sekra, asitna bani eniche. Ashem firi jo Bambo Ninkoswo, Asum Chachadi, or Asum Jeoban, Manensum Wobupa, Asum Jayana, Mentutuna Sekra, or Asum Jeoban, Manensum Wobupa, Asum Jayana, Mentutuna Sekra. Sits no more. Opa, Asujena, Metutuna Sikra.
Ghana, my happy home, land of rich resources, land of mighty talents, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. Ghana, my happy home, land of rich resources, land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. I will fight for you. I will die for you. I will uplift thy name in all I think or speak or do. I will fight for you. I will die for you. I will uplift thy name in all I think or speak or do. Say, Ghana, Ghana, my happy home. Land of rich resources. Oh my Ghana, land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. Ghana, 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 my happy home. Oh my God, land of rich resources, rich resources, land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. I will fight for you. Oh my God, I will die for you. Oh my God, I will uplift your name. In all I think or speak on, I will fight for you. In everything I do, I will die for you. And a good or bad, I will uplift your name. In all I think or speak or do. Ghana, my people, we have everything. Land of rich resources. Oh my Ghana, mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. Say Ghana, Ghana, my happy home. My home, God has given me. Land of rich resources. Oh my God, land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. I will fight for you. In everything I do, I will die for you. I will uplift your name. And speak.
Welcome. We are still bringing you live coverage. At a point, we need to take some water, put some tom-tom in our mouth and enjoy a bit. Ensure that we are awake, we are active, making sure we serve you. I'm doing the same here with my guests, my experts indeed.
At this point, they say, well, we are human beings. And I said, system, I am but it's about that. At this point, they're preparing to bring you a few reports from some of our correspondents. There's a lot happening at the coalition centers. Menomoka say, Niama be brain ACC or coalition centers where you perceive a DB a bremo. Enoch J. I was in Tiabeko Enoch Ho. Na ye need come on. Enoch, put him in car. Adian Achiano Nuntima, the Achian Cata 12 na boy, Martin. Yo, minim so walk I queen na yen share baby ponya wo coalition center e wa hifa potting and what is happening.
Okay, so here on kind to south. Coalition center me aka school. Now you're going to abandon or police station really na arrested and coalition center ever from the ọmọ bẹ tí wàá ṣe lò police wọn ayọ agbègbè à ọmọ bẹ ń tí máa pọ ṣẹ ọmọ mọ ọmọ nfa ballot box sí ìwé inside and amity. na yẹyẹ wúni yá sẹ police wọn náà pàṣẹ ẹṣẹ pẹpẹ spray ogun ipò officials náà dín ẹni wọn. na àwọn mi náà wò sàbẹ̀ yìí àmọ́tò bèbè most of them ní ẹ̀mí asman yàrá ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wọn tó ambulance àìsí ẹ̀. Send the note that the Nipa verified and I take ambulance in the mono. They say, I let the now the only police for let them open same amount for every entrance now. And the people are to start farmers. If you get far down, know what I think. If you get far down, know what I think. That's what we said. Before they say. Omi young man in fact the man and then say one about entrance many I'm not baby about how they do I'm not many are report that you wouldn't say I'm not going the table. If you may say the report, now you know what to accommodate almost everything, but then say almost that or the fake ballot paper. Ẹ̀kẹ́sẹ̀ ìdíwọ́ ẹ̀ńdàṣọ́ èsì ọmọ amount of the program is bonus. Èsì sọ ẹ̀wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ sí ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ níbi ẹ̀rọ sí ṣe ẹ̀dá àbúrántẹ̀ náà àǹtàṣàmì ìjọ̀bẹ̀bí àbúrántẹ̀ ní báyìí. Ìjọ̀bẹ̀bí àbúrántẹ̀ ní àbúrá ọ̀kàtì. Èsì mẹ́fọ́ fún di èsì náà màmá feedback ọ̀nà amount for ọ̀gbùgbù ambulance ni mo dé àyàrá kan.
Yo, na a police for a dear pan and ma almost started so much use pepper. Is it because of the rush to enter the coalition center now? Because for near you go so you will say EC officials and almost so boxes you will mutriso. But that's the more quite rim. So almost shentaria the security officers could easily identify them.
Okay, the reason is when they came there and so almost that was now post smooth but the who you understand you need to be a free guy you need to say police when they charge you need to say and how much now if the one the kata na or kata and we around say over the family now on transfer you should go inside I want to Nipa Bebre have the good entrance now.
Okay.
Police will make us protest. And we want to watch. Now, if you are focusing to Yabba, the general won't say them what is not inside. The way I say police need our focus. What's that? You have to put good out on the ebi yẹ sẹ omu dwani nso kusente ma wọn ma ma fo bebree asisi anima mẹ náà o kasa ebi anka mante ebi esi papa mẹ náà o kasa ọmọ wọn ambulance mu a yẹ ẹsẹ o ma ti.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But at the moment, you know, akosi saying yapini ama kakra erem. Yempini ya doesn't mean say hold the chese question yen shas ye kra se ye bi.
Tẹsí ẹ̀mí náà tó di ẹ̀. Ọmọ àmàyé ọmọ nyinaa tún ẹni wọ a police fọdà bèbí entrance náà ẹnì ìfẹsẹ ní ọmọ sẹ the strong warriors, now can take a box to see and one brother.
Odi we need to talk Osha around what time na constituency results from maybe we say quite quickly time bem na mo betimi ewie ama ahwefo so enya results e bi.
I'm going to know that time will be because I don't know that the amount of the signal ballot box is new inside.
All right. Enoch, yeah, better say unless be for how be person where my but otherwise yeah, better say.
Okay, means on one in case of anything, I'll bring the
Yes, we'll be very, very glad. We'll be most grateful as well for. Thank you so much, my brother. So Enoch there bringing us report. You heard this is the Coalition Center Accra Academy, and I've been at Accra Academy a number of times, so I can easily tell that is Accra Academy. They are trying to enter, and the report is that the police at a point had to use the pepper spray, and a number of people are injured. They are being treated in an ambulance at the moment. EC officials were complaining, at least the polling station level, complaining that they have been to Accra Academy waiting to be called in so that they can do whatever submissions they need to do and probably go home and sleep. They haven't been called. And it looks like people have gathered there. The numbers are going up and going up and going up. We're going to try and connect with other coalition centers as well, our constituencies, and find out also what is happening there. But that situation, what do you make of it? This is a sign of worry. I'm a bit worried about the use of the pepper spray. And well, we normally know that you will have the police applying these things when they cannot control the crowd anymore. I don't know how bad it was, but this would not be the only, maybe it's just the only case I'm hearing of the pepper spray, but we have seen some of the political parties ask their supporters to move to these places, and it could be a reason. Mine as the Coalition Center is not really for the supporters, it's for the party agents, and then the EC officials going to submit their results so it can be properly collated. But for the mistrust we have among ourselves, supporters are moving, they're saying they want to police these ballot boxes. Could this be the reason or not?
Well, I think this is quite unfortunate, looking at the pictures coming from the constituency.
Yeah.
As you said earlier, this is fueled by the mistrust in the system. And I think the police could have done a good job by at least a certain meter parameters that even if supporters are coming around, they cut them off at that point, that they can't go beyond a certain point. The pictures we are seeing, you could see supporters just at the entrance of the building that the coalition will be going on. So the police could have given them a certain radius which they can't go beyond, so that the access area would only be accessible to the EC officials, the polling agent, and any accredited person who has the right to go into the place. I think that was not done. Maybe they didn't foresee that supporters of political parties can't crowd over the entrance like that. For them to go the extra to use pepper spray, I think is quite unfortunate. I mean, we've not gotten there yet. There are already mistrust in the system. When you do this, when there are clear evidence that the supporters are one particular party supporters, especially the particular party that has been crying foul since the blast of the whistle from the first day till now, that it feeds into the whole perception of a certain rigging agenda that has been set in. So I think the police could conduct themselves more professionally to kill these things and to avoid these happenings so that we can maintain the peace and serenity we have as a country.
Right. Meanwhile, the National Peace Council has, I lost that one because my phone, but we'll definitely move in. Okay, Asempa is also joining us from Okankwe North. Asempa, Otemenka, Yadawasi, so I joining Okankwe North and Kasano. Ediana Koso Ho Police Coalition Center, wow, Hifawatin, war, Ediana AC results now you're ready. I would be my yana because you see, I now you train results. Asempa. Yes, Otemenka there. Right. Na me can say Okankwe can not me ba. All right. The coalition center ben na war na nyama akose mwenya o figures episode 2 that and I say what is happening.
Because the thing I'm making now, okay, so not for this coalition center. Na adopted clubhouse.
Okay.
And then a year no and a day. And once the commission now in terms of the casino, every night problem in the year, you have one and you have say that then you have to here 24 and my can not to party. Now, you say almost the same and never be a multi and we see a me and the ball and you so your result no MI. And this time the casino bambo I the power and that's the that you have to for almost time and Mr. Ladi Awuni a chief so our hapa and when you are general. When you are said, okay, about okay, and more of the say, my Mr. Ladi Awuni and Edin to me. Now, as I said, the commissioner and me and result into a bond, you know. Yes, me and Bremo Castle say, and I can't see. It's when you know what you say. About all Mr. Penny or what a young man seeing us say, you know, or the result in the kid. I'm a young yet, Nadia Mama, and I think you say. I see and I did more about to me. Now, you know, say to me, as we have. The fear because a blended record, and also, and then the other opposition at the Atuja and play.
Doesn't mean say as a coalition in the Oma Yewi, but you are just waiting for the EC officials and a coalition or Munyewi.
Coalition no among you at the time ACN. Also, among them found message and minister, among you and nothing will be.
All right. Some of the constituencies, so you are recording, maintaining one say, ways maintaining my way, call ways, way the ballot paper, fake way, real supporters, be brave, coalition centers, no when we don't expect them to be there. Amount for Suji or Winnie, Minim say, Obia declare results somewhere. Okankwe not at the same.
Now, Osha and person brave, so I never got to about the and I'm so a man, Medrune, Bambo, Hano. Many other in France now, of the ballot and it means that I will ever do have. And when you now go by a good and Nadia, Sabra, I want to have a new Baman Premier, about the Pian from my head. The sense of one did that. They said there are many other ones. The Rebecca said they are so vigilant, I won't play. Emo, Bian Pablo was to be able to be a baby. And you see, I had the Bonnie Uncle Sosa.
Asempa, minim say bibi hobi ma you want to pick up with us now. Wama akefwa just idea ye be jawa ask them when the results also come through no wama yensaka.
Yes, so the show we need the better from the fan can you any from you.
All right, yeah, that's Asempa ewo. Let me come to you. And these reports are also coming.
As I said, they are worrying. It's already 12 a.m. By now, we should be hearing figures. We should not be seeing these pictures. Yes. We should be hearing figures. Coalition centers by now should be churning out figures, this kind of news. So it's quite unfortunate. So I think the Electoral Commission, who is mandated to ensure that elections are conducted free, fair, and transparent,
the leadership should take action. The leadership should take action because when these things stretches for quite a longer time, it causes a lot of fear, panic. And we don't want to get to that point where we can't go out for our normal daily businesses. I think they should show leadership. And I also entreat the political leaders. You have your own coalition system. So before EC comes out to say anything, you know what is happening. You know if you are winning or not. Let's be truthful to ourselves. Let's be genuine and honest. If you know you are losing or you've lost, conceding defeat now or earlier will save us. Because looking at what is happening, nobody is ready to compromise. But if you want to be a leader of a country, you must be honest, you must be truthful. And you already have your own system and you know what your fears are. So I think let leaders lead. They should act so that we all could enjoy serenity that we are enjoying today.
It appears you check kakra. Near Quiddy. You check kakra is as a coalition test ni bebri na no. Minti me ho ase kakra e wo ho nti ama share process na se. Previous election about to trip by now then ke who MPs ni bebri na ma answer presidential and cry who barrier echo, but at this point we would have to keep waiting as and when we make these calls through and they are successful, we'll try and bring you updates as well. Some of our colleagues also were on the field and they are in the studio. We're bringing them in soon to also engage and to find out from them how the experience was. For instance, Ayawaso Central is a place we have at heart and it's of interest to us. I'm aware, forgive me, I'm aware that Jeffrey Kobe is also at Medina. We'll be trying to connect with him as well to find out what is happening there. So you've heard from a lot of these are reps and they are across. But the numbers are not coming because the EC officials at the coalition centers, that freedom is not there. Now, I remember at a point the EC didn't want the media to be many at the coalition centers. So they issued a press statement and we really picked on them and they withdrew and said, it was not meant for that. You think they foresaw something like this happening, which is why they were trying to probably limit the numbers for media, because media alone we are many. But this question is not really focused on the media aspect, but what is happening where now people want to just rush in to the coalition centers.
Yeah, I think that particular action the Electoral Commission wanted to take was not in the right direction. I'm not sure that the media in the coalition center can do any other thing apart from taking coverage of what is happening. That is the rule. They come, they take coverage of whatever is happening and report it to those of us who are outside the coalition room and who do not have access to the place. Political party agents have their role. Every person in the coalition center has their role. And I don't think that if you want to minimize the number of people there, just people who are going to mount cameras to take coverage are the people to target. I think there could have been a better way of handling this matter. I mean, every constituency has at least a senior high school that has bigger dining halls, bigger assembly halls that can take as many as 500 people. And so and I don't think any constituency would have about 500 or more than even 200 media personnel present at a time in one coalition center. And so issuing that communique that they were going to reduce the media presence in the coalition center, for me, I don't think was the right way to go.
I'm sure they themselves, they regretted.
Yes.
Meanwhile, talking about media, well, the GJ is addressing, there's a press conference happening very now. We are just working it out. And then once we get the link to it and we get the live feed, we'll connect with our viewers and what our president, the GJ president, and the whole GJ institution is thinking about now. There appears to be some form of allegations against media personnel. Some are accusing the media of, causing the defeat of some of the candidates here and there. So the GJ president is trying to address these issues and many more. And then once the live feeds are ready, we'll connect. I've also said that some of our colleagues are on standby at these coalition centers, and once we get them through as well, we'll be able to bring out these reports. Please, our viewers, at this point, you have to forgive me a bit. Some of these things are involuntary, so it becomes difficult controlling them. But we are still serving and we're determined to ensure that we take you through till the end when all these results and updates come. All the visuals we are showing you are some scenes from the coalition centers as we have them. Some scenes from the coalition centers as we have them. That's what you are seeing on the screens now. Generally, at the coalition centers, they appear not to be generally at the coalition centers, whilst others are successfully and peacefully counting, making sure that they collate all the results that they have, those that were recorded at the polling stations. Others are having misunderstandings. This process involves declaring the results at the polling stations, getting the pink sheets which has the detailed results over to the coalition centers where all polling station results are collated, actually put together. And then finally, you are able to put them out there, adding up and ensuring that you get the figures as they are. So this is something that you should take note. And this is why we appear to be spending a lot of time to declare the constituency results. Some constituencies have the polling stations are so many. You can think of it, 40,000 plus polling stations across the country. And so it takes time for all these things to happen, which is why it is delaying. By your experience in previous elections and looking at how the kind of delays we have now, you think that it is possible for us to possibly have these results coming through in the next 4 to 5 hours? Hold on there. I'm told that Benzi is on Zoom. Okay, so we have lost Benzi there, so let me come to you. You think we can make a headway by, say, 5 a.m. today?
I doubt. I doubt. When you look at previous elections by now, you see, in previous elections, the media was calling out the numbers. They go to the polling stations, they go to the constituency, the coalition centers, and whatever figure they hear from the EC, they call them out. And so we get to know what is happening. But when you look at this year's election, a lot of media has decided not to do the polling station results, but rather the certified one from the EC, from the coalition center. And so a lot of people are just left to wonder what is happening. And so we are not getting any figures, which helps a lot in a way. It does help in a way if journalists or media calls out numbers and what comes from the EC is different. It causes a whole lot of problems. But this year, I can see that journalists want to wait upon the EC. And the EC too is starving the journalists and the nation with the information that we need. We need to know what is going on. This is an election. One will win, or the others will lose. So they should just let us know what is happening whoever wins is going to be the leader of this country. We will be in. Whoever loses will be part of this country. We are all here. There will be another election, 4 years. Whoever wins, we move on. Let's make this simple. Let's finish this. And let's not put ourselves into so much tension that can't be avoided.
We'll go to Wa and bring some updates from there. My brother Kantayere is in Wa. My brother, good morning. Good morning. Kantayere.
Good morning.
Okay, so tell me exactly where is the polling station in Wa and what is happening? You have figures for us?
Well, the convention center for the Wa Central Constituency is at the Upwest Regional Library. That is where the coalition is ongoing. And at the moment, as I speak to you, we have about 73 polling stations collated so far out of 219 in all. And the figures so far places from Bahari Mahama with over 14,703. And Dr. Muhammadu Bamba, 5,357 years. The rest, Augustus Latte has 24. Hello?
Your numbers, the line. So if you can take your time and give out the numbers, we'll be glad.
Okay, then I'll have to move a bit at the moment. I'm actually the results collated so far. Like I stated, about 73 polling stations out of 219 gathered so far. Hello? Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Yeah, it appears because of the noise at your background. So maybe try and get a better place. But what I want to know...
I'm out of the place now.
Yeah, what I want to know is if you have the certified results, if collation has ended.
That is what was being displayed, and I was reading the statistics from the display.
Okay.
Projected at the coalition center.
Oh, okay.
So, as it stands, but there's also a situation that emerged from community Bongo primary polling station where there is a contention with regard to how the pin sheets were carried to the coalition center. And according to sources, they arrested the polling officials because they stopped at the filling station for whatever reason they haven't disclosed. But according to them, they arrested them from there and led them to the coalition center. Actually, here it's been calm. Things are going normal. We have some military officials around, but it's as a result of what happened at the Congo police station at the moment. So in the Wa Central Constituency Coalition Center, everything is actually normal. Everyone is going about their duties, and we have security personnel here, including the military.
How many hours, for instance, do you think that we can have the final results from Wa and know who is the MP-elect?
Out of 219 polling stations at this time, they have piloted 73.
So we have a lot more to go.
There is a long way to go.
Yeah.
Into this whole thing, yeah.
So we are looking at JB and about 5 and 6 a.m.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
We are looking at probably between 5 and 6 a.m., right?
Yeah, most likely. Most likely, because the other polling stations that they brought in are in kind of vigilante and also like a civilian arrest, and I don't know what they will be making out of that at the moment. So perhaps if by then they are able to make amends and find the way out else, then that may mean Wa Central has it yet to consider in this election.
All right. Well, in some constituencies, cases of supporters trooping to the area, wanting to serve as their own watchdogs, for their party here and the creating confusion. When I look at the visuals we have coming from WA, it appears that there is order. But maybe outside it could be something. What is the situation when it comes to supporters of the parties? We know officially they're not supposed to be at the coalition centers, but we've been seeing these in some constituencies. What is the case in WA?
Well, here, because the library is actually having a very big wall around, we have people outside the wall, but even the numbers outside the wall is not as compared to the normal party staff that have their supporters being around. And if they come inside, the inner perimeter is actually not treated, but we don't have that influx into the premise. So it's really orderly here. And everything is going on normally. And I just hope by the close of poll, it will be this peaceful throughout. But I've been inside for a while. Outside the fence, I have been there for like the past 30 minutes. But before I was there, it was very all right and orderly. We have barricades also distant away, and it's been orderly outside since I came in.
I don't know if there's any other thing you want to report on. Otherwise, we'll let you go, and then as and when the results you have them, you can also share with us.
Okay, thanks.
All right, that's our brother there in WA. At least it is satisfying to know that as a WA confusion.
It looks good. The pictures we are seeing looks quite.
Yes, if it was like this in most places, I'm sure by now numbers maybe are coming out and all that.
Here, you could see that those that have presented yes, the coalition has started. They are just waiting on the others to do them. But when it comes to Kaikui South, the results are here, but they are not getting access to take it into the coalition for it to be collated. I mean, I think people should show leadership. And that is something that this country, one thing that berates us is the lack of leadership. People should show leadership. It is an election.
Yeah.
Someone will definitely win. I mean, we are not going to have a joint governance. One party is going to win. So let's do the thing orderly. Coalition, I mean, the real work has been done. That is voting. Just count it. If you are done counting it, just a pink sheet, submit it. Let's add them together. I don't think this should be taking too much of a time.
No.
I mean, let's do this in a very tidy manner to dispel all these suspicions so that we can have our country intact by tomorrow, even by the end of today. Yeah, we already in Sunday, so by the end of today. So I think we can do better at this. We can do the right thing. We've done it before.
We can do better at it. Well, let's hope for the best in these areas. Let's hope for the best in these areas. We started a certain analysis on the constituency. Maybe we want to continue with that, and then as and when some of these reports come through, we'll pick them. Some of my colleagues are supposed to join us for us to look at some of the few places they went to. I remember the Ayawaso Central one by Sandra. That was a key one. But any interesting constituencies we should be thinking of, even as we wait, because as it is now, all of us, both as the technical guys and the service providers, providing you with every content you need, we are waiting for the certified results. You must also wait for us and keep watching and be waiting and be waiting and be waiting. But any interesting constituencies that you probably want to take us through, even as we get ready for another report?
I think Ayawaso Central, that's Henry Cortes' constituency. And we've not had much figures coming from there, but we are hearing a report of massive presence of the military and the security personnel for whatever reason. I think that constituency is one constituency that has that should really get our attention, because when you look at the history of that constituency, you can see that that particular constituency has always been an NPP seat. It looks more like a safe seat, but the figures that has been coming from there are not much encouraging, though it looks like an NPP safe seat. And so this year, NPP risk losing that seat if it's not taken. When we look at the figures from 2008, in 2008, the NPP won with a 49.1% as against the NDC 47.74%. When you look at the nominal figures, the NPP had 30,915, while the NDC had 30,058. So you could see that the NPP won with just about 800 or 700, a little over 700 votes in 2008. Fast forward in 2012, NPP gets a new face to lead them into that election. In 2008, it was one Honorable Sheikh Ibrahim Kujukwe against Kwesi Ofori-Agyeman of the NDC. In 2012, Honorable Henry Korte, the former Greater Accra Regional Minister, took over the baton from the previous MP, Honorable Sheikh. And when you look at Honorable Henry Korte's performance as well, his performance was just as that of the previous candidate, Honorable Sheikh Ibrahim Kujo. But this time, he did quite better than the former MP. But it wasn't that significant. As I said, in 2008, the NPP won with just a little over 700 votes. But in 2012, they increased it to about, I think it was around the same figure. Because in 2012, they won with 33,074 as against 32,439. So it's about 700, 800 within the same region. So you could see that the NPP has been winning that particular seat, but the margin has not been encouraging. They have been winning with a margin of about 700, 800 in 2008 and 2012. When you come to 2016, Honorable Henry Korte stands again, and this time he wins again with a margin of about 4,000.
Okay.
No, about 6,000, yeah, about 6,000. He had 33,000 as against the NDC candidates, 27,000. So you could see a higher quantum leap in nominal figures in 2016. The last election in 2020, he won again with about between 4,000 and 5,000 votes as well. But you could see that the NPP has been winning this seat, but their margin has not been that massive. Yeah. And so a constituency like this, you cannot describe it as a safe seat. You are winning with a percentage of 38%, percentage of 49%. It's not safe. If a safe seat should be over 70%, even over 60%, your opponent can make a surprise. And so Ayawaso Central is a place I would want to watch this year. Looking at the Honorable Henry Korte's experience during the time he was the regional minister, the kind of...
you know him as a Jumura.
Yes. The kind of work he did. People saw him to be harsh on people who were doing things that were illegal. I mean, demolition exercise and other stuff he engaged in. we are looking at how these are going to impact as numbers this year. Because when you look at the previous years, the numbers hasn't been encouraging at all.
Let's go and pick Samuel Mensah. He is in Ahafo. Sammy, good morning.
Good morning.
Sammy, what per coffee be anuma na ni aye die. Em say yetumu ma de ach. Okay, me pacho mami hu baby poti our constituency coalition center na we fa poti na eni nkomo.
There was City South, our Ahafo. Coalition center no wo. Children Senior High School.
Okay. Na me no ka say DNA come we ama war results how they my and say how is it going with the coalition?
Yo. The president is here Omuguso quality results in our coalition center. But Oshe a provisional results are Yukutana excess incumbent MP no every the kind honorable Collins Dauda. We the kind the chance easy for no every no be 2 men to near who figures I would any imagine or the BT MPP candidate. To make my catcher say the provisional results are you could tell your concern there. Incumbent MP no every the kind.
Say coalition and kasano ewie but 1 or 2 administrative things be ama yentimi announce so ye.
On say ahano including be actually it I almost results no afi na edi mu eba coalition center umusati quality e permit maka cho say one hour crampo enya mai because no mu train other ways presiding officers no more dey PCC from other town na ewo ehire no aba constituency capital anti mega say be within the next 1 hour 30 minutes there o meti declare the already wo CTC South.
Some constituencies yenya reports soldier for say BBC say a man for year confusion be the ballot box fake ones about ballot papers fake ones and all that. What is the case at Baby Away?
So far I have for her any CTC South and wait here. Young TBBR say extra for me be boy we have police center and police station be akofa ballot box be ade join na me say mo want to no pray there the see an panel so let me say me ya ekoba no pa don police the event go see o police center every police service.
All right. And ye better was say final declaration in si so pet na wa maye ho but ye hwe nim say ya may be our bobo so visuals ni bi no be ma yen sa kana ye koye nim no we can speak to some of them. Nyami Shrapa. All right, beautiful. Thank you so much. Afi yenko ayawa so West Oregon Coalition Center no. Yenu abema Ben Z ewo ho wa joining a via Zoom. Ben, Machimbium. Ben, check your microphone. Check your microphone, Emayeng.
Yeah, Mante. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. So I know you are in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, but where exactly are you? Where is the coalition happening?
Okay, so the coalition center for the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency is in the University of Ghana campus, specifically the business school conference hall. So that is where we are at the moment. And then coalition hasn't started as in putting together the figures from the polling stations. Then they are still trying to compare the pink sheets and then make sure that they all tally before they do the official collation and then the declaration of the results. So if you can hear from the background, you can hear some numbers being mentioned. So that is the returning officer mentioning the numbers on his pink sheet and then various polling station agents. And then the coalition center agent for political parties to compare them to the results they have. And then when all is certified and everybody is satisfied, then I think coalition will be and then they can then declare the results. Just about an hour ago, a young man was trying to come in with a ballot box which he was denied at the gate. If I should go out and see the numbers of supporters who are gathered outside at the coalition center in Mabo, there are a huge number of people out there waiting for results to be declared here at the Ayawaso West Wagon. I just went out to try and then find a place to ease myself, and I struggled for quite a while before I was able to make my way in here because of the number of people who are out there. And so over here, at the moment, security is okay. The police are stationed at various positions where they will restrict people from entering the coalition center inside the room without accreditation. So we are here still waiting for coalition to begin, and then we'll bring you the official results.
These results will come anytime soon.
Yes, at the moment, the returning officer has made us understand that he's trying to go through all the polling stations whose quick sheets have come. And I understand that we have about 263 polling stations in the Ayawaso West Program constituency. So he's trying to go through all of them. And then when all political party agents are satisfied with the checkpoints, then he'll do the collation and then the results will be declared. So we are hopeful that probably within the next hour or two, we'll have a winner for both the presidential and the parliamentary elections at the Ayawaso West Program.
All right. Earlier, we saw a few of your pictures. There was a bit of concern because we could tell the police was having some interactions here and there. We saw a gentleman with some handcuffs and all that. Can you speak to that?
Yes, so that is what I was speaking to you about. So the young man tried to smuggle his way through the crowd outside, so that he could try and then bring in a ballot box full of hand-printed ballot papers inside the room. And so the young men out there, the young women out there, the party supporters out there prevented him. At the point, he was beginning to become like a mob. Then the police decided that the safest place to send him was to bring him inside the coalition center where the actual coalition will be done. So that is when they brought him in, questioned him, they realized that he wasn't accredited. Immediately he said that he was a polling station agent for one of the political parties. They asked him he couldn't speak to which political party he belongs to. And so as for the ballot paper, it was destroyed outside. The young men out there, the party supporters out there, didn't even allow it to get in here. They destroyed it, they tear it. If I go out there, you see all of it being torn out there. And so they destroyed it even before he got in there. Then the police tried to send him into a safe haven. They handcuffed him, and then he has been taken over by the police.
As soon as you start getting the results, and we'll be very glad to pick them up for you.
Okay, kindly come again. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I was saying thank you very much. But once you start getting the results, the figures, please let us know so we can pick you up.
Of course, I will.
All right, thank you so much. That's Benzi for you, coming to you from Ayawaso West Wogon, University of Ghana campus. That's where the coalition center is. Elvis has also joined us. Elvis is joining us on Zoom. And Elvis, adiachi ebiomo wape coffee bianom de na sisi a me ne wo ka say hefa potin na wo in terms of coalition center bang na wo na fe results no mo ho no ya kan wi ama bibia aye set out be man na.
Okay, Mr. Matthew me da papa aha ama summer coalition center and as the same and municipal assembly no elim kakana mitina no na more insight and my peer about one since here idea no more say omo quality function tiro various youth officials no at the abam na when kana nipa bu inside of papa yeah share about 309 polling stations assembly American is an FND but yeah after my constituency now, valid voters, 170,371, and almost so many so much after Robert. Now, turnout is very, very low. Your rounds, any young check, turnout, I feel the for me, papa, exchange. I feel the extreme center or by when me any clear results on the polling station. And the someone at the phone, a man at the by any therefore, he take a try at the Abamete Zungu polling station. And then he take a try at the Abba. And so on. And only came with it. The other before opening work, a year, any before a bonus party, they are in the comfortability. The results to new found a mobile upon two and far another crowd. It is so far so good. We are still here. In fact, a better answer you. To Africa, or more quality seats and sign or matter put you out down the figures and empty. You can do Gustaya now. I'm a summer say and high SCS.
As Amasama earlier in the day, but in terms of general comportment, in terms of the general conduct of the voting process, accounting at the polling station level, Nina at say Bibia ko kama ana.
Okay, so from the polling stations in the Yamia Dom, there Bibia Papa Emma, the original for NPP from Yaya Kasi Ata. A private student or should you know when they are let's some dear Francois. Emma, any voters will be from how much oh, so far, so good. It has been peaceful. Patabaete Bia, and see the Bia. Now, yes, and I'm a summer to Gogono. One police station and now machine, and so on. Me and Tem F. Center. Am I be ever show manaya? It's one day. Na asubie mu kwa pass na opa trouble and so and so na ngwato mu ne se na ebi mu se edia na SDA for omo entimi ento aba nti ko pie eye SDA church polling station nti no omo ama sorry eye enne then so mu dia dan se di mu a SDA for mu mu no bi eba be so one aba kama se obi a na no open bia de ekumi ebe se oyo mara pa ekumi ebe so na ba nti SDA for side no so echo bani a year for quarter trouble consistency in the as they for ever for one bar na a swing na a year in papa
I want my do Nigeria, but Yamishra for near with me and my war a year Abma Saman. Ye shade himself once results in a banner Obama Yensa Akan.
No prep, depending on the point. Mutamuchuku na yena so I say the really be and
yo mini have that's a pa Amasama looks calm, it's good. We thank God, we bless God for that. What do you make of these reports at some places we hear and this say other places, but it looks like at least your reps na any of my casinas are fade the yashas ya fade into the end there. Young coffee be and nomina.
I think the manual transmission of the results to the coalition center. You have to carry the boxes, the pink sheet, the fiscal pink sheet to the coalition center. Then they will collate it there and then send that also to the regional coalition center. Then the regional coalition center rather fax it to the national coalition center. Even the first hurdle of coalition, the union try. So it looks like say you betcha.
Yami Oshaya, Yanawana Ewaha, coalition time they do no. Enti Yegusu collate. Yegusu the figures neighbor. Bako. All right. Yes, I'm right back. Omami who your friend is saying constituency back why you share ya my statistics now. Any other interesting constituency on the block?
Yeah, I think say about Amasama in Sweden can share Amasama.
Okay, wait here, Mesra, Yenko Techiman's South. Na yeni bema entry and Casa. Frederick, good morning.
Good morning.
Na it is saying.
Brenna, so you are true.
Ya bre ya bompa ya we ya manyame ni oman Ghana oman no donti Frederick hifa na wo collation center no we do ho wo ho
Techiman South Collation Center.
Techiman South.
Me patcho you.
Yo. Yetio.
Yo, Techiman South there, you go so. They say you a trip for dia. It's a fena where police stations no returning officers and electoral officers no. Every pink sheet no BDVs no omo gadgets no omo returning. And they say watch him. Your municipal and divisional police command and further coalition was supposed to be done. And that now, no, you're sharp yet, but almost to hit the pink sheet from the electoral officers.
Techiman no yeah comportment generally in the elections net to say, and especially now a year coalition I yet to take the reports be say and I mean to say Kohana a hot to say.
Afanu mi na kimu so ma really. Na number coalition how say MDP for supporters no so do so pa. Almost versus the 2020 or very the 2020. And according to the almost population they are winning. MPP for also they are also winning. And until some years, they come out with a credible coalition. I'm media, who is winning now. We cannot take our neck. What did they say for NDC supporters now? And then almost jubilate to say, according to them, figures now, almost are winning. But we know that the can't see. It's also the never channel, and after the able to any everyone else.
Okay. All right, Frederick. Yeah, but that's when you say baby will hope you be out the back and now ask and when.
The two are not me done it's a provisional result. Maybe I took a
okay.
Lawyer, honorable lawyer, or pursue Edgery. That is a watching or achieve 3,014. 3,014 votes. Our number 22,000 and something. And the competitors down 19,000 and something. And the previously made up 2,000. But the gap local 3,000. And that is the provisional waiting for confirmation.
All right, yo. Na hwe nim say ase when na bibia beba no bema yehu na yetimi apeke o da yetimi inform your viewers.
No question, yo.
Yo. And yaminu abema Nyamisha Frederick entry. Techiman South and Techiman North. It looks like bibia come. I feel the collation but at least it's good. My concern is supporters as you see our collation center.
The Techiman, we've not had good experiences in the previous years, and so up to now, there aren't any casualty there. No, I think it's a good thing. So, but we still will encourage the security not to renege. They should still be on the ground and ensure say whatever happened the previous years, especially within those enclave, it doesn't repeat itself in this year's election. Because this year, as we already said, it's so unfortunate that we've already had casualties to the point that people had to lose their lives.
Yeah.
Why should people lose their lives just because of ballots, election? I mean, it is sad, but we are praying and hoping that we will grow to that point where we can even cast our ballots from our homes and not have to go and queue wait till it is collated by people and all these shenanigans and mistrust. So yes, we are happy to be seeing Techima North and South as calm as it is, and then the news coming from there are quite pleasant. We hope it continues until the whole processes are over.
Right. Still too difficult to know which constituency is winning and who is winning here. But looking at the constituencies we have, any place that you can project surprises to happen?
For now, we don't want to jump the gun. Because from what we are seeing, it looks like the political parties, when it comes to the presidential, they know their stance. And so now they are grappling for parliamentary seats.
Right.
And so that is where now it seems their concentrations are. And so let's see, let's be hopeful. But it looks like some of our favorites from the news we are hearing couldn't make the mark. Someone like Honorable Bernard Okoboy, he has been a star boy. People love the way he does his politics, the way he speaks to issues. I mean, since he came into the health ministry, how he's conducted himself, we would have wanted to see such young, promising gentlemen in the political space taking critical decisions for the country. But unfortunately, what we are hearing and seeing, it looks like he couldn't win the seat. And from what we are also seeing when it comes to the presidential, whichever party that is going to lose, it looks like this is going to be the most embarrassing defeat. It looks like it's going to be the most embarrassing defeat to whichever political party which is going to lose. Because if it is a change that the nation wants, what I'm seeing, the statement will be so loud. And if it's a continuation to, the statement will be so loud. So we are looking at, we were going to look at the Amasaman constituency. Yes. Because we mentioned it. And when you look at the figures coming from there, clearly Amasaman has always been an NDC seat. But just like the other seats of the NPP where they always win but they are not performing that much. In 2012, the NDC won with 29,000 as against 21,000 of the NPP. In 2016, they won again with 27,000 as against 27,000. And was just a 300 vote difference. But in 2020, we see the NPP winning with over 3,000 votes. So it looks like the NPP has done a lot of work in that constituency. And it will be quite shameful to see this hard work, this work done, go down the drain. So seats like this must be protected. And in protecting these seats like this, that's why I said that some parliamentary candidates, you do not let them go to primaries with all the bickering and the fighting, allegations and all of that. It brings their credibility down. And then when you present them at the national contest, you as a party had already weakened you've already weakened him because of these internal unhealthy politics and wranglings. And so we are waiting to see how Amasaman is going to pan out. Is the NPP going to maintain the seat, or it is going to go back to the NDC, which have been the party that has been winning this particular seat since 2012, when Amasaman constituency was carved out.
Interesting. Well, If you are watching us, it's just a few minutes past 1 a.m. We'll pause a bit, coming back in some less than 5 minutes. Grace Bachman is coming to take the seat and will also take us through a bit of some analysis and discussions here. What we're going to have to do is that between now, we're going to be analyzing a bit of the figures we've seen, trying to hit on some of the surprising constituencies, as you may know, and then as and when figures come, we'll push them through. Unfortunately, the coalition centers, there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. Now, at least, we are getting confirmation that the pink sheets are all at the coalition centers. It is just left with collating them one after the other, the returning officer going through and getting sure that these things are done right, and then they can be confirmed. I've seen the political parties issuing out statements based on the kind of mechanism they've also put in place to have these results also put out there. But again, like I said, it is not confirmed. These are provisional results that we are providing, and it's important for you to take note of that. If you go onto our website, pentvonline.com, we are projecting some of the figures there as in terms of what we have received. So those we have received, we have tried our best to give you the percentages and for you to appreciate who is leading. But we have over 40,000 polling stations across the country, and then we are yet to pick the results from even half of them. So keep watching Pent TV. Keep enjoying the show as we bring you the discussions and touch on them here and there. It's important for you to watch as well. Let's take a quick break. Let's take a very quick break. When we come back, hopefully Grace Bachman will join us in the seat, and then we can continue our discussions.
Ni abefo a wanwenwene wanadwene de dwene oman hu ne wo he o won sori waka adisuamu akrachefo ne mranimfo a wode mrabo oman hu bra ne wo he o won sori waka ye be yo breguo ani wo ni owo de adabraka mesi musuakuo ni amanyokuo ni akuakuo ahodo a ye de chichiri kro ne wo he o won sori waka. Yes, baby, deep patana kunu ne mama nyankwa kwanu ase. Ti mesrami bi so. Why na ejina brane so obako to dream proya ne kata ase hyase. Say ya fa no kura kwan to de da ebe dane amatre ne ebe hunu amane. Se okwada na odwenwine sansemi hu amane nya wodadwene. Huo Bakuye ne yo Addition and now form and what is your poncoso. And the other two named the upper she am and Shiba than it boncoso. Now yet in the side and the side better no maya coso. As soon as you see why ya or being tea bayer or being tea so a bread and nutty or being mayor or being so now me and your wine a bayer. Nana no mu de akire gya yesa okoda e wa kura nanso woda enna adane won koda na emu jene ho Tioti. Engumani for ni abefo a wonwinwire wonadwene de dwene omayi wo ne wo he o. Won sori waka. Adisuamu akrashefo ne mranimfo a wode mrabo omayi wo bra ne wo he o. Won sori waka. Ye bayo breguo ani wo ni owo de adabraka. Mesi musuakuo ni amanyo kuo ni akuakuo ahodo a ye de chichiri kuro ne wo he o. Won sori waka. Yase bakwi di fatana kunu na mama nyankwa anu ase. Ti mesra mi biso. Wan na ejina brane so obako atu dream proya ne kata ase hyase. Se ya amfa no kura kwan anto de da ebe dane ama akire ya na ebehu na mane. Se okoda na odwenwine sansemi hu amane nya wodadwene. Huo Adienio. Adesiane na forma kwatiti aponkoso. Enti abetu nimdia pa hwi amantiri ba na niti bonkoso. Na ye de ne sa ebede na o ma yakoso. Asuma sisi wanya obenti beye. Obenti kwabre enunti obin meye. Obin so na ami. Tie. Afei. Moma yen hya asem free adebo mfiti ase. Amra obo ade ebo ni wiase no. Oduma kuma to ne hye cheche ne nsase no. Nia me ni unya ya ne oman Ghana. Ani ya sase ase agudie ne yenkwaye mu fudie. Ghana mu di padodo ne nepa hodo nyina ejana dom no de che yen. Sansu siesie yen de Africa hincha she yen. Say Kristo nti Ghana ni bia yo de she. war me more. I've been for war me more. Ya wesika for war me more. A titire war me more. Say yeah, Ghana, 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 oh, say yeah, Ghana, oh say yeah, Ghana, 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 oh say yeah, Ghana, oh say yeah, Ghana, yeah to Ghana, yeah me ni woman, no. Your mind, Papa. Kaso say ye. O say ye, Gano. O say ye, o say ye, Gano. Mawanijio, Sawu free Gano. Na 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 na. Mawanijio, Sawu ye Ganeni. Mawaniji, Sawu free Gano. Ojama diebi oye japa enti ojama die no ojama de pa ejapa de pa ojame no eno ni me japa die o se Ghana obatan ya owo atitira wagigi abotire o wiase afa na nyina wo meyi mo ejedi fu wo meyi mo ye wa bin fu wo meyi mo ye wa the Church of Pentecost wo meyi mo ye wa titire wo meyi mo obiara wo meyi mo wo meyi mo ye wa hemfo e wo meyi mo ye wa titire pa wo meyi mo
The time is approximately 1:41 and we're still here on your election watch, giving you the very updates from the voting that is going on as we speak and has actually resulted in the votes that is being counted nationwide, hoping to select the very next president of the country, Ghana. You're welcome back. I am Grace Bachman, and we're holding on the fort following from Kwabena Eto and the rest of the team that have been giving you the detailed information so far. I'm here with Johnny Kumsin this dawn. Johnny, how is the expectation so far?
Well, it's so far so good. We're all hoping for the best person wins. And, you know, interestingly, I wouldn't want to side with one party or so, but it looks like they are breaking the eight, and some other people too. So it kind of skirt and blouse voting. But then, in as much as everything is going on well, then we are hoping for the best. I am Jenny Kumsin, and this is Election Watch. What do you have to say?
It is Election Watch indeed. So we are giving you the updates as and when they come up, and the respondents that we have on grounds would be giving us, correspondents, would be giving us the updates as and when. But thank you so much for staying with us so far. You've been doing so well, and we're going to be giving you the updates. Like I said, it's approximately 1:43, and the EC is yet to come out with the updates from their end. So would still continue to understand that the coalition nationwide is still ongoing, and for that reason, we're going to be giving you the projected ones that we've already seen, the provisional results that we've already seen. And I would quickly start with the ones that I have here, the provisional results from some polling stations in the lower west Akim and the eastern region Asaman Kese. And we'll start with Old Police Station. Old Police Station, expected ballots in Old Police Station is 479 votes. The votes that has already been cast is vote 305. And the parliamentary results, starting with the NPP, is 177. The NDC is now tallying at 122. For the independent candidates, we have 2 votes for them. Rejected ballots are 4. Presidential results for that same Old Police Station is now hinging at 192 for the NPP. 192 for the NPP. For the NDC is 102. Nana Kwame Bediako of the Freedom Party, as we have it, the maxed party is 6 marks, 6 votes as we have it. Others are getting 0. Rejected ballots, there is also 5. When we look at the special voting, the expected voters that we had for that time was 744. But the vote cast was 674 at that area. Let's look at the parliamentary results, and the NPP garnered 377 votes. The NDC 289. Gifty Clenham, I'm looking at the independence of her candidacy, and she got 3. The rejected was 3 as well. Let's look at the presidential results. And the NPP is getting 380 on there. And the NDC also garnered 283. The CPP there got 1. Nana Kwame Bediako got 7, and the rejected ballots that we had there was 3. Let's go to Kwehu Lane A. I understand there's Pastor Lai on the line. Good. Right. I understand Ening is on the line. Hello, Ening. Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, give me the current location that you are at and the updates that you have for us.
All right, currently I'm at the Kaikin North constituency. And the constituency district is at Shimota Clubhouse. We are just close to the district court. So that's where we are having the coalition exercise going on here.
So far, the coalition is still ongoing, and we have about just a few results to call it, then we can mention the results. And looking at the gap so far between the incumbent MP, Teresa Ladia Wuni, and Ahmad Bekua, the gap is very big. So sooner than later, the results will be mentioned, and the media will be speaking to the officials and the incumbent MP as well.
Describe the atmosphere, the general atmosphere, as we all wait for the EC and the results announcement. What's the atmosphere at your location?
So far, the atmosphere is very calm. You will not see any NPP supporter here. Every turn, all you see here is NDC colors and NDC supporters who are here waiting for the MP to be declared as winner. So the atmosphere is very calm because the security is also tight here.
Good.
And the supporters are all standing around the district office waiting for the EC official to mention the winner of the day, and then everybody will be spared.
I'm glad that you're mentioning that the atmosphere is calm, because in some other constituencies that have come to our notice, there's chaos and all that. So we're glad that peace is reigning in that area. Your parting words?
For now, after the time we came there, we haven't recorded anything that is related to the one we have recorded outside the distance. So, scratching of ballot box and any other thing hasn't been seen here. Because of the security system here, everything has been put under control. So, it's the vigilantism here. Everybody is so wild and trying to protect the ballot paper here. So, we haven't seen anything as such.
Right.
So, the place is very calm, and it's very nice here having them here, and we are waiting for the results to be mentioned.
Right. Osueni, thank you so much for that update. We'll still keep tabs on you and our other correspondents just to give us the accurate and credible information. But for now, thank you so much for your update on that front. So that was Osueni giving us update on the elections in his constituency as we have it. Let me continue with Kwewu Lane A. Kwewu Lane A, and the expected voters are 377. The vote cast is 262, not quite much the number that was expected to vote, but it's quite okay within the range that we're looking out for. Presidential results, there was the NPP gathering 167 votes, the NDC getting 95, the others 0, and the rejected ballots that we had there were 8. Now, if you go to Asaman Kese RC Primary back, expected voters there were 420. The vote cast was 238. And when we look at the parliamentary results there, you realize that the NPP got 93. The NDC garnered 141 votes. An independent candidate, Klenam, got 1 vote, and rejected ballots were 3 in that area. In that same constituency, the presidential results that we gathered there was from the NPP's auspices, 106, the NDC gathering 119. Nana Kwame Bediako, the Freedom Caesar, also got 2 in that area. Alan Chermante got 2. CPP garnered 1 vote, and the rejected ballots in that area was 8. Johnny Kumsin, I don't know if you have the other factors that we
do have some here, and I will start from the Catholic New blog. Now, expected voters are 375, sorry. The vote cast were 196. Let's look at the parliamentary results. The NPP had 90 votes, NDC had 105, independent 0, rejected 1. Let's look at the presidential result. It says NPP 91, NDC 97, CPP 2, GCPP 1. Nana Kwame Bediako had 1 and rejected 4. Let's look at Biposo Salvation. Now, expected ballot is 625. 625. Vote cast is 411. Parliamentary results, NPP had 288, NDC had 180, independent 0, rejected 3. On the presidential results, NPP had 261, NDC had 138, GCPP had 1, CPP also had 1, Nana Kwame Bediako had 3, Alan Chermantin had 1, rejected 6. And moving on to Samaikesi Salvation Primary, expected ballots 521, vote cast 346. On the parliamentary results, we have NPP 219, NDC 116, independent had 1, rejected 8. On the presidential ticket, NPP had 234, NDC had 6, rejected 16. And moving on to the Kings Club, Nonyam, expected ballots are 500, vote cast 344. I think with this one, I think it's much encouraging looking at the results that we have in parliamentary results. NPP 236, NDC 101, independent 1, rejected 4. And also on the presidential results, NPP had 265, NDC had 72, GUM 1. Nana Bediako had 1, rejected 5. Moving on to Ahimfi, expected ballots are 711. Vote cast 362. Parliamentary results, NPP had 227, NDC had 130, independent had 4, rejected 1. On the presidential results, NPP had 248, NDC had 106, Nana Kwame Bediako had 3, Alan had 1, GCPP had 1, rejected 3.
Right. Johnny, it's quite interesting, the statistics that are polling up right now, and you can see in the votes that have been already cast by the people of Ghana that there's a wave of change in the air.
You see.
But we would not be circumspect as it is now.
Not at all, because it's a provisional result.
Exactly. Yes. We would await the EC for the final results, and when they do bring it out, we'll be here to serve you with the very fact of the day. But let me continue with the results, the provisional results that we have for you this dawn. We're starting with the Catholic New Bloc, and expected voters in the area at 375. The vote that was able to be cast during the day was 196. For the parliamentary result, you realize that the NPP got 90, the NDC gathered 105. Independent candidates in the area were not able to secure any votes, but there was one rejected ballot. For the presidential results, the NPP garnered 91, the NDC 97, CPP 2, the GCPP 1. Nana Kwame Bediako as an independent candidate got 1, and then there were 4 total rejected ballots in that constituency. Let's move on all the way to Biposo. Biposo Salvation also had expected ballots of 625, and out of that, 411 were cast during the day, and that would be broken down in the parliamentary results as well as the presidential result. But let me quickly go to Peter Abugiri of Bia West. He's on the line now. And Peter, if you have the updates at Bia West, please do all to go ahead and then update us. Hello, Peter, can you hear me? Peter Abugiri.
Yes, please.
Right. So what is going on exactly at Bia West? Give us the updates and then help us with the information.
Okay, a very good evening to you and your cherished listeners. It seems it's already the daybreak. The people of Bia
is in anticipation with the EC to declare the results. And as I'm speaking with you, see a whole lot of people who are ready and they are still outside here at the EC Collation Center awaiting the results to be announced. And I would like to speak to a very few people around me and then see why they are still here up to this time. It's almost 2 o'clock. They are still here waiting for the EC. While the EC is almost ready to announce the results for the constituency. So, have my brother here. I want to speak to him. Mema watching about Pent TV. So, the person he again after this time, I'm watching by this time. If you any announce about thank I would you what further so we gonna have no see but you are still here. We need to be actually have no see. Again, so have no. The man me gina and say try say if you go declare na ya say we na win we na lose. Answer na ya koda empese we kwa koda na bia the suspect no na de be chine nkobasa je pese like you hunde home na ya koda nti isi ni nyande dia 24/7 that so gina yenya nko okay so mun na are you expecting say we can be in and no gide makoko figures no kwa on nam 32,000 the young no so 11,000 and yeah, 11,000. So also 32,000, 850. 32,850. Emma, me candidates and me or GDS, I winner me sad. But me chance to see the declare. You, if you find out, I want to make them more confident. See, as easy about if in case it doesn't go in your favor, I'm amount of the whole West now. Are you going to take it cool? Anti-members never. Anti-members are never. It's intimate. Okay, so you Abdullah. Yes, I just had a conversation with Abdullah, who is very anticipating and hopeful that his candidate is going to win. And so that is what has been happening in Bia West. We are waiting for the EC to come out and then declare the results so that everyone will be able to part ways and then continue their celebration.
From Bia West, your report has been very useful. We're grateful. Johnny, I don't know what you have to address to this, but this is, I checked the time once again, 1:59, and you have constituents on grounds as it is, just anticipating. In the past, you'd realize that what we'll do is we'll go cast our vote and then go back home, await the EC to give us the feedback. But now you have constituents waiting on grounds just to ascertain that this is the exact results, this is the person that won and that's the other person that won. What do you make of this? Is it affirming the Afrobarometer reports that says that the Ghanaian today has no interest or has no confidence in the Ghanaian politician as it is? And so for that, they're going to be looking at their loyalty to vote instead of, just looking at the policies that they have to present. What do you make of this?
No, you see, with this current dispensation that we are in, I think people are not really looking at the policies as at this time or the charisma of the person that we intend to vote for. But then, you see, so I believe that this particular election, as you looking at your situation, the economy, how impactful it has been onto you and your family. So these are some of the statistics that people have seen and then they have voted. So with this one, we can say that, okay, so your policy is A, B, C, so we should vote for you based on your policy. No, we are voting for you based on what we are feeling, the fire that is burning the people. So we can say that, because you have done A, B, C, we are going to, no. This Danny, time, we are...
So we have Samuel Mensah. Samuel Mensah is on the line. Hello, Samuel. Give us the updates on grounds as it is. Hello, Samuel. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. So, what is going on grounds as we speak?
So as you speak, you are the Query Center at TV South now for raising the location Shidim Senior High School.
Okay.
And the presiding officers are in, they are submitting their pin sheet from the various polling stations. So we are there waiting for the EC to declare who has won the TV South constituency.
Right. Same CCA environment incident yet will baby there some chaos and ruckus is going on, but wuhon or kweden wo
Yeah, kasa de ba be enyume no du no ana no du enyume no ana na nante de maba wana bo dompem e wa ha ba ye kasa ite munyina any ono asese machines a omumabu no ejame e wo hwidu run about what make us attention ni na akọ aye hwidu run about bi omubo jams but for credit center idea is man to be near omubo dompem one nya ne say omu resources to omu say the incumbent MP when I'm calling down that are in parliamentary omu ju no ndara.
Same we premature celebration at Ekoso ho na who information as to why you to know or ma conclude say we winning dada.
Say omo no omo so set up omo quality center omo so eje resource no from omo agents omo call police station those omo calculate mu say pay the kuta omo no dey omo dey with about 3,000 votes.
But essentially, no corruption or no nothing like that. Esi wo ho meboa.
There be no credit. TV South wa can na netisa emeje from an opana be pem Zambia me no kasa die. Ya timetu maka baby ya.
Na ballots no results no enso isi ne edi na wan biaba. Na de mo ankasa mo keka bom na ekoso.
Yeah, so far the eating from the region to constituency, no. Omo can be omo police centers ya. Omo je we no add up figures no company say omo add na na so omo the final results na so.
Yo, same da se bebre wo wedwuma pa wo ye wo ho. Ye besa ba on chain from time to time for the results. Inti show mu de mu ye ba. Why? Right, so that was Samuel and the updates that he gave us.
Right, now to add up to that, there's tension at Mankranso in the Ahafwano Southwest District, indicating that a confrontation has led to security personnel, including police and also soldiers, allegedly opening fire on civilians, of which over 5 individuals are reported to have sustained injuries in the incident.
Right.
We can't bring you the footages because it's very disheartening.
Yes,
yeah,
but
we apologize.
I think what the Ghana police is doing is to ensure that no matter what happens, they can contain the violence wherever it happens. So we'll keep you updated on those details. The Ghana police, I'm sure, is doing their work just as Jenny has given us this one. But let's keep in mind that all the information that is coming is provisional. Yes. And the EC has not come out yet to say that these are the exact results. And for that reason, this person has won. I find it particularly disturbing that the youth have already started rejoicing where Summit reported from that constituency. So please, let's do what to stay informed before we make any such jubilations. But Johnny, let's quickly go to the Church of Pentecost website, the Pent TV online.com as it is right now, and look at the statistics that is being tabulated on the website. And like I said earlier on, all indication as it is now, these are very, very early in the voting period or the counting period. So we have Mahmoud Baumia now having 37,251 votes, equivalent to 47.12% for the NPP, and John Mahama now garnering 41,807 votes, equivalent to 52.02%. 0.88% for the NDC. Johnny, if you look at these figures, it's glaring. Even though we are very
interesting,
early.
right? It's very interesting. But then, what's that saying? YAJ. But then these are provisional results, and then we are waiting for the EC for the final results. And when one reporter, Oma, giving us the updates, you could see that there are piled ballot boxes, of which we saw some police security personnel standing. Because everyone is keen, making sure that their ballot boxes,
are well secured,
taken care of. Because this time round, nobody is making a loose guard. Everyone is focused, just as Sami Jemfi made mention in the press briefing
earlier.
Yes, and also the NPP also came out saying, I didn't do. Why are critical?
Why are critical?
Yes.
So that's the updates that we have on there. We'll quickly give you the updates. I think we'll go all the way to Biposo Salvation, and then get you the updates that we have from there. When we come back, there would be more on that front. So let's go to Biposo Salvation constituency, where the expected ballots were 625. The vote cast there was 411. And when you break it down to the parliamentary results, you see that the NPP took away 288 votes. The NDC also got 180 votes on that front. Independent candidates were not able to amass any votes on that front. Rejected ballots for the day were 3. Presidential results that we had from that area was the NPP getting 261 votes, the NDC getting 138, and the GCPP also got 1, the CPP there 1, Nana Kwame Bediako garnered 3 votes, and Alan Chermating also got 1. The rejected ballots for that day was 6. If you go to Asaman Kese Salvation Primary, the expected ballots were 521. The vote cast was 346. And the parliamentary results are the NPP getting 219, the NDC 116. The independent candidate for the day got 1, and the rejected ballots was 8. Presidential results resulted in the NPP getting 234, the NDC 96. Rejected ballots were 16. Let's go all the way to King's Club Noyem, and the expected ballots there were 500 votes. Out of that, votes cast was 344. Now, the parliamentary results is equivalent to 236 for the NPP and the NDC 101. Independent candidates got 1. Rejected ballots for the day were 4. Presidential results also had the NPP getting 265 votes, the NDC 72. GUM also got 1. Nana Kwame garnered 1 vote, and rejected ballots for the day were 5. Johnny, what do you have for us on that front?
Well, I'll take my viewers straight to Nandauli Kalio constituency. Now, 57 out of 115 polling stations. Let's look at the presidential. It says Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 2,277, and second on the ballots, Daniel Augustus Latte had 55, Christian Kwabena Andrews 29, Kofi Akbalu had 12, Mohammed Frimpong had 12, Nana Akosua Frimpoma had 42, John Dramani Mahama had 11,305, Hassan Ayariga had 26, Kofi Cranton had 9, George Chum Berima had 7, Nana Kwame Bediako had 33, Alan John Tremantin had 39. Rejected ballots 320. Total vote cast 14,165. On the parliamentary seat, we have Francis Xavier Kambutu had 2,852. 2,852. And also Honorable Anthony M. Suman had 11,145. Rejected ballot 160. Total vote cast 14,159. Let me take you to Boko Central constituency. On the presidential, out of the 20 electoral areas, okay, so we have 7 so far. The Jingandi electoral area, NPP had 18. NDC had 1,820. And then Daduri electoral area, NPP had 489. 489. NDC had 2,635. 2,635. Bosom electoral area, NPP had 1,354. 1,354. NDC had 146. Right. Bawega electoral area, if I mentioned that correct, pardon me for that, right? So NPP there had 22, NDC had 2,835, 2,835. Kariyama electoral area, NPP had 897 and NDC had 75. So it's like this. The urban health electoral area, NPP there had 1,516, 1,516, and NDC had 20. The Mafats electoral area, NPP had 918, NDC had 15. Now let's look at the total vote. NPP 5,196. 5,196, NDC 7,547. Grace.
Yes, Johnny, interesting numbers there. We'll quickly run all the way to St. Barnabas branch A and B, and the parliamentary results there is quite varying. From branch A, you realize that the NPP is 87 votes high. Yeah. The NDC getting 181 on that front. The branch B also garnered the NPP at 96, the NDC 184. The independent candidate in that environment also got 1. Let's look at the total NPP and NDC votes for the day. The NPP got 183 total. The NDC got 365 total. For presidential results, the branch A has the NPP seeing 81 votes, the NDC getting 181 votes. The APC, yes, the APCC also got 2. The APC also got 2. The independent candidate for that area is 1. Cheddar garnered 4 votes. The Freedom Party also got 1, and rejected ballot was 2. Branch B, NPP got 94, NDC 184, CPP 1, Cheddar 3. The total presidential votes there was 175. NDC also got 365 votes from that front. But Johnny, it seems voter apathy is quite on the rise. A lot of people are refusing to come out to vote.
Yes.
And it's reflecting in the numbers, especially what I'm taking note is that you realize that the difference between the expected votes and then the actual vote cast is quite wide.
Yes.
It means that Ghanaians are really having some sort of resentment towards this government. But I don't know what your views are
right
on
there.
this. It's way reflecting in the vote. What do you have for that?
You see, this very morning I was on grounds reporting. As early as 5 a.m., so I was up by 4, prepared myself. 5, I'm on ground. 6, people started coming one to, and the EC officials came. And you could see the turnout was low. I chanced on this cocoa cell. I was like, you know, the response she gave, and some men who obviously came to buy the porridge were like, you could see that, no, they are not really interested in voting. And one other person that I also spoke to, who happens to sell banku, also, you know, the or can it be unkuria or one fufuria or hesse or bekwakoto. And that shouldn't even be the case. And one intriguing part was when I chanced on these people, you know, they were like, you give me money, I vote. Unlike 4 to 8 years back, where you can't even publicly, openly say that, say, give me money and then let me vote for you. Or perhaps they're giving you money for you to vote for them. But with this particular season, they are saying, give me money and I'll vote for you. And I chanced on one assembly member who happens to be a female, was like, I gave money to people. I transported someone to come and vote, and the person will go back. Obviously, it wasn't even for the, whether you are an old person, whether you were a young person, everyone was demanding for money. And the question that kept running through my mind was like, exercising your franchise, it is your right. So why would someone give you money? Why would you take money to vote for someone for the next 4 years? I mean, we already know the economy. So anyway, the rest is history.
You know, one thing that points out to me, someone would be asking that, give me money and let me vote. If you give me, let's say, 500 cedis to vote, then I'll vote for you. But 500 cedis cannot sustain you for the next 4 years.
You're saying 4 years?
You get it.
Let's say a week.
Exactly. It cannot sustain you for the next 4 years or the next few weeks. So I believe that Guineans ought to be tactful in environments like that. Now, we've already cast the vote, and so we're expecting that the results that will come out would be something that would be in the favor of Ghana and then the future that lies ahead. But a whole lot is happening on ground, you know, when it comes to violence and people getting injured, like you brought up earlier. But here on Pent TV, we're trying to filter it as much as we can so that you don't leave with any heartbreak, or we go through this as peaceful as we can and ensure that you get all the updates. So we'll quickly give you that we have from the other constituencies that has been brought in so far. And I would stress once again that these are still provisional results. These are still provisional results that are trooping in. And so when you hear any figures, it's not from the EC. It's what our reporters on ground have been able to come up with so far. And they're all in anticipation to the EC, of the EC, trying to get exactly what they have to say at the end of all this bravado. So let's look at what we have from the Asaman Kese area, the Eastern Region. Eastern Region provisional results from some polling stations in the Lower West Akim constituency in the Eastern Region. We'll start with Old Police Station. Old Police Station expected ballots were 474. The vote cast was 305. Parliamentary results had the NPP getting 177, the NDC 122. Independent candidates also got 2. Rejected ballots were 4. Presidential results there, you realize that the NPP garnered 192, the NDC 102. Nana Bediako got 6. Then the rejected ballots there was 0. Let's go on to the other constituencies that we have. And you realize that Esunafo South constituency had the presidential getting 442 for the NPP, the GCPP getting 1, the NDC 249, the APC got 1, and the NKB 10. The REJ also got 4. Now, let's look at the parliamentary, where the NPP also got 451, and the NDC 252, and the REJ got 3. Total valid votes on that front were 703, whereas the total REJ votes, or that's the rejected votes, were 4, and total in ballot was 707 on that front. Let's go to KASE MAJHS 2A, and presidential, you can realize that the NPP got 123, the NDC 153, Cheddar 4. For that front. Alan didn't get any results on that front. The rejected ballots were 5. The number of registered voters on that front that were expected voters were 455, and the number of voters that actually turned up was 286. For the parliamentary, you realize that the NPP got 130 votes and the NDC 151 votes, and for the rejected votes, there were 3 alone. Let's go to Mother Smith, and for the presidential in that constituency, or that voting channel, you realize that the polling station there got NPP 152, the NDC 35 votes on that front. Cheddar got 6. Alan had no marks at all, or no recorded votes at all. The rejected votes were none there. Everybody accurately voted, and so there were no rejected votes on that front. The number of registered voters there were 290, and the number of voters also that came up were 193. For the parliamentary, the NPP got 156, the NDC 35, and the rejected ballots there were 1. Johnny, do you have any more on that?
Yeah, so taken from where you left off, for the 31st December, it's actually a polling station. So I was thinking that, hey, 31st December, but it's not really so. So expected ballots there is 623, vote cast 393, which is, I think, very encouraging over there. Parliamentary results, we had NPP 197 and NDC 194, independent 0, rejected 2 on the presidential ticket. NPP had 229, NDC 157, GCPP had 1, GUM had 1, Nana Bediako had 1, rejected 4. Let's go to Pentecost Central. NPP had 138, NDC had 296, independent had 3, rejected 3. On the presidential ticket, NPP had 165, NDC had 261. Of course, APC had 1, Nana Kwame Bediako had 1, Alan had 2, rejected 10. So it says that, so the Lower West Achim constituency parliament candidates, so these are what we are collating for you, but you should bear in mind that these are provisional results. We are waiting, all of us are waiting on the EC declaration for us to know the actual results. So please bear in mind that these are not the final results that we are bringing out there. So some polling stations, let me continue from where I left off. The New Patriotic Party, Charles A. Champo, National Democratic Congress, Owen Kwame Frimpong, independent candidate Gifty Klenam. Polling stations 141, expected voters in that particular constituency 72,979. Grace.
Yes, Jenny, I was just looking at the figures that we have here. Whereas the vote cast is about 79,000 out of 18,618,684 votes that is expected to make the polls today as it speaks. We're still counting. The vote counting is on the national scale. It's still going on. And so we'll update as we have already here on our screens. And you realize that the NPP is also trying their best to stay at par with the NDC. But what we're seeing on the screens now projects that the NDC is taking the majority, but we'll still say that it's still very premature. We're still at the very early stages of the counting, because out of about 80 million people, we're still in the thousands, and so we haven't really
But you realize that it's a premature celebration, that we've seen quite a number of people jubilating in their vehicles, celebrating their MP-elect, of which the EC haven't really brought out that these persons have won.
Johnny, hold that thought. William from Panda is reporting right now. William, what is going on exactly on ground? Are you at the collation station at Panda as we're speaking?
Yes. So currently I'm in Batam, where is the constituency capital. Currently I'm at the collation center. We've been here since 8 p.m. yesterday. We have about 55 polling class 1, which is the special voting. So special voting, you know, we count all the voting before we count the special voting. And today the news that we've gotten is the special voting is still start at the police.
So that was William reporting to us all the way from Panda.
Yes, he didn't show up here with his key so that they could go to the station and open it so that they could get the ballot box and come and count. His reason being is he hasn't said anything. His phones have been off. They've tried getting him, and then they sent people to his place. But what he's saying is he can't come to the collation center. He will be here today, this morning or this afternoon. And you know, before they could declare the winner, the special voting materials should also be added before. So currently we are all stuck here. The coalition is now on hold, waiting for what the EC and the security people here will see. With my intelligence, I spoke with the EC director and then the parliamentary, the MP in the constituency, who is in the person of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. They are of the view that they should go to the police station and then just drag out the padlock with a hammer or a bow or whatever, so that they could bring out the special voting and count and declare, because there is tension rising here, because the electors and the voters are still here waiting for the EC to declare. So tension is now rising, but it seems the MPP parliamentary candidate, who is in the person of Honorable Jordan Kwa, is having the ears that will not listen, and then bring the keys so that they open the place and bring out the papers so that they count. So currently we are here, we are all stuck. They've done all the 55 polling centers, and with the 55 polling centers, when you get the parliamentary results, the NPP, which is the Honorable Jordan Kwa, is having 7,832. 7,832. And then NDC, who is in the person of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, is having 8,898. 8,898. You see, the difference is about 1,060 votes. And then the presidential, when it gets to the presidential, the NPP is having 7,536. 7,536. And then the NDC is having 8,981. 8,981, with a difference of 1,445 going in for the NDC. So if things like this, then that means the NDC has won the seats in the Banda constituency, where Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has retained the seat as the MP for the Banda constituency for the fourth time.
Right. William, what would you say is accounting for the fact that these polling stations, these 67 polling stations have been locked down and still pending the EC's remarks? What, per your intelligence, is accounting for this?
Yes, so you know, when they finish with the special voting, they don't count. Wait till today that they count. So political agents or political parties bring locks that they lock the room and then seal it. So until then they come and they remove it. Everybody would have to bring his or her keys to the police station. They open it one by one so that everybody will be there. It wouldn't be like somebody has just entered there before another person. So all would have to go and then open it. But currently, the NP, that is the NP parliamentary candidate, Honorable Joe Dampa, has not shown up yet to bring his keys so that he can open it and then bring out the keys. Currently, all parliamentary candidates, the NDC, the GCPP, the Independent, they are all here, and they've all provided their keys to the Electoral Commissioner so that they open it. But it's with the parliamentary key, candidates who yet bring his key so that they open it.
Right. Thank you so much, William, for those updates. It is very much appreciated. But before you go, could you describe the environment and the atmosphere where you are in Banda, how the atmosphere is?
Yeah, so as I was saying, the atmosphere is very tense here, because he's sleeping on the floor, now waiting for the EC to declare. But to be honest, EC is not ready. One person. It has been tense situation here where the EC of the people are doing. So now it is the security that.
Yeah, so security is tight there.
Control them so that they just count.
Okay, William. Thank you very much for the update on the security and then the counting process as well. Before you leave, please do well to take visuals and send it over to the Pent Media Center Coalition Center. Would be very glad for the visuals that you provide us. Are you with us, William? Right. So do well to take the visuals and then send to us right here at the center. Thank you for the report as well, William from Banda. We're most grateful. So, Danny, you see, it's reflecting throughout the centers that we have. Constituents are refusing to leave the center without.
But not to cut you short. Why should they leave? Because we all want fairness and transparency. So if I should go back home, sit and relax for the vote to be counted, what if I get cheated? So I think these are some of their concerns, reason why they don't want to leave the place. They want to be there. I saw some women, old women, of course, standing, waiting for the vote to be counted. Obviously, they are all interested in it. They voted, and they must know the truth. Reason why they're still there. So if I should leave my post, you can imagine. Yes.
It's quite interesting. The average Ghanaian now has lost so much interest in politics or that loyalty in politics that they want to get their eye for eye, boot for boot on that front. But Samuel is on the line as we're speaking. Hello, Samuel.
Hello.
Please, where exactly are you, and then what update do you have for us on the counting?
Oh, okay. Currently, I'm exactly at the Coalition Center of West Akim, which is happening live at the West Akim Municipal Assembly Hall.
Right, Samuel, what is the atmosphere like at the municipal?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. For about an hour ago, it was full of joy for the NBC people, which they are
that they've won the seat. They've taken the seat from the MPP people for the past 24 years now. But still, the coalition is still ongoing. It's up to the EC to declare whether they have taken the seat or not. So left it a few minutes for EC to declare. So that was the jubilation. The videos I sent to you people, you could see that people were jubilating with a lot of motors and vehicles in front of the coalition center, which is the municipal assembly over here.
Right, right. So there's a lot of jubilation among the youth. But as you rightly stated, coalition is still ongoing. And for that reason, these would be premature if you ask me. So what are the provisional results that we have on grounds right now?
What are
the provisional results that have come up on the elections?
Okay. Per what I'm having right now is left with a few people to be added to what I had over here before we can say it is confirmed. So for now, we have the MPP to be having 21,167 votes, and then that of NDC, which is 23,573. So now it's left with a few polling stations to be added to this for us to confirm whether the NDC people, which is the Orem Kwame Frimpong, is taking the seat from the MPP, which is Charles Echiampong. That is the Deputy Minister for Information, Communication and Digitalization.
So that would be for the parliamentary. What of the presidential? How is it looking like on there?
As for the presidential, so they've not given us the actual figures. We asked the EC, but he told us that we should wait so that for the few minutes we know whatever is happening over here.
Samuel, in some environments, you realize that there's been chaos and violence. People are getting injured and all that. Is that the situation at your location?
Oh, okay. For about an hour ago, that was trying to happen over here. And here, the security is very tight. We have the municipal commander and his men over here, which they have locked the main gate leading to the municipal assembly. So those jubilation and other chaos is happening at the back of at the front of the, how do you call it, the municipal assembly, which is alongside the main route over here.
All right, Samuel, thank you so much for that. Okay. We'll quickly say that again.
Let me keep in this. I've just also heard from a chat that the coalition center, there is a whole of years, but we are trying
Right. Samuel, hold that thought for me. We'll quickly cross over to the Electoral Commission, which is having a presser right now. So let's take the feed.
No. At this point, we are not taking questions. We'd like to thank you very much for staying with us throughout the day, the night, and to this morning. Shall we go back to the Coalition Center? Thank you.
So that would be, I think, the final presser from the EC, and we're going back to the coalition centers as and when the updates come up. But we have information that all these things are being done the way they should be, and all the violence is being contained. So let's keep it that way until the peace prevails, and then we can equivalently or effectively ensure that we select the next crop of parliamentary leaders and presidential leaders of Ghana successfully. Johnny Kumson, what other updates do we have from the constituencies?
Right, so far we have some provisional seats won by the NDC. We are yet to receive that of the NPP. So I would... Yeah. Right. So we have Seshwi Rios, so Bia East, Bia West, Seshwi Akontombra, Da Mongo, Ahantan West, Hohway, Techiman South, Jenny, Ayawaso West, Wogon, Dadieso, Adenta, Elembele, Jomoro, Ahantan West, Madina, Sunafo South, Sunyane West, Efia Kwesimintim, Kole, Clote, Infantiman, Dome, Kwabenya, Ketu North, Adakluho, Amenfi Central, Aguna West, Aguna East, Chufo, Atimokwa, Ekomfi, Ejumako, Enyam, Isiam, Asen North, Kia, Gomwa East, Gomwa West, Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South, Wutu Senya West, Ada East, Ada West, Asawasi Kumasi Tamale North, Okankwe South, Ketu South, AAK, Esikando, Kentan, Seni West, Krowo, Adenta, Tema West. We have here Sunyani East, Takwa Nsuayem, Nsawam Adreji, Sisala East, Doma Central, Sunafo North, Trobu, Techiman South, Asen North, and also AOB. So we are waiting for that of the NPP. We shall update you shortly when the provisional results of that of the NPP drops in.
Right. We'll go to Ayawaso West Wogon for the latest updates that we have on that front. And we'll start with La Bauleshi Presby 1. And the presidential, they're garnering about 92 votes for the NPP. You realize that the NDC is also getting 228 from Bauleshi. The polling station 2 also got NPP 85 votes and the NDC 168 votes. La Bauleshi Presby 8 had for the presidential 81 NPP, NDC 178. For the parliamentary, you realize that the NPP is getting 99 and the NDC 178. Independent candidate of that area also garnered 1 vote. The La Bauleshi Presby 9 also had for the presidential 88 votes for the NPP, the NDC 233 votes, CPP garnered 1 vote, and the rejected ballots there were 5. For the parliamentary, the NPP got 109, the NDC got 214, and the independent candidate there garnered no votes. For rejected ballots, there were 4. The total votes cuts were 327. Let's go to Tamale. In the Northern Belt and Tamale, SHS New Assembly 1 had the NPP getting 58 votes, the NDC 243, the rest garnered 0 votes, and the parliamentary also for the NPP got 80 votes, the NDC 226. So you realize that it's reflected effectively there. Still in the Northern Belt for Tamale, SHS New Assembly Hall 2, the NPP got 80, the NDC 245 votes, and Cheddar had 1. The rest got 0 for that front. The parliamentary, you'd realize that the NPP had 94 and the NDC also 233. for the NDC. Let's go all the way to Pone Katamanso, and you realize that for that polling center in the Pone Katamanso Municipality Assembly, you realize that the polling center 6B for the presidential saw Mahmoud Baumia of the NPP getting 85, Daniel Augustus Latte of GCPP getting 0, Ikadonko of the GFP, may her soul rest in peace, garnered 0 votes on that front. Christian Kwabena Andrews of GUM got 1 vote there. Kofi Akpalu, LPG, got 0. Mohammed Frimpong, 0. Nana Akosia Frimpoma Kumekuma, CPP, got 0. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC got 146. Hassan Ayariga of APC, 0. Kofi Kranting, an independent candidate of that area, also garnered 0 marks or 0 votes. George Chumberma Edu, an independent candidate there, also got 0 marks. Nana Kwame Bediako, an independent candidate, also got 2 votes on that front. Alan John Kwejo Chermateng got 1 vote. You realize the total vote cast in that area was 236, and the rejected ballots were 1, sport ballots were none. If you look at the parliamentary, Mr. William Ofosu Asante of the NPP were 99, that's the votes that he garnered, and Mr. Joseph Akwete Tete of the NDC also carried away 135 votes. Samuel Kofi Agbane of PPP 0, and Samoni Amankwa Anang also got 0 of the new force. The total votes cast were 235 total, and the rejected was 1 vote. Johnny Kumsit.
Right, so still bringing you provisional results from the experimental basic school Chibi. But expected voters are 501. Let's look at the presidential. On the ticket of the NPP, they had 326. NDC had 63. New Force had 1. GUM had 1. Rejected 4. And also on the parliamentary, we have the NPP climaxing to 344. NDC had 53. Rejected 3. And also let's move to the experimental primary expected voters, that is 542. On the presidential ticket, NPP had 335, NDC had 88. And then the new force there had 2, rejected 7. Parliamentary ticket, NPP had 348, NDC had 68, rejected 7. So these provisional results are coming all the way from the Boko South constituency. Moving on to Tattoo Assembly Hall 1, NPP 85, NDC 201. Cheddar had 1, and the rest of it 0. Let's look at the parliamentary seats. NPP had 96, NDC had 196. Tattoo Assembly Hall 2B, NPP had 79, NDC had 231, Cheddar had 1, and the rest had 0. Now, presidential for NMCA, NDC had 235. And of course, the NPP had 127. Berima Edu had 1. Alan had 1. GUM had 1. And Cheddar had 4. Let's move on to Tattoo Assembly Hall 2A. NPP had 82. NDC had 214. Cheddar had 1. And the rest had 0. On the parliamentary seat, we have NPP had 99, and then NDC having 201. We entreat you that these are provisional results, and we are waiting on the EC for the final results.
Yes, Danny, we continue with Tema West. West, we have still correspondents on ground.
Okay.
And when they come in, we'll give you the feed from the grounds as and when. But let's go to Tema West this morning. and find out exactly what the coalition has been giving us so far. So Mexico number 2 JHSB, you realize that for the presidential, the NPP has garnered 97 votes, the NDC 139 votes, Cheddar gathered 7 votes there. The rejected ballots were 4, and for the parliamentary, the NPP also garnered 89. The NDC got 156, and the rejected ballots there were 2. Let's move on to Tema West, the Mexico number 2 JHSC, and presidential there, you realize that the NPP was getting 175, the NDC 193, and parliamentary, the NPP got 174. And you realize that the NDC also got 200 votes from that front. Mexico number 2 JHSD for presidential, the NPP got 109, the NDC got 130, Cheddar 7. Parliamentary, you realize the NPP carried away 111 votes and the NDC 134 votes on that front. The expected voters for that area was 430, I stand to be corrected, 450, but the turnout was 247 and 1 rejected ballot. We'll quickly go to Johnny for the rest of the updates. Johnny.
All right. Let's move to UPSA this very morning. On the presidential ticket of the NPP, they had 88 and the NDC had 146. Now, on the parliamentary seats, NPP had 84, NDC 155. Presidential, so NPP had 82, NDC had 200. On the parliamentary, NPP had 81, NDC 210. So it runs through A, B, and C. Now, I'm on the C part. The presidential, NPP had 99, NDC had 179. On parliamentary, NPP had 98, NDC had 189. Now, moving on to the C, presidential for the NPP had 82, and the NDC had 198. On parliamentary, NPP had 92, NDC had 171. On the C part, we have presidential, NPP had 89, NDC had 166.
Right, Danny, we have Danny joining us from Kumasi. Right. And Daniel, if you can hear me, what is going on ground?
All right, I'm here in the Bosumke constituency in the Ashanti region. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Right. Describe the atmosphere at Bosumche right now.
Okay, when you right now at the Bosumche constituency, the college center is at the St. George's Senior High School. That's where the Labour Commission using as the collation center. And right now, they are on the results and then they are collecting all the results. I have a few ones with me. They are not yet done with all the results, but I have few ones here to mention them to.
Let's have the provisional results that is already on ground.
The provisional results I have the case here police HB, the case total valid vote cast. Total valid vote cast 359. NDC 141. 141. NPP 204. 204. China 1. Rejected 13. Rejected 13. And then a Diabin left. A Diabin left. Primary school. Total valid vote cast. Total valid vote cast 402. 402. NPP 312. 312. NDC 83. When you move to Oyoko constituency, Oyoko police station, the market center, Oyoko, the market center,
Presidential, 183, 183, NBC, 47, total vote count, 230, 230, parliamentary, NPP, 177, 177. Dr. Yawase, and then the NDC, Honorable Engineer Hamid Abdullah, 49, NDC 49, LPG 1, total vote cast 277, rejected 1. That is Oyoko Market Center. The day share Primate B, the day share Primate B, Parliamentary, NDC. That is Honorable Dr. Yawase Edichum 204, and then NDC. Hello. Okay. So the day share parliamentary. Honorable Dr. Yawase Edichum NPP 204, NDC Honorable Engineer Abdullah Hamid 153, rejected 2. That is parliamentary for the day. Parliamentary. All these are provisional results from the Bosomtwe constituency. Now, parliamentary NDC, Honorable Engineer Abdullah Hamid 82, and then NPP Honorable Dr. Yawase Edichum 308, and then parliamentary for Esipon Police Station, NDC Honorable Engineer Abdullah Hamid 157, and then NPP Honorable Dr. Yawase Edichum 239. Esikapo Mountain Alti, Continental, NPP Presidential 348, NDC Presidential 111, headed 2, all and 1, rejected 4, and then parliamentary Esikapo Mountain Alti, Continental, parliamentary Honorable Dr. Yawase Edichum 349, and then Honorable NDC 110. Before I declared, one talking now, on other results working on for us to get access to them to report it to our minister. So, if you can hear me, these are the few results I've been from the Boston Trade Conference that you are working on the other ones. If I got it, I will just join you in the
Right. Danny, there are some concerns in other constituencies of riots arising and misunderstandings going on. Is that the same situation? Would you say that's the situation at Bosomtwe right now?
Well, when it comes to the Bosomtwe constituency, I would say within the 40% constituency in the Assembly, I would say Bosomtwe constituency is the constituency that are ever focused on elections. So far, since morning, 7 a.m. till now, there have not been any incidents of violence or any everything is good, everything is going on.
Right. Whereas security is concerned, would you give us an overview for the security at Bosomtwe as we're speaking? Danny, security conditions, how is it looking like there?
Well, when you come to the Bosomtwe constituency now, at the St. James Senior High School, the security is tight. Everything on the side of the security is intact. And if I can tell you that the district police commander is here, right here, at this time of the night. And everything in terms of security-wise is very, very, very intact.
Right. Thank you so much, Danny, for the update that you brought from us, for us from Bosomtwe. We are very much grateful. Continue doing your work. When the EC announces, we will be back to you for the definite results. And I'm hopeful that you provide them for us. Right. So let's continue with the numbers that we have going on.
Right. But then before we continue that, I realized that this particular election, there has been low records of rejected votes.
Yes.
Have you took notice of that? What do you think about that?
I think, first of all, taking away the fact that there's been that voter apathy that's happening, a lot of people aren't going out to vote, whereas you compare the expected votes and then the actual votes cast, the differences would go all the way to reflect in the rejected one as well. People aren't really going out to destroy ballots.
Yes.
But we'll go on that very soon. Millicent, good morning.
Good morning.
Millicent, describe the environment where you are and give us the updates. Baby, my updates, Kakra.
Okay. So currently I am at the Bekwai constituency.
Bekwai, hot to say.
Oh. The same no kasai di Bekwai boko pa collation center na mijina me no kasa enanope. Na obesani environment ni tie na bibia bibia boko ewa hase.
Millicent, results, provisional results, no, Osha, it's saying NDC, MPP, why nenya ding, yanko.
Okay, because so gusua omokenkan e mamo na kakra me nsa kama wa hase se me fa to dwama mo.
Aye.
Okay. Wedding kind of Bekwai constituency no ye call Education Office 1. And the Education Office 1. If I just say na e mamo ekoye. Uncle. And the Education Office 1 NPP in 272. NPP 272. NDC in 108. NDC 108. Alan in 4. The new force in 10. And I rejected presidential. Now over parliamentary so NPP in 233. NPP 233. NDC in 50. Independent candidate no in 104. There some call Education Office 2 in so presidential no NPP 214. NPP 214. NDC 69. NDC 69. Alan Enya 2. LPG Enya 1. And after the new force no Enya 2. Parliamentary so NPP 184. NDC 71. PNC 1 and LPG so Enya 1. Me to so na me de mo ko boja besiafe no so ewo Bekwai abaton pesia so na boja besiafe so de no sei na ekoyeye NPP Enya 255 boja besiafe NPP 283 NPP 283 NDC 39 the new force AS3 parliamentary AS0 and I say Alan Enya 5 but she no ye presidential no me call parliamentary no so NPP Enya 144 NPP 144 NDC 10 LPG 1 independent candidate 173 and I rejected AF5 but she no boja bisianse na misade mo ekopie mu ewo Bekwai RCJHS so presidential no NPP enya 255 sorry NPP 255, NDC 29. The new force enya 2 and after rejected 1. Parliamentary no so NPP enya 210, NPP 210, NDC 12, LPG 1, independent candidates enya 59. After midmokopium ewo Joame presidential Joame so NPP enya 385, NDC 30. The Pachomo Makenina enya 0. Parliamentary no so NPP enya 189, NPP 189, NDC 7, and after independent candidates no enya 235. Into the Pacho Rainy Reserve Mesa Aka Ewaha. Hello.
Otemenka, Millicent. Na me kase coalition centers bi a yatete enka ewo ho no obehu se menteme ho ase bi ekoso wo ho wo ho no sa na ekoso ana
Meba so bebi a me ha no wa ha die aha eye boko aha ye din pa isan se wo be pem ha se kra eye bambofo no na wa ha se omoni media fo no na wa ha enti aha de basabasa ye bia enyansi e wa ha se.
Okay. Millicent, that's bebre. We'll switch back to the studios and Johnny. Interesting figures that are coming up from grounds. But what do you have for us?
Right now, dear, maybe it's our question.
Okay.
Yes, a question. Maybe say you be Ghana Police Service. Oh my dear, papa. Many. You see that when we talk about security and all that, looking at history and then now, you could see that they are very open and very friendly to all, making sure that these elections, we have a peaceful election, right? And if Benzi is ready, we'll quickly go to him and then inquire when you went to the EC site, can you give us an update? What really happened over there?
I was at the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. This evening, I was there since somewhere around 6 p.m. when voting closed at 5. I visited quite a number of constituencies. Did I say constituencies? Sorry, pardon me.
Polling station.
We've been working throughout the night, and so the brain is gradually becoming tired. But I visited quite a number of polling stations, about 8 of them, together with Jenny. Did I say Jenny?
Linda
together with Sedinam Aka. And we were able to gather a little bit of information. We realized that the EC, this time around, because of how most of the polling stations were demarcated, it made the counting very efficient and very fast. And so as at 45 minutes into the closure of the elections, almost all the polling stations that we visited had finished counting and then pasted the pink sheets on the walls just as the regulation says. And then we traveled with the EC officials to the coalition center, which is at the University of Ghana Business School in Legon. Immediately we got there, we realized that there were a huge crowd of people gathering there, but the police were able to diffuse any kind of pressure that was coming in. They did their work professionally. They recognized the media as media, polling station agents as polling station agents. They segregated all of us, allowed those who had the boarding pass to pass and get into the collation room proper. And everything was okay. Where we were at the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. Just around 12 a.m. when the EC officials were still trying to sort out the ballots, did I say ballots, the pink sheets, and then match them with that of the collation center agents of the political parties. They do that just to be sure of the numbers, so then everybody's satisfied with what they have before they go ahead and then collate. And then after collation, they declare. And so just when they were still in the process of doing that, the NDC decided to declare themselves winners of the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency elections. That was the video that was playing when you were discussing with the lady. And so the NDC Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Emmanuel Ni Odoimo, did declare the NDC parliamentary candidate, John Dumelo, and then John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. And so this evening was basically quiet until an incident that involved a young man who was trying to maneuver his way through the huge crowd. Now, what he was saying was that he's a polling station agent. He forgot one of the ballot boxes, and then he went back to go and bring them. As at 5 o'clock, voting had closed, and then every single ballot had been counted and had been taken to the collation center. And so you don't come to the collation center at 11 p.m. and say that with an extra. And then when the young men over there decided that, okay, so if this is what we are saying, then we would like to know the content of what you are holding. Now, when they removed it, they realized that all the ballot papers had been printed for a particular political party, the MPP, and then the ballot papers, you know, when you go in to cast your ballots, they stamp the ballot papers with the EC
for
official stamp for validation. They realized that none of the papers had been stamped, and so based on that, everybody around knew that these were fake ballot papers that were coming in, and so they destroyed them instantly. It was becoming like a mob attack on the young man, and so the police had to intervene. Gradually, they pulled him aside, handcuffed him, and then they took him away. So aside that, at the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, everything was going on smoothly before we left. They were just about finishing with the presidential election validation, and then after that, they declare. And so as for the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, vigilance is so high, the media is still around, because as at the time he was conducting this interview, press interview, everything was on course, and the NDC thinks that when they look at their numbers and the kind of coalition that they have done, they think they've won the elections at the Ayawaso West Wuogon, and so they had to declare themselves because they felt that the numbers that had gathered there are so huge and they are demanding this from them. But it is not the certified results, and so we can't put it out there. We are waiting for that of the EC, and then based on that, then we can declare either of the MPs or either of the presidential candidates as the winners of the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency.
Right. Now, we saw on the screens a flying of some ballots, votes being scattered on the floor. What do we make of that? Is it that our security service over there is poor?
No, it isn't. You see, the security over there I can say that this evening they've really conducted themselves with so much professionalism. But then the number of young men and women out there trying their best to make sure that their votes are counted is so high that even if the security personnel decide that they are trying to intervene in certain situations where they know that someone is trying to troop in a ballot box, which is not supposed to be done, if you don't take time, they will think that probably you are even trying to favor that person that is trying to come in. And so immediately the person came in, okay, they stopped him. What is this? He explained himself. They were like, okay, let's know the content of whatever you are bringing. They got into it. They realized that, oh, no. And let me reiterate this. I think that the voter population this year are really learned on our electoral processes. They know. They are aware. They know that when you pick your ballot paper, it is supposed to be stamped. They know that there are certain serial number ranges that are on the ballot paper. They know all of these things. And so when they checked 1, 2, 3, and they realized that, okay, this isn't it, they knew. And so instantly they started destroying them. They destroyed the entire thing. And that was it. I know that is not the right way to go about it. But I think that our voter population gradually are beginning to become learned on some of our practices, and that is a very good thing. But I think that in all things, the security personnel are supposed to take the lead.
Right, now, let's look at your observations as far as the elections are concerned. Previous elections and this year's elections. What can you say about that?
I'm amazed at the efficiency. I'm amazed at the level at which the EC has been able to diffuse tension. I was so amazed this morning when I got to the polling station and I realized that everybody was so calm because the numbers were not so huge. You see, when you're encountering problems at the polling station and the numbers are huge, you definitely have so many people getting agitated. But when the numbers are few, you're able to resolve the issue, you're able to talk to them, calm down nerves, and then they go through the process. And so the decision to divide most of the polling station and then get some of the numbers being catered for elsewhere within the same space, I think has really helped. The voter population, even though the turnout was not as we all expected, because the turnout, according to even Codel, was very low. Yeah. And so I think that going forward, we will really need to do more sensitization as to why and most of us should be voting. And so I think, per my observation, the elections has been very efficient. It's rather unfortunate that up to now we are not having any kind of results being released by the Electoral Commission. I don't know what the problem is. But previous elections, by now you would have seen at least some of the constituency results coming in and then being verified by the Electoral Commission. Let's put this across that the only returning officer for the presidential election is the EC chair. Yes. But for the parliamentary or the constituency returning officers are the returning officers for the parliamentary, and so they can declare that. But it seems like it has delayed for a little bit too long. And I think that if the EC is able to address some of these issues, it will really increase the voter confidence in the Electoral Commission.
When you went on the field, there were low turnouts.
Yeah.
Did you really inquire from some people the reasons?
You see, when there are low turnouts, the real reasons for the low turnout wouldn't be with the people who have turned out to vote. Okay. The real reasons would be with those who decided not to turn out to vote. And so it's a here nor there kind of answer. Because I have spoken to quite a number of people and they're like, okay, whoever you vote for is not going to change my situation as a person, and so I don't see the reason why I should vote. But voting is a civil right. If you don't vote, someone will make decisions for you, and someone will elect the person you do not expect to come and lead you in order to come and lead you. And so voting, as a citizen, Chairman always says this, we have been called to take care of God's possession. And so whatever that God has created, God's creation is what we are supposed to take care of, and voting is one of them. You vote and you make sure that you elect in leaders with the mindset of God in order to take care of his creation, which we are also a part of. And so the voter turnout generally was low, and I think that it was basically down to apathy. People felt that they voted for a particular political party, and the political party hasn't delivered on the promises based on which they voted for them, and so they don't see the reason why they should vote for. Some people also think that, okay, probably I voted for the MPP. I am a staunch MPP. It is MPP or nothing. And so if MPP isn't performing and I still have to vote, NDC is not an option, and so I'm not going to vote at all. Other people also felt that, okay, the only option from MPP is NDC, and men kokra. NDC party abandonment. So it is apathy. It is people feeling that their promises have not been met. People feeling that even if they vote, it will not change anything going into the years ahead for the next political season. And so that is the reason why people really decided not to turn out for the elections.
Now, with vote apathy and then vote buying, did you perhaps chance on any?
I didn't really chance on any, but I had other reports. I had persons, even before I got to the Ayawaso West Wuogon, I heard there was an incident at the University of Ghana campus where certain students felt that the the MPP were trying to buy the votes of some voters who were in line to go and vote, and so they raised some concerns. The police felt that the situation was going beyond their control, and so they had to call reinforcement, which the military appeared, and it turned into a bit of chaos over there, but eventually it was solved. Aside that, I didn't hear of anything vote buying, unlike the special voting incident which happened in the same constituency in Ayasu West Wogon. Right. But I think vote buying, if even it was done, probably it was done on the low side behind the sight of the cameras. But it is not something we should encourage. Allow people to make decisions. And it is really against our election regulations. You shouldn't give anybody who is in line to go and vote before, during, and after voting food, water, money. It should never be given to anybody who is in line to go and vote, voting or immediately after voting. And so it is hugely discouraged. Allow people to make decisions based on their own willingness and their own desires to vote for whosoever that they want to vote for.
Right. I was just looking at the voter turnout and then possibly the outcome from the votes that took place there. Do you see the votes tuning in line with the NDC or the NPP or any of the independent candidates?
Particularly
the provisional ones.
Yes, particularly I think that the voter turnout has really gone to favor the NDC because if you look at the number of votes that were coming out, it tends to favor the NDC. And so you look at a constituency which has predominantly been held by the NDC, like the Dome Kwabenya constituency, which we are hearing that based on the provisional results that we are hearing, it could turn for the NDC.
Right.
It looks as if majority of people did not vote. Now, if you look at probably the provisional results that we are seeing, it is almost as if you measure it to the voter register and the number of persons who are registered to vote, almost 6 million people did not turn out to vote.
6 million?
6 million.
That's quite interesting.
It looks, if you look at the voter turnout per the provisional results that we are gathering, which are not certified by the Electoral Commission, and so we can't put out. And then you measure it by the voter register and the number of persons that were registered to vote according to the EC. Almost 6 million people did not turn out to vote. And so it tells you that is alarming. And most of these results that are coming out looks as if they are coming from the huge constituencies that favor the NDC, the MPP, the strongholds of the ruling party. So it talks about voter apathy, people not turning out, and people not wanting to vote at all. And so it goes against the ruling party. Any kind of voter apathy, in all essence, goes against the ruling party. It looks as if the 2016 elections is playing back at us. Right. Because in 2016, there was a huge voter apathy in the Volta region based on the reason why the NDC lost the elections by almost 1 million votes. It looks as if the same thing is playing out to us because if you look at the number of people who decided not to vote, it is huge and very quite alarming.
I'd use this to champion on the message that this civic right wasn't earned on a silver platter. A lot has gone into this. So even though we have this resentment and apathy, I believe Ghanaians should have overlooked it and then gone out. But then, hey, the vote has already been cast, and so now we're looking at the counting that is going on nationwide. Thank you so much, our very own reporter on ground, Benzi, for the credible updates that you've given us. We're still giving you updates from the Electoral Commission as it is, the provisional ones that we have, the collation centers, our reporters that have gone on ground, and we'll give you this very recent one from UPSA polling station. UPSA polling station. So let's quickly go for the presidential. And for the presidential, you realize that the NPP has gotten 88, and the NDC 146. The parliamentary, the NPP gathered 82, and the NDC 200. 200. Let's look at the parliamentary. And the parliamentary for the NPP, they're getting 81, and the NDC 210. 210 for the NDC. The presidential, the NPP have garnered 99 so far. The NDC 179 for the presidential. Now let's move all the way to the parliamentary. And you realize that the NPP has gotten 98 for the parliamentary, the NDC 189 for the parliamentary, and for the presidential, the NPP 82. The NDC has gotten 171 on that front. Let's look at the presidential once again, and the NPP is getting 89. This is a provisional one, so it's not conclusive by the NDC, the EC right now, the Electoral Commission. But the NDC here, as provided by our provisional reporter from that end, is 165. The presidential for the NPP 85, and for the NDC 145. Let's look at the last parliamentary on that front, and Johnny will take over. The NPP got 85 on that front, whereas the NDC garnered 150. This is from the UPSA station, the UPSA polling station. Johnny Kumsen.
Right now, talking about the 2024 vote apathy during these elections, I realized that one, it has to do with lack of trust in our leaders, and some people are also taking into consideration these economic hardship and also logistical challenges and on electoral violence, because I wouldn't want to go to the polls and get injured, and my family know that I'm going to the polls to cast my vote, to exercise my franchise, and for them to see or hear that I have been injured or been in some sort of violence. So these all are some challenges when it comes to vote apathy. Well, we'll move straight from that and head to the St. Barnabas Branch A and B parliamentary results. So for the Branch A, we have the NPP 87 and also the NDC 181. When we look at the Branch B, NPP had 96. Also, the NDC had 184, independent 1. The total NPP vote is 183, and total NDC vote 365. When we look at the presidential result for Branch A, NPP had 81, NDC had 181, APC had 2, independent had 1, Cheddar had 4, Freedom 1, rejected 2. Let's move on to the Branch B. For the NPP, 94, NDC had 184, CPP had 1, and Cheddar had 3. Let's look at the total presidential results. NPP had 175, NDC had 365. These are some provisional results that we bring in to you. Grace, it's quite interesting that when we look at the St. Barnabas Branch A and B, the NDC are leading. Likewise, some of the polling stations results that we have brought out. What's really going on? Because I can't think.
Well, it seems that, like we've already said, a lot of Ghanaians have expressed their displeasure quite quantifiably in the votes that are churning out so far. But I'm always quick to say that we're still very early in the counting process, and so hopefully it turns out that the best person wins, and that's all we're all looking for, that the best person for the next 4 years wins and takes Ghana through a different tangent. Let's quickly go to Sunyani East constituency and give you the update from Holy Child Academy polling station. And for the presidential, you realize that the NPP has gathered 145 marks. The NDC 87 for the NDC. For the new force, it's 5 marks. Alan Tremantain has gotten 1. The parliamentary is giving the NDC 105. Stand to be corrected is the NPP that has gotten 105 there. The NDC has also gotten 92. For the independent candidates, they got 43 votes there. In Asawase, the constituency, you realize that 140 out of 214 polling stations, and this is giving Manaf Ibrahim 18,524 votes, whereas Muntaka Mubarak is getting 26,362 votes. Navrongo Central for the presidential, the provisional results that we have, the NPP has garnered a total of 10,899. Let me take that figure again. That is 10,899 votes on that front. The NDC has been able to garner 26,035 votes from Navrongo Central. For the others, we're getting a total of about 648 votes there. Mpoho for the presidential, you realize that the NPP is reaching about 8,290. Okay, so 8,293 votes for the NPP. The NDC, 11,062 votes from Mpoho. Brekum East is getting the presidential for the provisional results that we have at about 16,556 for the NPP, and the NDC would get 20,093 votes for the NDC. The others that are also trying to get their head out of the deep for the Brekum East is 1,084 votes. Gomwa West, the presidential for the provisional results that we have, the NPP is getting 8,385 votes. The NDC has garnered 11,999 votes, and the others that are also behind have gathered 489 votes so far. Johnny, do you have any others for us?
Yes, let me take my people to Fanti Renam.
No, and I'm no very well.
No, it's a constituency, right? So Fanti Renam, polling station. For the presidential, we have NPP having 62, NDC having 156, GUM had 1, AJKK had 1, CPP had 1 valid vote. That is the total valid vote, 222, rejected 15, and their total sum up was 237. Now, on the parliamentary ticket, NPP had 73, NDC had 161, total valid 231, rejected 3, total 237. These are coming from the Upper West Achim. Let me take you to La Primary School. Kanyanyuswa polling station. For the presidential, NPP had 52, NDC had 254, GCPP had 2, AJKK had 1, Nana Kwame Bediako now valid vote 310, rejected 19. So the whole of the total vote cast is 329. On their parliamentary ticket, NPP had 60, NDC had 263, total valid 323, rejected 6, total 329, and this is also coming all the way from the Upper West Achim. Now, let's look at some provisional results from the Upper West Achim constituency, all from the Eastern region. We have Adesso Post Office 3A polling station. For their parliamentary seat, we have NPP 135, NDC 138. Total valid vote cast was 276. Now, the registered voters were 461. For their presidential, for the NPP seat, they had 109. NDC had 150. For Nana Asare-Bediako, he had 6. Kofi Akpalu had 1 rejected ballot, 10, and the rest of it had 0. These are all coming from the what we mentioned earlier on, the Upper West Achim constituency. Moving to Adesso Post Office 3B for the parliamentary, NPP had 129, NDC had 113, registered voters 476. For the presidential also, we have the NPP 111, NDC had 120, others 0. Now let's move to the Adesso Post Office 2A polling station. For their parliamentary, NPP seat 119, NDC 135, registered voters 475, valid vote cast 259. On the presidential, NPP had 96, I beg your pardon, NDC had 150, APC had 1, Alan Cash had 1, GUM had 1, Nana Asare-Bediako had 2, rejected 7. Adesso Post Office 2B polling station for their parliamentary, NPP had 124, NDC had 139, rejected ballot 1, registered voters 475. For their presidential, we have the NPP 106, NDC 145, Nana Asare-Bediako had 5, rejected ballot is 9, others had 0. And also, at their Post Office 1A for their parliamentary, we have the NPP 143, NDC had 134, registered voters 478, the valid vote cast 277. For their presidential, NPP had 114, NDC 153, Nana Asare-Bediako had 6, rejected ballot 5. Let's move to Adesso Post Office 1B. So we have the 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. So we are just bringing you all the provisional result. When I'm done, Grace will come in and then give you some more updates. So for the 1B, we have registered voters, that is 477, valid vote cast 261. For the parliamentary, NPP had 135, NDC had 125, rejected 1. For their presidential, we have the NPP having 112, NDC having 137, Nana Asare-Bediako had 1, others had 0, rejected ballot 11. Grace.
Right, Johnny, I think we'll quickly wrap it up with the updates that we have for today. And still we are in the anticipation of the EC, the Electoral Commission, on the updates that they're going to be giving us as the general conclusion of the results for the 2024 general elections. We are all been anticipating. Currently, I checked my time and it's 3:39. It's 3:39 right now, and so we're still anticipating. We've said that in precedence, the EC may have released the results by now, but for some reason, we're still hoping that they would do so, and then let us know exactly what Ghana has decided on that would be the next leadership or the next crop of leadership for the next 4 years. You're still watching Election Watch. Don't go anywhere. Please do stay with us. We'll take a quick breather, and when we come back, we still have updates for you.
pleasant it is for us to live in unity. Peace that begins with you and me. speak or do. Say Ghana, Ghana, my happy home. Land of rich resources. Oh my Ghana, land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. Ghana, 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 my happy home. Oh my God, land of rich resources, rich resources. Land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. I will fight for you. Oh my God, I will die for you. Oh my God, I will uplift your name. In all I think or speak on, I will fight for you. In everything I do, I will die for you. Whether good or bad, I will uplift your name. In all I speak or do. Ghana, my happy home. We have everything. Land of rich resources. Oh my Ghana, land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. Say Ghana, Ghana, my happy home. My home God has given me. Land of rich resources. Oh my God, land of mighty talent, racial tolerance, justice and freedom. I will fight for you. In everything I do, I will die for you. I will uplift your name. All I can speak or do. I will fight for you. Oh my God, I will die for you. Oh my God, I will uplift your name. All I think or speak or do. Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. Let us so unite to oppose and make a great so say, arise, Ghana, youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion.